Test 1, 2. This one? Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Well, welcome everyone. I am going to call to order the special meeting of the Board of Retirement and the Board of Investments. Linda, would you go ahead and do the roll call?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Mr. Harris. This meeting is being conducted as a virtual and in-person meeting. So we'll do a roll call of the trustees to confirm attendance. Mr. Razzo? I don't see if she's online. Okay. Okay. Miss Langton? Here. Miss Fessler? Here. Mr. Kehoe?
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Moore?
Here.
Mr. Rue? Mr. Pantoja? Mr. Robbins? Mr. Harris? Mr. Green? Okay, I see you. We also have Miss Mee joining us from the board. I'm sorry, Miss Proft? Here. And Miss Ginsburg. Okay, I think we have Miss Mee also remote. Has she joined? Okay, so
Yes, I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
thank you. Trustees, please, actually, we have a Zoom, but you can just, in order to speak, you will have to hit the red button on the side. And we can start.
As well, I'm sorry, I couldn't find the button. I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aza. And we may proceed with the agenda.
And I noticed we overlooked the most important part, the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'll ask Mr. Robbins to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Lugo.
So we do have two trustees participating remote. Miss Mee, we will be participating under teleconference policy SB 707 related to a physical condition. Miss Mee, can you please confirm if there are any individuals 18 years older or present at your location?
Yes, there's nobody else in the house beside me. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Raza will also be participating under teleconference policy SB 707. She's taking care of a family member. Mr. Raza, can you please confirm if there are any individuals 18 years or older present at your location?
No, there's no one present.
Thank you so much.
Now we may proceed. Thank you. Mr. Lugo. I see I'm stumbling all over myself. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
And I don't see anybody jumping up frantically in the back, so I think we're okay. Now, finally, after much ado.
Great. Good morning, everyone. One more time. Good morning. Are we awake in the back? Okay, great. I get 3 introductions this morning. How awesome is that? So just want to, first off, housekeeping, parking validation. If you have a parking ticket, please go to the back and see Dina and or Linda, and they'll get you validated. Again, welcome everyone to the 2026 Board of Retirement Offsite. I appreciate the trustees, staff, those that worked hard to put their presentations together over the next couple of days, and obviously our AV team and everyone that worked on the logistics to make these next couple of days happen. Over the next 2 days represents a deliberate investment in thinking together about what is next for LACERA. We talked about our strategic planning efforts. In April, there was a presentation provided to trustees on our culture, our people focus internally, but also our leadership expectations and also our investment in staff. Over the next couple of days, we really want to focus in on our member and our fiduciary duty collectively as trustees, leadership, and staff throughout the organization. I'm always reminded, and I'm sure we're always reminded of the work that we do that touches over 200,000 members and their families. That's weight, and that privilege needs to always keep us grounded on our why. Now let's walk through how the sessions for today will help align our efforts organizationally. So we have 9 sessions today. We're going to keep you all active and awake. And we want this to be a collaborative interaction with our trustees, a back and forth, not a status update, but really more interactive and collaborative. 9 sessions, 1 mission, serving our members with excellence while strengthening the institution that is LACERA. Session 1, I'm going to break these down into 3 distinct sessions. So session 1 will focus on strategic direction. Where are we taking the organization? And the session will lead next. And I'll lead that session next, excuse me. Sessions 2 and 3 will focus on risk governance, the future of AI, and disability retirement. Key topics for us organizationally. Framed both as navigation, but not autopilot. We will use technology to reduce mechanical workload while keeping human judgment central. Sessions 4 through 8, legal office support across the organization, from education to error correction, appeals, contracting, fiduciary counsel. This is the architecture of how LACERA protects the plan and protects us and you as fiduciaries. With that in mind, let's take a look at the first session. So, member empowerment. When we're talking about member empowerment, we want to talk about meeting members where they are. And where they are has 2 meanings specifically. Where they are in life, whether it's active, deferred, retired, survivors, and where they are physically and digitally, as we'll walk through. Today's conversation is going to challenge this notion of high touch with digital presence. And those 2 things are not mutually exclusive. They can be intertwined with one another and be harmonious. So member empowerment, again, is not a slogan, it's a service strategy. So let's walk through exactly what our channels of service delivery is to our members. And I want to be loud and clear on this as we start this conversation. No channel, no service delivery channel will be eliminated or diminished. In-person counseling at Pasadena continues. Phone counseling continues. Virtual appointment continues. My LACERA web portal continues. All fully operational. Mobile is the new channel, not a replacement. In addition, it puts our existing service suite on the device of our members, that already have them and carry them today. So let's talk through how we approach this, from scale, being prudent, and also scale. And one of the things I take pride in is just really listening to our staff and our team members throughout the organization. And interestingly enough, in one of our meetings with the internal audit team, I don't know if Alex Ochoa is in the room, but Alex and Aurelia, who are 2 team members, in 2022 talked about mobile application and presented that to their manager and I think the technology team. But at that point, from a readiness standpoint, LACERA wasn't ready. We had other priorities. But this is things that our team has talked about in terms of an additional point of engagement for our members. And not only for our members, but also an opportunity for us to be able to leverage some efficiencies internally throughout the organization. And as you can see, when we talk through this particular service strategy, it's not just mobile app. There's a lot of different tentacles in terms of the support and the efficiency that we'll gain. So there's a growing demand. So there's three forces. There's a growing demand, over 200,000 members across active, inactive, and retired populations, and that number is not shrinking. We talk about our March Madness season, and one of the things collectively that we identify, and I'm sure trustees also get these calls, is wait time. You know, and being able to really service our members in a timely manner, in an efficient manner, in a manner in which when they're ready to connect with us, we're there and available. Shift in expectations. Members increasingly expect self-service, digital access, 24/7 availability. And this is not a generational claim. It's observed behavior across demographics, across our demographic, but also the broader demographic. So I want to do a little straw poll for this particular group. How many of you have a financial mobile app that you currently use today? Raise your hand. I'm not a mathematician, but I would say that's about 85, 90%. And in the last month, how many of you interacted and transacted via your mobile financial app? Okay, all of you. And we have a wide variety in terms of our demographics across this particular room of about 40 to 50 people. So self-service for routine inquiries reduces inbound call volume, in-person queues, freeing our call center and our counseling staff for complex, high-value member interactions that demand their expertise. One of the misnomers is we want to reduce our workforce. No, we want to re-engage and make sure that our workforce is engaged in interactions that are of higher value and being able to interact on more complex issues. I think one of the things that we see across divisions is the mundane task that takes away from being able to interact with our members and also one another. So that's really the charge here, is how do we get our teams to interact in value-added activities on a more routine and day-to-day basis. Demand is growing, our service model must grow with it. So a little bit of data inputs. I know I often talk about the team in terms of making data-informed decisions. So I want to highlight some key data points that we've put together here. 91% of US adults own smartphones. I think everyone in this room has a smartphone. I would assume so. Who doesn't have a smartphone? That's a better question. Who has two smartphones? Yes. There you go, Aline. Who has more than one? And then again, smartphone is not a generational technology anymore. It's universal. 55% of US bank customers now use mobile apps as their #1 banking method. All of you in our straw poll said you have a financial banking app. 55% nationally said that's their preferred method. That is the majority, not an early adopter slice. 96% of digital banking users rate their mobile app experience as excellent or very good. So we have a bar already set in terms of our members and what they interact with. And lastly, 78%, and I'll give a shout out to John Graybook on this one, 78% of mortgage applicants prefer digital application processes over in-person based methods. So you're thinking about the largest financial transaction that we'll ever make as individuals is your mortgage. Unless there's another transaction. If so, talk to me afterwards. So our members already live in this world. They bank on their phones, they refinance on their phones, they manage their health insurance. I know I do, my chart. So members already live in this world and increasingly expect their pension to meet them where they are. Okay, and a couple of other points specific to LACERA. And this was shocking, and I should know this, but as we started putting some of the information together, approximately 117,000 members, 65% that is, have a LACERA account. How many of you were aware of that? 65%, JJ, I would expect you to be aware of that, but 75% have a LACERA account. What that highlights is they've taken the time to invest in making sure that they can interact with us in a secure manner. More than 53,000 retirees and survivors, nearly 40% of that population, are active on My LACERA today, meaning they actively use and log into their accounts. And critically, 68% of our membership are Gen X and baby boomers, the same cohort that the American Bankers Association data shows leads to mobile banking adoption. So this isn't just LACERA data, this is more broad national data, as you can see here in terms of the trend of interaction and adoption across all generations. So the other part is looking at the landscape of mobile application. You know, what's out there in our industry? We talked about the financial industry, but what about the pension industry? So we wanted to do a snapshot of what's out there throughout both public pensions, but also Taft-Hartley plans, and then secondarily internationally. So what we found is for most US public pension industries, such as CalPERS, CalSTRS, TRS New York, the largest systems in our country still primarily use web-based portal for pension functionality. So if your reaction is that LACERA is a lagger or we're behind, we're not. The industry just hasn't caught up. We are roughly where the industry sits today. And in the US right now, the standard that's set, at least from a transactional standpoint, is New York SERS has a mature iOS Android app. They have about 50 plus downloads, as you can see highlighted here, active development, pension estimator. They also have loan applications, secure messaging. So it's being done from our peers. Taft-Hartley plans, and this was interesting if you think about some of the unions. I don't know, I was hoping Mr. Pintoya would have been here, but most trades, which makes sense, unions have apps because a lot of their hours are mobile. Doesn't matter the organization that they work for, as long as it's part of their trade, those hours they take with them throughout their work career. So they log in using those apps. So you can see highlighted here, there's several union labor groups that have a mobile app where they engage their membership and ensure that they have that interaction with them. And then lastly, internationally, you know, the benchmark is set, and it seems to be Australia, superannuation funds, which I think is a cool word, annuation. But so Australia, Super, CBUS, and the rest. So we did a deep dive into CBUS. They have mature native apps with biometric login, investment switching. So in Australia, they have mandated individual accounts, which are professionally invested. And those then the accounts are handled by these, you know, in this case, CBUS, which is a superannuation fund that allows members to, you know, basically interact with their respective accounts. Millions of members, and the interesting part is CBUS has millions of members that are served through their mobile app functionality. Now, you may ask yourself, why not enhance the web portal? And the answer is that the mobile is a different version of the web. It's different relationship, push notification, biometric, document capture, location aware support. You think about the opportunities that exist, not only from a member standpoint, but other areas of the organization where we can engage with our members. It is a different interaction. And I want to just pause briefly. You know, I'm a big visual person, and I just had a commencement. My oldest daughter graduated on Saturday, and I know some of you had. Thank you. And I can congratulate some of the other folks. I know you've had promotions and commencement with your respective kids, grandkids. But the commencement speaker was Venus Williams, who's a world-renowned athlete, trailblazer. And she talked about this concept of visualization in terms of achieving goals and kind of having this exercise that she uses before she prepares for matches to really visualize her serves, how she responds. I'm not a tennis player, so I don't know the adjectives, but she just walked through this approach that she has to her matches. And in one particular Wimbledon event, she could not practice. So she would still, you can allocate time on the court. So she would still have her time on the court and just sit down for 2 sets and visualize 2 whole sets without having any body movement, just the visualization. And I thought that was germane to our discussion here when we talk about bringing the future into focus. as it relates to, if you think about our members 3 to 5 years from now, visualize how they interact with us. What does the mobile application do from a secure standpoint, from an interaction standpoint, and an empowerment standpoint? Again, I think if we start thinking about that and visualizing that, I think we see some opportunities to be had and gained there. Now, I'm a realist. So before we jump to a mobile application or member empowerment, a digital strategy, we have to build a foundation. And I want to be very clear that it's important that we have a strong foundation set before we launch anything that provides potential risk, because they are risk. So looking at these 4 things that are non-negotiables, you have a knowledge management system that is currently in process for us, a single authoritative source of truth. Without it, AI-assisted member interaction produces inconsistent guidance. The worst possible outcome for a fiduciary, for any of us, is to roll something out that isn't accurate and doesn't provide a value add. So this is a significant project, a foundational project for us as an organization. Our data integrity in our infrastructure, clean, validated, well-governed member data, personalized benefit projections, document retrieval, account reviews, all depends on the data accuracy and a system integration. That's in progress. We talk about workspace and we talk about all of the different funnels of data that we have organizationally. It's imperative that we have clean data coming into the organization before we launch this type of initiative. Security and system architecture is at the forefront. Mobile handling, pension data, and identity verification demands hardened architecture, zero trust, multi-factor authentication. We have a big PRISM conference. I look at Kathy because I think she's got 4 team members there in San Diego right now, but that's probably at the core of their sessions over the next 4 days is system security and the evolution of AI. APIs and obviously the integration of our legacy pension system. And an AI risk and governance framework. That's going to be a session that I'm excited about that's going to be brought with Chad and our guest speaker Meredith. And it's important for the trustees from a governance framework and ensuring, before we deploy AI-assisted member interactions, we will have AI use policies, bias review, human-in-the-loop requirements, and board approval guardrails. And I look at Trustee Aline Langton. I know this has been kind of something that she spearheaded, and certainly it's a foundational work effort for all of us. So foundation first, feature second. The sequence is non-negotiable. So expanding the service delivery model, what does that look like? What are we trying to garner and what are we trying to gain in terms of this interaction with our members? So this is what the theme and the future looks like in 3 separate themes. Self-service for the routine. Think about account reviews and projections, document upload and management, retiree healthcare enrollment, and yes, Cassandra, one day there will be a seamless retiree healthcare enrollment. The online disability retirement application, members can transact and not just view. Guided journeys for the complex. An AI-assisted, think about TurboTax, the way it's evolved over the last 15, 20 years. Our approach, making sure, again, that it's a member empowerment approach where they can confidently walk through their retirement journey. Educational tutorials, personalized letters and notices, the online retirement application. These remove friction from decisions that members today often defer because the path feels unclear. How often do we hear that members interact with us 5 years before, 3 years before their retirement? Our safety folks are probably give us a little bit more leeway, maybe 7, 10 years. But oftentimes it's usually they're not thinking about LACERA, they're not thinking about their retirement until the latter part of their work career. And that's not an engagement that we want collectively. Human connection on demand. Think about texts, push notifications with real-time, time-sensitive moments, COLA, open enrollment, statements, secure chat with our team, one-tap connection with a live counselor. When we talk about having our team interact with more complex, directed interactions with members, this is a type of interaction we're talking about, is being able to meet them right when they're, have a question. So being able to connect with them directly. Notice that nothing on this list replaces human judgment. That is still going to be at the core of everything we do. There's going to be a human touch and interaction. Every AI-assisted feature is a navigator. Every complex decision still routes to a counselor. That is design philosophy. Technology that brings members closer to a human, not further away. What members see, this is a visual concept. Don't hold us to this. I don't want to hold communications or technology to this, but this is kind of a visual concept of what you would see. A smart notification. A retiree gets a push notification when healthcare open enrollment opens with their personalized options ready. LACERA guided AI, a 58-year-old active member opens the app on her lunch break, step-by-step retirement planning, person-grade accuracy. She models 3 scenarios and saves them. Then she calls a counselor next week to decide. Live counselor, one tap, chat, video, callback. The human is always one tap away. To be clear, this is illustrative. Full design is yet to be determined. There'll be interactions. Accessibility is non-negotiable. WCAG, WCAG conformant from day one. Right time, right context, right device. I want to pause there before I go to the next session in terms of organizational realignment. Any questions from my trustees? Yeah. Speechless. Yeah, good. I'll pose a question before I jump to the next. How many of you are concerned about this service delivery model? How many of you are excited? Excellent. I think my security folks should be concerned because they want to make sure the security is tight. But I think this is opportunity for us, and we'll do our diligence and obviously interact with the board as we progress through this initiative. And to be very clear, we talked about we're not, the industry has moved. This is about a 2-year at a minimum project. There's a long way to go for us to really get to future state. And we talked about, let me go one more. What you see here in terms of the offerings, this is minimum viable product. It's important when we launch, our members see the value, that we don't launch, they need to see the value right away because in my opinion, you get one shot. And if they don't see the value, they're not going to come back to it. So these things here, these 10 items are non-negotiable. We have to have that as we look to launch this service delivery model to our members.
I have a comment.
Yes.
When we do and move fully to the mobile applications for retirement in particular and planning your retirement, my own personal experience is that I retired from 2 different plans at RTD, Rapid Transit District, 2 different CalPERS plans, and the city plan. So that's 5 different ways that you can approach all of the decisions that you have to make. And so since many public employees retire from more than one system, I think we should make certain that we keep in mind those interfaces and that information that we have to collect from other systems so that retirees who have all those complicated decisions to make have the best information available to them to make decisions, because once you make the decision, it's done.
That's a great point, Trustee Moore, and that's part of the reason that this is going to be very thoughtful project, and I'm sure our benefits team, our member operations group is already thinking about those intricacies in terms of interaction, purchase service, and some of the complexities around not just our plan, but how it interacts with all of the other options that members have available to them in terms of the reciprocity. So good point.
Let me ask, I know there's no such thing as a dumb question, but this may be the exception to that rule. But my question is how secure is biometric stuff? I always get apoplectic thinking about giving somebody a fingerprint, which I know it probably, what's wrong with me, but I just I don't want people having that type of personalized information. I'm sure we're not too far away from them doing iris scans and Lord knows what else. How should I be sleeping better at night, or should I be keeping my fingerprints to myself?
That's a good question, Trustee Harris. What I would say is across other industries, I think about, for instance, the airport, the aviation community heavily uses biometrics. I think it's an advancing technology. I think it's also important to remember that this is about member choice. We know that there's going to be various levels of adoption, right? There's going to be individuals concerned about having their biometrics. There are other opportunities for them to log in, not with just biometrics can be an option. But that'll be a good question as we bring up our security and AI governance folks. Those will be good questions to tackle with our CTO as well as some of the other folks. But it's constantly evolving. And I think it's important to remember that it's about member choice and you'll have options. And we may, and again, I talked about this earlier in the presentation. We will have members that will not engage with us via a mobile app. And that's fine. They're going to want to engage with us in Pasadena, and we welcome that. But those that want to, we want to make sure we have that infrastructure in place for them to do so. Good question. Okay. Now, how do we drive accountability and performance as we look at some of the, obviously not only the service delivery model, but a lot of the strategic initiatives that we've talked about and we highlight on our operations oversight committee report monthly. So strategy without structure is wishful thinking. So if we're going to scale prudently and serve excellently, we have to have the organization underneath has to be built for it. And I want to pause and say this has been conversations throughout divisions. This has been not over the last 90 days, but probably over the last year, and thinking through how do we best create a structure that supports the initiatives we want to move forward with. So again, strategy without structure is wishful thinking, and we want to think about flatter, faster, and focus are the 3 Fs. So why now? Why make some adjustments in terms of how we're structured as an organization? Let me highlight 4 key pillars as outlined here. Flat structure, and again, no 2 pension systems, no 2 organizations are alike. I think there's a level of uniqueness here at LACERA. Research shows flatter structure does equal faster outcomes when you have large initiatives that you're looking to get off the ground. And in this particular case, we have several. We have our modernization effort, we have our service delivery effort, and then obviously those 4 key projects that I talked about around knowledge management, data integrity, and others. It's important to have direct oversight to strengthen accountability across business functions. Attracting talent. When we talk about the executive office and some of the C-suite level roles, Chief Administrative Officer, Chief Benefit Officer, the full functional C-suite offers an opportunity to continue to attract talent, but also elevate the responsibilities within those particular roles. Now, pausing the Deputy CEO role. This is a strategic position for us organizationally. I'm fully aware of that as the most recent incumbent of the Deputy CEO role. But where we are now, ensuring that we preserve it for potential future use enables us to have direct lines, or the CEO to have a direct line of accountability across business functions to ensure that we have outcomes as it relates to some of the projects that I just highlighted. At a certain point, we may revisit and look at that. That's the board's prerogative. It's something that the board fought for over the last 5 or so years to have the DCO role. So it's again a pause, not an elimination. So this is not internal preference. It is, and it's not about benchmarking against peers, although I think it is important to have a comparison data point to draw from. As I stated, no two pension systems are alike, so I hate to kind of have a benchmark, but it gives you at least a data point to reference as it relates to how we compare to other systems out there in terms of the roles and the positions that we're looking at. Speed of leadership response is no longer a nice to have. And this is what the structure would look like moving forward. Again, the two key roles, the chief administrative officer, the chief benefit officer, elevating those roles from AEOs to those two C-suite roles, and then also having the chief technology officer report directly to the CEO due to the level of sensitivity and seriousness around the projects that's going to be undertaken within that particular business function. So it's important to have that clear sight of responsibility in terms of the chief technology officer. Another move that you'll see here is the chief communications officer. It was housed within our member operations group. When we think about communications and you think about the broad span of communications, similar to our other functions in HR, and financial accounting, it has a broad impact organizationally. So it's not only about content, it's about media relations, it's about branding, it's about really elevating communications and our voice and or brand across the organization and also externally. So really elevating the visibility of that department and that role. So the 3 direct reports was made sense for a smaller organization in terms of where we want to roll to today or transition today. It really matches where we want to head towards in terms of the lines of accountability across 9 business functions. There will be some potential slight adjustments, but really for the time being over the next 12 months, this is really the focus effort in terms of our organizational alignment. Let me go back. Okay. With that, I'll stand for any questions related to the organizational realignment.
I have a question about timing. Go ahead. Okay, thank you. With this realignment, what's the anticipated or hoped for timing? I know some of that will depend on what the Supreme Court does for us in the next 90 days, but setting that unknown aside, have you started talking, for example, with the county CEO about these new positions and pulling together the information you need, or what's your goal here?
Yes, so a few things. There will be no new positions added. So the AEO for business services and the AEO over member operations group, that process is redefining their job classification and job titles. So that's a process that will go through the CEO and class comp. So that'll take a little longer to work through as we do with other classification reviews. The chief technology officer, that will be effective July 1st, the new performance reporting period. And then the chief communications officer will be effective July 1st as well, just to start cleanly the new performance year. So that position will report to right now, the AEO Business Services, and then the CTO will report to me July 1st. And then in terms of, again, the DCEO being paused, I think over the next 12 months, it will help us inform how things take shape. But appreciate the question.
I am a huge proponent of cutting out layers where we can, so I fully support you. I also know that you have been the CEO and deputy CEO for over a year together, And I think that's a great amount of time to take a look at how it works and whether it will work. And I fully support your position based on that.
Thank you, Trustee Langton.
Yeah, we talked earlier, and I'm also supportive of this flat line. I think it's an opportunity to upgrade the level of skill and knowledge cross-functionally at that level in the organization. And then at some point when you're comfortable that you have people who can step up in different areas, the new deputy position might become more valuable, because then it'll be time for you to start planning the strategy for taking us to the next decade. And then somebody else can handle the day-to-day. So that's great. That's my perspective. Now, the one question I had that we talked about was how the retiree healthcare director is still, kind of sitting out there ever since I've been here as a director. And there's about 40 people and $1 billion in that line. And there may be, you mentioned this to me, that there may be other functions that you want to align in maybe a new approach or a different administrative oversight role for that position. Can you tell everybody else a little bit more about what your thoughts are there?
Yeah, no, definitely. I appreciate the question. So want to look at this in phases, right? There's a lot to accomplish here, a lot of work to be done. When you look at retiree healthcare, it's, and I've said this when we have our meetings, it's one of the most consequential aspects when someone retires that members don't realize in terms of their healthcare, how they're set up in their retirement years in terms of healthcare. And it's a $1 billion program. It's extremely important for us organizationally. That role, the role that the retiree healthcare director plays, it's extremely important. As we look at continuing to mature our structure, really seeing, so for instance, other organizations have a chief health officer that oversees kind of their health plan, but really looking at one of those opportunities, but really at this moment, not looking, focusing on some other prioritizations and then reevaluating kind of the structure. So I would say over the next 12 months, I'll have a better idea of what we would be looking towards in terms of that particular role. Similarly, if you look at information security officer, that's another role that's a heightened role for us organizationally. We don't have it classified. Actually, quite a few of our roles from division manager above need some assessment and review, both on compensation, because we don't even compete in some of our roles with our neighbors in San Bernardino or Orange County, believe it or not, but also job title. So I'll be looking at that as well.
So I was going under the assumption, and it sounds like you're confirming it, that this is just step one, and then
Correct.
You're going to be looking at the broader picture, but with the focus of a flatter organization.
Correct.
If I could just, I want to ask the people in the back of the room, since you're the workers around here, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to raise your hand. I'll try and see you and acknowledge you, but I want you to feel like you are a part of this conversation, because all of this impacts you. So it'd be nice to hear your thoughts on some of this. You may have some revelations that we hadn't thought about and might be very helpful in coming to a final conclusion on this. So please don't hesitate to raise your hand if you have questions or comments you want to share with us.
Any brave souls?
I do have question online. This is Trustee Me. If anyone see my hand.
Yeah, we can see it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for presentation, Mr. Lugo. When you hire, this is exactly the idea that I was thinking, without the deputy CEO, you can directly, lead the organization much better without the separation format. So I support that. There's only one note though, from the history of why deputy CEO was created. I believe was because there was a period of time that there mainly CEO turnover. So succession planning become a important thing for the boards, So when Mr. Santo was the hire, I believe he immediately was tasked to do a succession planning for that reason. So I don't necessarily think deputy CEO position is needed for succession planning. I just want to bring it up so that you have a plant a seed in your mind. So that is your view with or without that position. Make sure we do have succession planning and have talents grow in-house, that if anything happen, hope nothing happen, that we have someone can step up. That's the only thing I would say.
Yes, Trustee Me, and one of the pillars we talked about is ensuring that we have a stronger bench. And I think it's important to highlight that the positions that you see there, elevation. So the goal is for the trustees to have a bench, a strong bench to work from. And that's my goal, is to make sure that there's a strong bench across the organization, not with just one individual, but, really a broader scope of individuals. And ultimately, I think that's where, again, when we talk about pausing a DCEO, there's opportunities to look at that for succession planning long-term as well. So the goal is to really ensure that the positions that we've highlighted here all elevate and provide that level of confidence across the organization.
Thank you. Sorry. Just share one more note with my fellow trustee on the board. From what I learned from NACD corporate boards, right? For the board, succession planning is a core, core job for a board. So it's something that we have to keep in mind. So we're blessed with amazing CEO now, but it's just something that is part of our job too. That's all. I give it back to the chair and the room if anyone else have comment.
Thank you.
I do have a follow-up. I'll just say what's on my mind. I do think that you need to have a number 2. And if you want to call that a chief operations officer or a deputy chief, however you want to do it, I appreciate the flatter organization, but I share Trustee Me's thoughts. And so I'm hoping, that's why I asked for clarification. This is not the final. This is an initial step based on where we are right now as an organization, and based on you being elevated in that position officially being vacant. We're not deleting that item. It still exists. It could possibly be repurposed to COO in the future. If we want to go with that, the COO is technically flat within the organization, but is the number 2 in most corporate settings. So if that's the ultimate goal, then I can understand it. But we definitely need somebody that's designated to be your second and to be able to have a broad view of the organization, because if the organization is split into halves or quarters or eighths or whatever that works out to be, then nobody other than you has the broad outlook as far as all of their responsibilities. So take that into consideration as you're moving forward. I support you in looking at the organization afresh, but I do think that we need to have somebody in the number 2 spot eventually.
Appreciate the comments, Trustee Kehoe.
Mr. Moore.
Just want to second to what Mr. Kehoe said on the importance of that position. Once you get this level up to where you want it to be. And one thing that's happening is the reorganization in the county and the increase in the number of county supervisors. And those people are going to want to have some position, with our board also. So it's going to be important to have the CEO be able to be more outwardly focused because the political environment will be different. And that's another reason it's important to make sure you have highly competent people who are flexible at the operations level, and then somebody to oversee that group while you take care of us in Sacramento and the County Board of Supervisors and plan for our survival going forward.
No, comments, well stated. And again, that is certainly a focus effort for me. I understand the internal responsibility, but more importantly, the external responsibility with our various stakeholders. So I think that, fully understand in terms of my bandwidth, but I appreciate the comments. And also, this is an engagement, an ongoing interactive engagement. So as we move through some of these, I'll be back in front of the board talking through the additional changes. Any questions in the back? Trustee Harris teed it up nicely. No? Okay, with that, you always get time back. So you get 10 minutes back. I know we have, Bonnie, do we have a break or do we have next session? Okay, next session, we have Kathy, Chat, and they will be covering AI governance and the future of AI. So I'll pass it over to them. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Louis. Much better. 6 months ago, a conversation about artificial intelligence in this room would have looked completely different. The use cases at that time were narrow, a chatbot here, a summarization tool there, and most of what was being demonstrated really seemed to be like an isolated experiment and nothing that we could responsibly put in front of our members. But that has changed and has changed very fast. In just 6 months, AI has moved from novelty to infrastructure. There are agents that reason across systems. There are models that read, summarize, and draft at genuinely useful levels. Co-pilots are embedded in the tools that our staff use every day. The pace is unlike anything I've ever seen in my career, and it is reshaping what is possible for LACERA. And that's the focus of the next 3 sessions here at the Offsite. We're going to be talking about the excitement of the opportunities of AI and also the anxiety of the risks of AI. So we have 3 short sessions. The first one is going to be talking about AI risks and governance. The second one, then we'll take a quick break. And then the second will be the future of AI. And the third will be a question and answer session, like a fireside chat with industry experts and chat and myself. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our chat, not OpenAI's chat, but our very own Chat-a-Runde.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As you know, everyone's really concerned, excited about AI, but concerned, right? And how do we go about managing AI? And most importantly, what does that governance structure look like? Today, I have a very distinguished speaker. Meredith Jackson. She's a graduate of Princeton University and UC San Francisco Law. She brings about 3 decades of distinguished leadership at the highest level of finance and law. Most recently, she served as the executive vice president and the general counsel at TCW. And this was during a period of 2013 to 2023, which is an immense period for that company where they grew their assets from $100 billion or less than that to above $200 billion of assets under management. Importantly today for our discussion really is Ms. Jackson's executive oversight explicitly encompasses the firm's compliance and cybersecurity. That's what she had. I was working for her at one point. This essentially putting all those governance structures in, she and I were very much instrumental in doing that at TCW. Besides that, she's also served as a board member at various public institutions and private entities. She has had a 30-year dedicated career where she's also been a guest lecturer at the Stanford Law School and the UC Law San Francisco. So importantly for today's discussion, what Ms. Jackson's going to tell us about is what should the board look for in terms of governance, what should be the role and the concerns that the board should be bringing up to management when they are when AI is being discussed or managed. With that, I think I'll go ahead and call Ms. Jackson to speak. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for having me here today. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for that introduction. I'm very glad that Chat survived working with me. It was a very exciting time. Now, is this the one? Thank you. So I'm going to move this forward. I'm going to move it forward. Here we go. Sorry about that. Just to start, I think everyone knows that AI is a tremendously disruptive and exciting tool. It has made changes to almost every corporation in the country. I work now with a number of startups that I'm advising towards IPOs, and in the IPO market, it's pretty well known that if you're not using AI, you're already behind the curve. Of course, the barriers to fully implementing AI are much more complicated in a sophisticated company, sophisticated organization that already has systems and people in place, and it's some of those challenges that the board has to navigate and provide its oversight and guidance for. So how does the board accomplish that in light of this tremendously foundationally changing business method? The people are terrified. Everyone's going to lose their jobs. Everyone's going to have to change the way they do business. There are risks of what happens to your data. How does the board provide that oversight? And I've involved in advising some boards on those kinds of questions. So if there's any way I can be helpful to you, feel free to interrupt with questions, because I would like this to be really helpful to what you need, what you're thinking about, what you're worrying about, you know, what you see as the future. And as Chad said, it's very exciting. It is scary. And we all want to just be thinking about how we can manage that process and make sure that process is working for us and not the other way around. So just generally the agenda, we're going to just briefly touch on the landscape, what the board's role is, some protocols for inquiry, because I think if you have, as a board, if you have a system in place, if you have a regular process of how you are checking in with management, that is the key tool. It's the key tool to ensure that management is following the path that they set forward, or if there need to be changes from that path, why? And what does that mean? And what is a broader context that relates to that? So that's just something that you always, please.
I just wanted to ask a quick question. Is there a simple definition of what AI is?
Oh my goodness.
Because it seems to me that we ought to start with that. And frankly, everybody's heard AI and I don't know what the hell it is. I mean, I think to better understand it, we would be better off to have a workable definition of what artificial intelligence, I'm assuming that's what the acronym stands for, but I'm not sure I have any idea what it really is.
And I think that's an excellent question, and actually a difficult one to answer. There are a lot of different definitions. Most of the AI, when people talk about AI, they're generally referring to large language models that are commonly used. There are a number of different providers, and these are things that aggregate a huge amount of data and allow the user to sort of sift through that data much more quickly than they otherwise could. That's Chad maybe, or Kathy could maybe give me a better technical definition, but that's mostly what people are talking about. So it's a large language model. It's a system that has data, and the data doesn't fall down from the sky. The data has to be aggregated somehow. So always one of the questions when you're talking about AI is, where did that data come from? How accurate is it? And does it have biases? And that may all have to do with how it was collected. So that's not, I wish I had a simple answer. I don't think there is a simple answer. I think you could ask 50 people working this field and get 50, 60 different answers because it's changing very quickly as well. So is that helpful?
And the generative part is also important as that. And it's not just like sifting through data, it's actually using that to then generate answers or create things or go beyond what you have even asked for.
Thank you very much. That's a very good point. And the generative aspect is both one of the most important and frankly one of the most scary, because again, when you're looking at the results that you're getting, you always need a human to be judging those. I'm a lawyer, and people are always saying to me, well, law firms are going to have to hire no new associates because you don't need anyone to do all that scut work anymore. You don't need somebody to do this endless research. And I say, if I was still doing law firm management, you need to hire more associates, and you want them to have some tech understanding as well, because you can't just put the AI in charge and walk away. It's like going to sleep on a self-driving car. It's reckless. Somebody has to be making a judgment. Somebody has to do reasoning. AI, it can assess, it can synthesize, it can pull out data and put together answers. It cannot reason, it cannot exercise judgment. And you always need to have that human being at every step of the process in an AI process, in my opinion. You always need to have that human being that is going to say, first of all, ethically, what is right and what is wrong? And AI is not going to get you there, but it's an incredibly complicated and powerful tool. So again, thank you for the great questions. We're off to a great start. We'll talk a little bit about assessment and risk management tools, AI washing, which is a big SEC concern. And I'm going to pause and talk a little bit more about the SEC as well, based on some conversations I've had with folks there. Insurance, just a key thought always for trustees that if anything goes wrong, you want to make sure your insurance is covering you, is not excluding any kind of AI incident, particularly if you have AI that is acting on its own. You're not at risk here because the AI that Kathy referred to is not doing the highest risk activities. We'll touch on that too, risk scale. It is not doing investment activities where people are getting in trouble, potentially both with regulators and with lawsuits liability. Where they're getting in trouble is where the AI is performing the function. So investment management is going out and making investment decisions. There have been cases where that's happened, and that's not a place where you want to find yourself. So your insurance coverage should be adequate, but that's just something that you need to be diligent about as trustees in any matter, and AI is just kind of the newest twist on that. And then documentation is so important, because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen as far as the SEC and your other regulators and the plaintiffs and the lawsuits are concerned. So we'll just start moving through that. The AI landscape. These are figures that I've drawn from reliable sources, but you could look at different sources and get different numbers. You could see much higher numbers, for example, for the projected global market than the 390 billion that I've shown for 2026. Percentage of companies, 72% and climbing. And of course, that usage may be usage in a lot of different ways, and how companies use AI is very important, both to the business model of the company and the risks that are created by that. Increase in AI regulated regulatory actions. That is increasing. You will see in continued increases. In 2025, the SEC made AI a priority in certain areas. Now AI is a priority across all aspects of SEC examination and enforcement. That said, the cases that have involved AI enforcement to date from the SEC are cases where Again, these were investment managers who were allowing the AI to make, robo investment decisions. And the tremendous risk there is that the human beings, the CIO, does not understand how the AI is arriving at those conclusions. So it's going out, it's doing its generative work, it's coming back with a result. And the human brain is not computing fast enough to understand how the AI got where it got. So you've got a completely unexplainable result. And that is something that the SEC says is unacceptable. So that's not something that's happening at LACERA. That's not a risk that is directly a concern to the trustees at this table or to any of the people in this room from that perspective. However, that is something that we do see in the investment landscape. And that is an example of how AI, if it is not controlled, if you don't have the person exercising the judgment, if the final say isn't a human say, you can get into these situations. There are two major cases, major enforcement actions, huge penalties and fines, Delphia and Global Predictions recently from the SEC, and you're going to see more of those types of cases. So just something always to be mindful of.
Excuse me, may I just follow up on that? Can you then, in order to protect against that, can you say to AI, how did you make that decision? Or what was your thought process? I mean, presumably it can explain that if it can reach that conclusion.
Yes, that's a great question. You can. And there have been cases where when you asked AI, it has hallucinated, as they say, and made up sources and references that don't actually exist. I use AI and I don't trust it at all. So it gets me, if I want to know what the employment law is in Alabama, it can get me all the relevant data points much quicker than I could find them myself and more accurately and a wider scope of things than I could find myself. But I still go through it myself and make sure that I understand how a conclusion was reached, and in many cases reached quite a different conclusion. I have not found, at least again, my field is legal sort of intersecting with technology, but I have not found that I can trust AI. I distrust it and I use it at the same time. So,
Yeah, well, and
but verify.
I'm sorry, that's what I was getting at, that if you were an investment officer and that generated something, you say, well, how did you get that? And then you go back and go through those steps yourself. I mean, you said that got there faster than the human brain could. I'm not talking about just downloading more junk from it, but once you get that information, then walking through it as a person to verify that you agree with the outcome. Is something like that, if you took those steps, does that help in any battle with the SEC? Because you've added the human evaluation to the process?
Very much so. If you can show the SEC that at every step along the way, you have been thoughtful and you've questioned the process and you have kept in mind the best interest of your investors, of your constituents, of the people to whom you owe the fiduciary duty. If you can show that to the SEC, then that is your defense. If you just say, well, it gave me this answer, it was AI, it was perfect, which is kind of what these people who have been handed the large fines and enforcement actions have done, that's not going to be acceptable from a regulatory perspective. Anytime that any person who is working with, who is a steward of funds for other people, is working with any kind of investment decision, that investment decision falls on you, and you can't say my, outside partners made a mistake. You can't say my accountants made a mistake. You can't say my outside compliance service made a mistake, and you can't say AI made a mistake. It's ultimately the buck stops here, and I have to be the one who can justify. Sorry to the CIO, you have to be the one who, you have to be the one who can justify, along with your team and your compliance people and hopefully everyone, all of management working together. But you have to be able to justify how you reach the conclusion that this is in the best interest of your investor, of your constituents, and that's always the fundamental question.
And we have a question from Trustee Durazo offline. You can see her on the screen to your right.
Thank you. I had it up for a while. I wasn't sure if you guys could see it. So yes, that was something I wanted to mention because as Trustee Robbins had mentioned, he wanted like clarification or just more understanding of what AI was because I'm just now getting familiar with it myself. And I found in one personal experience of mine where I did ask a ChatGPT a question, and it was I don't recall what the question was. And the answer was incorrect. And so I thought something so simple and it was actually wrong. So I had to further I had to ask other questions in order to get an accurate answer. So that's a big concern. And you make a very good point that people will probably not lose their jobs because there needs to be the final say from a human being. So I just wanted to share that.
No, thank you very much. It's an excellent point. And there are mistakes. My tech friends tell me you will see fewer and fewer mistakes as the systems get refined. But to get to the idea of no mistakes is not credible to me. I have a good friend. He's a partner at a very well-known law firm. He left another very well law firm about a year before he queried ChatGPT on this question. And he said, who am I? He just gave him his name. Who am I? What do I do? And they said that the answer came back that he worked at the old law firm because by far the larger number of data points associated with him were for his long career at the old law firm, even though he had moved to a new law firm a year ago and there were data points from that. So it just put the total number of data points, into a scale and said, there's more over here. He's at this law firm. It wasn't able to understand that there had been a transition, that there had been that progress. So it doesn't understand, it doesn't reason. People will argue with me about that, and none of them has convinced me yet. So that's why it is so important. And thank you for that question.
That highlights the importance of a human using the system because somebody who knows AI would then ask it to audit its results to confirm that it's accurate and based on current information. And then it could have identified at that point that the job change or something along that line. So having a human at this point is still needed to use AI properly and understanding how AI works and its faults.
I agree. And I think I'm skeptical that the point will come where you don't have to keep querying. And of course, some of the systems are better for others, and I use different ones for different things. But I still think that having that exercise of judgment is something that the AI is not going to be able to accomplish. And I always think in my mind, it's always a question of a self-driving car, and it can hit either a wall or a baby. The car is going to be damaged less if it hits the baby. What decision is the car going to make unless somebody specifically trains it, what it's supposed to do in that exact circumstance. So to me, it always comes back to that. That's why you always need the human.
I was going to say, it seems like AI is sort of like being human. As much as we trust everybody in the room, and I believe everything you tell me, we should always be a little skeptical because you just never know. It's like you're healthy till you're not.
Yeah.
You're trustworthy till you're not. And so you just always need to be, no matter how advanced this gets, you better keep that little bit of skepticism in the equation because you might get upset otherwise.
Wise words. Yeah. I don't know.
I had a similar comment. We keep just almost unconsciously conferring almost human status to AI as a it and a thing that's telling you something. And that's perplexing to me. And Mr. Robbins, and I were talking early this morning about the same subject. It's really some data that's being analyzed. And because you have these big data centers, it's goo gobs of data that you would never be able to analyze yourself. But that doesn't mean that the analytical tool that you're using, a data analytical tool, is smarter than you and has some kind of intelligence. It's only regurgitating the data that it has. And somebody's writing these algorithms and processes for how they're going to analyze this data once it goes through the program. So we don't know what the outcome of that stuff is going to be because we don't know who the people are who are controlling it and what their objectives are other than to make money.
No, absolutely.
So I view it all as when I go on Claude and ask questions about stuff, I ask 15 questions so I can get all the different perspectives that it's given me. And, then I can edit and do whatever I want to do based on, I couldn't be able to gather up all of that data myself in, 5 minutes. It would take me hours to do all that. So I think we ought to start looking at it differently. This is not some intelligent being that's smarter than us, that's giving us answers. It's just collecting data for us to analyze. It's a tool.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
let's call it a tool and not AI did this for me. Say I got some data and my analysis says based on the data that I have.
It's a good data cruncher, but as a good friend of mine says, garbage in, garbage out. And as the sort of universe of data that it's feeding from grows larger and its ability to navigate that gets better, then you're going to have, fewer mistakes, fewer anomalous results, but still it is a tool and it's only as good as the hands that are guiding it. And again, that's certainly my opinion. Which brings us to oversight structure. I think this is just very important from a board perspective because as trustees, you have the benefit of the business judgment rule, which essentially says that if there is a problem, if something does go wrong, then you are protected so long as you are exercising your oversight in a way that is thoughtful. So you're not hiding your head in the sand, you're asking questions, you're going through a process, you have a discipline process that is diligently following up on the actions that management is taking and the decisions management is making to implement something like AI or for that matter, any other important process. And that you are not, and you're doing that in an ethical way, not self-dealing, not committing fraud. And of course, any of those things would negate the business judgment rule. But in generally speaking, members of a board are protected from liability so long as they're diligent and acting in good faith and keeping in mind the best interests of their stakeholders. And that means that if management makes the decisions, boards should be questioning them on how they came to the decisions, but should not be sort of second guessing those decisions because that's something that can also help you to lose the protection of the business judgment rule if you're seen as acting more like an action taker rather than an oversight responsible person, then in that context, the business judgment rule doesn't apply to you. So it's very important to keep those functions separate. And I'm sure you all know this, but it's just something that I think just bears repeating, and I tend to repeat it when speaking to boards. So your responsibilities then would be, strategic AI governance direction, setting risk tolerance levels, and we'll talk about levels of risk later. As I said, right now, the operations in LACERA are not high-risk operations. If there were to be a change in the philosophy such that you're getting into higher risk models, that would be something that the board would want to take a look at if such a thing were ever to occur at that time. Fiduciary and stakeholder accountability.
I have a question. I know this is an investment. Well, this isn't the BOI meeting, but broader. If our contractors or investment partners do use AI and violate any of these things, what kind of liability do we have on them?
Fantastic question. Yes, you are. Yes, absolutely. Vendor liability is going to be attributed back to the company. You cannot escape liability by saying my vendor did it. So vendor diligence is a huge piece of this. It's an important piece of this. And it's difficult. And I've had a discussion with somebody very high up at the SEC about this because sometimes vendors don't give, it's very hard to extract the information that you really need. It's like pulling teeth to get the information from your vendors that you really need to conduct due diligence on them. And they just sort of said, well, yeah, that's your problem. Figure out, you have to do it. And so It's an imperfect system in that sense, but you do need to diligence your vendors. You need to understand what their AI risk is and how far, upstream that can flow to you. That's very important. Thank you.
Louis, write that down and include that on our compliance, future compliance officer.
It's a check item on the list here that's coming up here too. So regular inquiry of management. So again, at the board meetings, there should be a presentation on AI, what's happening, what's changed, and a chance for all of the trustees to ask questions about that and think about, what makes sense and why does it make sense, again, for your stakeholders. Approving policies as the use of AI matures and as time passes, there's the formal policies, and then there may be needed for changes to the policies because AI is a very fast changing tool. So now that I'll use the correct term, tool. So just being sure that monitoring, staying on top of that, compliance and regulatory oversight. So making sure, again, monitoring that as things change. If you're not hearing that there's any changes, then you need to ask questions about why there aren't any changes, because it's a very fast changing field. And frankly, I would expect changes to be coming down the path. And I'm sure you guys are very, very, very sensitive to that. AI Governance Committee is an important part to have in your structure. This is something that companies are, I think, newly implementing. Not every company has an AI Governance Committee. It does not have to be a separate committee. It could be part of another company committee, but there has to be a group within the company that is specially tasked with, a multifunctional task force, multidisciplinary group that is tasked with answering questions about AI and internal oversight. So at a level below the board, and that would be, risk assessment, escalation, making sure that there are systems in place to monitor, check, to notify if there is a question or an issue, and then vendor due diligence. So that would be the responsibility of that committee or of that group, subcommittee. I use the term committee. It doesn't have to be a formal committee as such, but it has to be a group that has that power and is responsible for things like vendor due diligence to make sure that there is no risk being imported. And even though the company is very careful, somebody else is importing that risk to prevent that. And then, of course, reporting to the board on those findings. And again, those can be formal, informal. Companies are a lot of different stages right now in terms of how that works, but just to have a structural piece internally where this is being monitored. And then, of course, management and operations is the day-to-day work, the implementation, auditing, testing. If there is an incident response, that's something I know Chad has a lot of experience with. And very importantly, employee training, because you can put in place the best policies and procedures in the world. And if your employees aren't familiar with how to implement them, the employees are the lifeblood of the organization. And so their understanding and participation. So to make sure people really feel that they're part of it, know what their role is, that they're an active participant, and that their contributions are really important in this area. So I would always encourage employees to speak up, ask your questions, be actively involved in the training process as well. It's critical. Never be afraid to ask questions. So that's kind of the basic oversight structure. And then how do you do that? So I've talked about what the board has responsibilities for. It's sort of then how do you implement those responsibilities? How do you satisfy those? This is just a 4-part test: set direction. So you define the strategy, the risk levels that you're comfortable with. Part 2 is evaluate. So when management comes to you and say, we've decided to move in this direction or that direction, they give you these reports to ask questions, to be engaged, to be thinking about it. I don't think that's going to be a problem here. I feel there's a lot of engagement and there's a lot of really interest here. So I think that's something that you're all very good at. You're all, and it's obviously an interesting topic. Oversight means monitoring compliance as you're getting these reports. If you're getting assessments, you need to be paying attention to those, following up on those. If something doesn't make sense to you, asking those questions and following up.
Right.
Yes.
There's 15 million questions bouncing around between my ears right now. I don't even know where to start. How do we know to trust AI? Who verifies the veracity of AI? Who is the ultimate regulator of AI? Is it Congress? Is it these tech CEOs out there right now that are basically running this country from a political perspective? And what is a data center? What is an AI data center, and why doesn't any community want one in their goddamn backyard? Because they take up all this electricity and all of this water. I don't understand. Does every community have to have a data center?
Not yet.
I mean, explain that to me, because these are things that bounce every day on the news. Data center. This community says we are not having any data center here because we're going to pay for it. Our electric bills, our water bills are going to go through the roof, and I don't understand the whole concept of data centers.
Now, these are great questions. The first one is, I don't think you can trust AI. I don't think you can necessarily trust the motives of people who are behind it. And even if you trust some of the people that you know are behind it, it can be hacked by people you know you can't trust. So to trust AI, I think, is a mistake. To use AI as a tool to just sift through a lot of data more quickly than you could do it yourself is a great time saver. It's an efficiency creator. It's something that can just really accelerate a business and allow a business to meet its goals much more quickly. But to just trust it, I think, is something that is not well advised. In terms of the data centers, that's so funny, because I always wonder, how can they use so much energy? What are they doing with the energy? And as much as I think about it, it's very hard for me to understand how all that energy goes into using a data center. I mean, when I put a very complicated set of map instructions in my cell phone, I know it uses up the battery very quickly, and it's because I'm just accessing data from different data points, and it just seems to use the energy more quickly when I do a complex function like that, rather than a simple function. So it's sort of like that on a huge community scale, is that it's housing, it's retrieving and housing huge amounts of data, and that takes energy just to go out and find them. And then it is performing its generative function. So it's going through the data and it's querying it. And all of those functions just really eat up more energy than it just seems logical. Like it's like not walking anywhere. It's not doing anything, but it's just eating up a lot of energy. And the data centers themselves have to be the places where all of this data has to be somewhere. It's not in its electronic format, but it has to be housed somewhere. And people don't want data centers because nobody wants any large commercial structures of any kind, I think, in their neighborhood.
But so then we have to have data centers dispersed throughout the country geographically.
Yes.
Because why? Because you have to be you have to live within a certain distance of that data center before you can access the information that data center is generating. I mean, I'm assuming these are just massive banks of computers, right? And we know at LACERA we have computers, and we have to have air conditioning units in there to keep our machinery from getting hot, overheating, and then failing. And they talk like the amount of water which is used in the cooling, I'm assuming, but I'm trying to figure out how do we have to have a data center within every 50 miles or every 100 miles or 500 miles? Or can we have one in the Western United States and the Central and the Southwest? I mean,
I think that's an efficiency.
Data centers is just like
They're proliferating. Yeah, I think it's an efficiency question too. It's like having a cell tower. Its power slows down. Reduces as you go further away from it, or having any kind of you have to spend more energy then to extract the data if it's further away. So it's partly just efficiency. And I don't know if the answer to the question is that you're going to have more and more of them, so there's one everywhere, or that somehow the next evolution or the next generation, somebody figures out a way to somehow have less of them. That's possible. I don't know what the future holds, because that's sort of unimaginable to me in terms of the quick progress of this. But right now they are definitely needing more of them, and nobody wants them because they're not attractive features in your community, basically.
Well, Google's coming up with a next generation solution. I was reading that they're gonna put them in outer space. So how that's gonna work, you think your head's blowing up now, stand by.
And then maybe they got it in space, or maybe somebody finds out a way to
Well, it's cold up there,
compact
so
them. Yeah.
maybe the cooling issues, I don't know, but just even imagine something in outer space that's gonna work, I don't know. So it is mind-boggling.
It's mind-boggling. It totally is. And I try to think about these questions, and I need a personal AI to try to sort through the answer, because these are huge questions. Yeah. But to get something a little bit more mundane, this is something that I think is really, really useful for a board. And this is a sample. This is one that I think similar to what other companies may be using, but it is the types of questions that you should be asking management. Here's a dozen questions. I think that's a reasonable number. But these are really the key issues. The first is auditing AI use cases. How are you determining, you as management, how are you determining which AI uses to go forward with, and the balance is always importance to the business versus risk. So where does this AI tool fit on the importance versus risk scale? Assessing the risks. So we'll talk a little bit more about risk assessment, but is this high risk, low risk, medium risk? And that should be feeding back into the question of whether it gets approved for usage. Reviewing disclosures. This is a regulatory item. This is so important. The SEC has made it clear that what it calls AI washing is going to be one of its key regulatory enforcement and examination priorities. So that means everything that is disclosed about how you are using AI has to match how you are actually using AI. And that's really true about every aspect of your business, but the SEC is laser focused on disclosure as it relates to AI, and that if you say you're doing something, if you say you're using AI a certain way, that you're using it that way. If you say you're not engaging in high AI uses, you're not doing those. There's a case that's still pending in an SEC enforcement, the Nate case, where they created an app that was supposedly creating all these efficiencies, using AI to create all these efficiencies for shopping and identifying, efficiencies of pricing and so forth. And it turns out they weren't using AI at all, that they were using overseas human beings. So their disclosures are completely inaccurate. That's one that's going to be a very, very tricky case. That's not going to go well. So just making sure that disclosure for any company, disclosures have to be accurate. And right now the SEC is very focused on AI related disclosures, how you're using it. Does it match? Does what you say about how you're using it match how you're actually using it? Evaluating vendors. Again, this is just this is like a trapdoor. You can do everything right internally, and you have a vendor who isn't, that can create a host of liabilities. So that's very important. Unfortunately, most companies have had experience with that, bad experience one way or another. Checking privacy requirements. LACERA has a lot of important privacy requirements that, of course, all of us, I'm sure everyone here is very respectful of, but making sure that AI is not in any way interfering with those privacy or weakening in any way any of the privacy, that no protected information is being used in AI in a way that could make it vulnerable. So just making sure that those processes are happening.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're familiar with the, that case that came out of, Lower New York, for attorney. I brought this up at a meeting before, but, the attorney-client privilege, are you familiar with that case that came out of the lower court in New York that, someone used a, web large language model and shared documents from their attorney. And it was argued and determined by the court that that was a breach of that, and therefore it was able to be drawn out in discovery. And then the exact opposite of it occurred in Michigan, a Michigan court where the same question was kind of challenged. And they determined it to just be a tool, no different than using a web-based word processor or whatever. If you have knowledge of that, if you expand on that, and then the next question, as far as privacy and whatnot, the difference between using a web-based, offsite server-based, because we have, if we're going to do processes here at LACERA, we have a lot of personal PII, right? So then having a closed LLM internal, where we run our own servers, and I know we're upgrading and we're talking about getting, but I think we could get the bandwidth and the horsepower to, like a proprietary. So versus like just if you expand on that for governance.
It's a great question. So I think the answer to them in some ways is the same, which is that whether you're talking about whether you have nullified the attorney-client privilege by exposing information. So the attorney-client privilege says that if I speak to my lawyer about a private matter, then then a court, somebody wants to sue me, they can't ask me what I spoke to my lawyer about. But if I go tell a whole bunch of other people what I talked to my lawyer about, then I've nullified that. And so now I have to say what it was I talked to my attorney about. So if I tell my attorney, well, I did this, I did steal the whatever, and the court can't ask me, did you tell your lawyer? But if I tell 3 other people, then they can. And then the question of trusting sensitive information. So in a way, it's the same answer in that in both cases, you have to have in place the procedures that you can rely on. No procedure is 100% safe. As I think people, particularly working in cybersecurity, see there's no attack-free system. It just doesn't exist. But you have to follow best practices, try to put the procedures in place. So if you're talking about attorney-client privilege, are you exposing that conversation to something that is relatively open, or have you taken the steps to ensure that you're exposing it in a situation where other people can't ask it? And it's really the same thing with privacy information. You have to follow best practices in terms of ensuring that you are creating a private and secure, insulated space where that information can be stored, and that you are minimizing and mitigating the risks that are associated with that. Does that answer?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Having a cloud-based AI that breached it. That was the argument. The argument was that you put it out there.
I tend to agree with that, actually.
But the Michigan, ruled differently. It's no different than like using a word processor. But so my question is like, LACERA, because of the sensitivity of the personal information, if we go to a cloud-based AI platform, that is hackable. But if we have a closed system that we build here and work with a developer to have something here, we could have enough horsepower in our processors that probably meet our needs. That's not hackable. Someone would have to, it would be a closed system, not accessible by the web. As far as governance, what are your thoughts?
I'm not the technical expert, but in general, chat. Yeah.
So that's a very good question, and I think we have to take it case by case. There might be some use cases where we do want to develop our own LLM, a private one, But there's also many cases where you can get pigeonholed if you pick a particular model and all the other models are continuing to evolve. So there's a trade-off there. And I'll give you an example. So one use case that we're working on is the DRS AI indexing, that it's a proprietary model that the vendor is using. So that might be a one-off where we do a private model. It's still the question is, will we be hosting it in the cloud or will it be on-prem? Those are questions that we'll answer as we go along, but we are open to both. And we don't have the policy that it's one AI fits all. We are a Microsoft ecosystem, and that does give us a lot of safeguards with our information. It's not added to the learning model. We do have protection. We have a policy that you can't use an outside model. You can't go to ChatGPT or Anthropic Claude and put in member data and ask questions. That's our policy. You need to do it within the structure, the security structure that we have set up. And as we step through each use case, we are going to be, I'm going to steal Chat's words, shifting left. We'll be looking at security first and not as an afterthought. So, but very good question. And a lot of that remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, that, if we're operating at Microsoft, if there's some type of, contractual arrangement that they, provide the servers and the RAM and all that stuff and the, I mean, I know you guys are on that, we're looking at that, but a true closed LLM would be, and if it's that process, that language model to do, but it's just, so we have the support, the updates, right? The growth, but no one can get into it. So
yeah, the other advantage that we have right now with Microsoft is that they aren't tied to one model. They have relationships with Anthropic, which is Claude.
Yeah.
They have OpenAI, which is Chat. They have Llama.
Llama, yeah.
Yeah, a number of them. And so, it is a race right now. We don't know who will come out to be the winner. We don't know what sort of combinations of organizations will appear in the future. So we do need to keep that in mind as we pick our vendors and the models that we use.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, I pulled up some data, as far as token use, like Haiku with Anthropic can read the entire county code in about 45 seconds.
Yeah.
So, but, somewhere between that rocket, right, and, my LLM that I made at home with Llama, right, which is not that fast, right, so by any stretch, somewhere in the middle, we could have something that just really works for us, without the exposure and risk and that security first thing. That would be my vote, I'm glad you guys are thinking about it.
Ms. Langton, you have a question?
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
So I have been, pushing our AI policy for the board to have as an oversight policy. But after seeing this board and hearing this board, meaning the inquiry checklist, and hearing you speak, I am sort of freaking out. I don't know if the other attorneys in the room are too, but how can you possibly monitor thousands of vendors, consultants, contractors, investments with AI changing by the minute? I mean, not by the day, by the minute. And how do you track? Well, we did our due diligence at 2:00 on Friday, but by Monday, not our problem. We did our due diligence on Friday. Do you ask contractors and vendors to give you a daily update? And how crazy would that be? Do you ask for it every 6 months? Do you ask for it every 9 months? I mean, this is kind of I don't even know how the SEC could possibly track all that. I'm sure they could find a way, but Yeah, I guess. Yeah, honestly. And how do you know that your disclosures, how do you know that a company's disclosures, it's fine what they say, and from the outside, it could look like they're doing it. But there's no way that as a board or even as people working at LACERA, we can know, we're not the SEC. We can't know if their disclosures are meeting what they actually say they're supposed to. So this just, I'm ready to like give up all investments, cut all our contracts. I mean, obviously not, but that's the risk averse person in me saying, oh my gosh, this is craziness. This is impossible.
Thank you for that question. It's a very, very thought-provoking question. And I think the answer is it underlies the board's oversight function. So in terms of, for example, vendor diligence, that's a responsibility of the company, of management. That's not a responsibility of the board. The board doesn't need to be interviewing any vendors or anything of that kind. Vendor management has to be conducted in generally understood, generally accepted sort of SEC thought these days. Vendor management is once a year, once a quarter for sort of checklists, once a year for a more in-depth diligence, and let us know if there's a big change or big problem. That's kind of the typical cadence for a material vendor, serious vendor. You have myriad vendors. Most companies have a lot of vendors, but the sort of mission critical vendors, a lot of times you might get a quarterly checklist from them. You might talk to them once a year, and they are on notice that if they have a problem, if they have a big change, anything that's anything significant, they're supposed to let the company know. If those things rise to the level that they are material to the business of LACERA, at that point is when management would let the board know that there is something outside of the regular meeting schedule. Our critical vendor has had this major breach incident, and at that point, that would be a notification. That would be an escalation. But within management, you're going to see there's going to be, and we'll talk a little bit about breach and incident, but there's going to be an escalation. There's going to be a process. Everybody's going to know what their responsibility is when something happens. The person who discovers it tells this person and they tell this person. And at some point, it's either significant or not significant. If it's significant, it goes all the way up. But a lot of these things are just not going to be significant. So you don't have to be worrying about every change that happens, and the SEC doesn't expect it and knows it's impossible. So it's and the same thing with disclosures. It's not the board's responsibility to be like comparing disclosures line by line, but you should be asking management that question. Are you accurately disclosing? When you put out public statements, is there anything, do you have any concerns? Are you doing this? And just even asking the question, just once a quarter, whenever you have a regular meeting, regularly scheduled meeting, just say, here's my 12 questions. Are you doing this? Tell us what you're doing. I mean, that's enough. And it doesn't have to be 12 questions. It could be 6 questions. It's whatever fits LACERA and the organization, whatever is, appropriate for the business. But it should be, I want to scare people a little bit so you take it seriously, but it is possible, it's doable, and you just have to put sort of regular systematic processes around it. And this checklist here, this could be a process. You could take this and just cross some out or put some on and just say, this is our checklist, and we're just going to ask at the next meeting, we'll ask these questions, and we'll go forward from there. It keeps it simple.
Sorry. Yes, you made me feel so much better. Thank you first. We probably will use something like a checklist like this, and they're going to hate us every month when we're questioning it. But I guess then our board,
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's amazing. I guess then our responsibility is to just make sure that we have a robust AI team doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Exactly right.
Okay.
Exactly
great.
right.
Thank you. That made me feel better.
If I may interject, I know we're at break time, but Meredith, maybe if we want to close with a couple of maybe final remarks, and then I want to share a couple of remarks as well. But I want to respect the agenda, and I know we're at break.
Of course. Let me just, anything here we talked about. We talked about policies, we talked about incident response a little bit. These are protocols, these are just steps. We can provide these in the slide, but it's just basically prepare, inquire. We just talked about it, follow up. So that's just the monitoring aspect. So first, you're paying attention to what management is telling you, you're asking them questions, and then you're following up to see, did they do what they said? I just want to spend 1 minute on the slide. High risk, autonomous decisions, client-facing AI and using AI in regulated processes. As I said, you're not seeing any of these, nothing that I am aware of, and of course I don't know everything, but nothing that I'm aware of at LACERA today would fall into this high-risk category. So that's just something that can be that little bit of assurance. Medium risk you may have, low risk I'm sure you have. I don't know all the details of that, but just this is something when you have a high risk area, that's something that you do want to be following up with management on. This is just the NIST. It's just a tool. I'm sure Chad could tell you all about this, but it's just, again, it's a basic tool that management can use to walk them through the process in an orderly and disciplined and systematic way. Preventing AI washing, we did talk about this. Insurance coverage, we talked about this. Incident response, again, not the board's responsibility. Trustees don't have to do incident response, but just ask management, and I think it was one of the bullet points, ask management, do you have steps in place so if there's an incident, people know what they're supposed to do? Regulatory updates, just monitoring for changes in law, that's global, federal, and state can affect the business. And documentation, I cannot stress this enough from the board's perspective. If it's not documented, it didn't happen. And that's why I love checklists. You have the checklist, whatever you decide to put on it, you ask those questions and there's a documentation that you ask those questions and you got the answers. That's evidence to the SEC that the proper policies, procedures, and processes are in place to be compliant. So it's very important. I think we already just went over the key takeaways, so I will yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. Through the chair, just a couple of comments. And again, thank you, Meredith. I appreciate the engagement of the trustees. I know this is a broad, in-depth topic. I think, we referenced some of the SEC and things really under the BOI oversight. And I'm sure there's going to be those that sit on the BOI in September. There'll be a plethora of conversations around AI. Few things from an organizational perspective is, we have internal governance with our Information Security Committee. We will come back to the board with a governance policy. There is a staff policy right now on our public website, and our reference point for AI, it's a tool, it's an enabler. Ultimately, we have the responsibility of authorship. We have the responsibility of the final outcome. So it's, again, we're using it as a tool, as an enabler. Any interaction, as Kathy mentioned, any adoption of AI will be an engaged interaction with the board. So in our monthly OOC meetings, I really strongly encourage everyone to attend those because we have monthly AI updates on what we're doing, the various paths we're taking around our AI strategy. But again, this is emerging, talked about right now. It's kind of a rat race to see who really is there at the end. And I guarantee you 12 months from now when we have this conversation, it's going to be completely different as it relates to the key players and the offerings around AI. But I appreciate the question, and this will be a topic that will continue to evolve in our monthly board meetings. Well, thank you.
May I just throw out one thought that I had before we wrap up? That checklist that you had there of board inquiries, seems to me that is a good template for the staff to use to develop the periodic reports to the board. If we got a report, I don't know if it's every 3 months, every 2, 6, whatever the appropriate time frame is, if those areas were highlighted in the board report with information, then we do have the written record that we had that information, we sought, and it not only would allow us to chat about it or ask questions, but you develop a written record of the information that's been reviewed and presented to the board and reviewed and discussed and acted on. So I had taken a note here to share with Aline after the discussion, but it seems like a good time to mention it in this setting as well.
And that the checklist should be added to our governance policy. I agree with Bobby 100%.
Louis, as a trustee, my biggest question right now is, in what divisions are we going to be using AI at LACERA? Maybe all of them, I don't know, but where are we going to be using AI and to what advantage will we be using it? Just that simple.
Yeah. So right now we're assessing divisions. Right now, let me take that back. We want to first look at the framework, i.e. how are we adopting AI solutions organizationally? So really looking at the framework and what things should we spotlight in terms of security risks, organizationally, how we go about our implementation. With that said, every division manager is charged because they have varied disciplines on how is AI evolving in the particular work that they engage in. So there is an opportunity that we want to assess all divisions and to see where does AI make the most sense from a value add efficiency perspective. So we've highlighted a couple of those monthly. So DRS is going to have a tool. There's a couple of other divisions, but right now we don't have the full scope of that. Trustee Les. So we don't have a full scope of how each division will be impacted. So we will be providing that on our monthly engagement, but it's going to impact us, and it's just a matter of how we go about our diligence and our adoption of those tools. And again, ultimately, we have the responsibility, and then again, the risk level of those interactions are going to be key in our conversations with all of you. And we will have a fireside chat. So these are all prime questions for the folks that'll be sitting in that panel. Through the chair, can we come back at 11:05? Is that okay? Thank you.
So we're on break till 11:05. Thank you. If we could come back together, it's time to reconvene.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Again, if we could come back together, we're going to reconvene.
You tried. You tried. Yeah, what the oh man, that's aggressive. Yeah. The clamp is less aggressive than the gunshot, but similar in the meat. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, yeah, there you go. Yeah, it makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Little desktop. We need to have a last warning shots after your decision. Sometimes things work.
Let's go ahead. We are reconvening.
Okay,
They'll settle down as we continue. Thank you.
great, wonderful. So we're going to move on with our artificial intelligence presentations. And I just wanted to take a quick moment and talk a little bit about artificial intelligence before I turn it over to the experts. So there have been a few questions about what is AI? How are we using it? So just really quickly to frame our discussions today, most of what we're talking about is generative AI and agentic AI. So artificial intelligence has been around for many, many years, but it became mainstream when generative AI became a reality. And so what that means is the tools that we're using can generate content for us. Using data, using prompts, it can generate an email, it can generate an essay, a PowerPoint presentation, things like that. Once those tools became available to all of us through ChatGPT, that's when we started all of these conversations. Agentic AI is what is the theme this year. And the difference between the two is agentic AI takes action automatically. So again, it's another layer. So right now we use generative AI at LACERA in every division under the umbrella of our Microsoft ecosystem. We do have the ability to use agents, but none of them are working automatically yet. There's still a human that's asking the agent to do something, but this is, this is constantly changing. So having said that, I would like to introduce our next two speakers, and you can ask them all of your questions. So the first speaker is Mike Schmuckney, and he's a senior director with Microsoft. His specialty is Azure Technical Engineering, and he has over 2 decades working in enterprise applications in artificial intelligence, specifically with state and local government. And our second speaker is Jeremy Matherin, and he is a director with Microsoft, and his specialty is technology strategy, and he does specialize in the rollout of Copilot Studio, and also state, local government, and higher education. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Mike.
Thanks, Kathy. Thanks, everybody. Jeremy and I are very honored to be here today to give you some good future of AI and from a vendor agnostic perspective. So while we represent Microsoft and our paychecks come from there, this is more of a technology discussion. And it's something that we have probably on an everyday basis lately. So Thank you again for the time. We're going to move quickly, but please feel free to interrupt with questions as you see fit. There's also the fireside chat coming as well, so we can get deeper if we need to. So Kathy mentioned earlier, 6 months ago, AI, was a tool that most boards heard about. Every member of the staff, it sounds like, based on the dialogue, has interacted with it in the last probably more than 6 months. It's probably about 2 years now since the Chat GPT OpenAI revolution kind of came about. So the principles are, oops, I forgot to click my screen here. Sorry about that. So we're going to talk a little bit about AI's revolution, the things to understand, some industry principles. Meredith did a great job talking about risks and governance, so I'm not going to talk a lot about that. I'll just give some high-level bridge information there. And then we'll talk a little bit about the board's role and where LACERA can benefit. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy to kick it off with a couple of personal stories.
Appreciate that, Mike. In preparation for our conversation here today, Mike and I thought it'd be a useful sort of change of pace to anchor on sort of the why behind why we're having these conversations and the transformative potential of things like artificial intelligence and generative AI. Thank you again for that warm introduction. I got to say, I'm still beaming. My little brother graduated from Pomona College yesterday, so shout out to him. And everyone else celebrating. And the Dodgers had a nice win last night, so I'm feeling great. When I originally created this slide, I did not think it would be a potentially diffusive conversation, but I think it's useful, and I get emotional talking about it because for me, AI, right, as Mike introduced, I try to check my biases at the door, but there was an inflection point recently where artificial intelligence changed from being somewhat of a tool, asking AI a question and getting an answer back, to really a lifeline. I grew up in Miami, Florida. My mother is the sweetest person that most people ever have the honor of meeting. She spent 25 years as a public educator. She started as an English as a second language teacher to Haitian immigrants in South Florida. And because that wasn't hard enough, she transitioned to become a special education teacher to similar audiences. And she was the rock for me and my family in our formative years growing up, navigating some really hard times. And so recently, when she started her retirement planning process, I thought, awesome, what a cool opportunity for me to be the rock for her. I got a master's degree in business administration from an Ivy League recently, so I thought, all right, cool, I will be more than capable of helping her. But as I leaned in, I was very quickly humbled. For her, as you described earlier, there was simply a website that an individual would be able to log into and get basic information. And throughout the entire process of trying to help her plan her retirement, the amount of information required to start making decisions was, again, extremely humbling. It wasn't just state, federal, local applications. It was the financial components, right? Scenario planning, doing Monte Carlo analyses, trying to communicate present value versus future value of money. Should she take lump sums or monthly annuities? Now, me being the dutiful son that I am, I worked with her. I created all of the information that was needed to make informed decisions, provided inputs to state-run and local websites, jurisdictions, provided instructions around the end user. My mother is not the most technical or financially fluent person, but she spent 30 years serving her constituencies. And so I wanted to make sure that she had a retirement that she could be proud of. Now, the result, I can't say it was a magic wand, but it helped. It allowed for her to understand what are the implications of the decisions that she's making. What are the ways in which she can maximize the value of her retirement portfolio? And so we wanted to start with this anecdote because the reality is, with artificial intelligence and novel forms of generative AI, that process, that experience doesn't need to be that hard. right? And certainly it sounds like Miami-Dade County could learn some things from LACERA in terms of what you're already offering and how you're already innovating. But leveraging whether it's low code, no code, agentic solutions where individuals can just ask what they want from technology using their own natural language, or using the powerful cloud infrastructure that Mike's going to introduce a little bit momentarily, we can now faster than ever innovate. And so hopefully throughout the course of the next few minutes, we'll be able to give you the confidence to know that this technology can be transformative with the right governance and structure. It can elevate from just a single tool, but perhaps a series of tools that can be in conglomeration transformative. So with that, I'll pass it back to Mike to dive deeper.
Thanks, Jeremy. So there was a lot of discussion this morning about AI being a tool, and today it is still a tool. You put information in, it's almost like a search engine for the internet on steroids, right? That's what a lot of people use it for, to surface information quicker. It's slowly transforming into what we're calling a layer. Kathy just mentioned it. In preparation for this discussion today, I reviewed some of the trustee committee meetings. In the most recent one, there's a trustee who talked about her Dodger season ticket email and how it was very generic, very cold. That is what the layer is going to solve for, because the tool that the Dodgers obviously are using doesn't understand you as a season ticket holder. That's what the layers will do. So the agents that Kathy talks about is that layer of understanding you are a longtime season ticket holder. You probably require a little more than just a cold auto-generated email. The same goes for retirement planning, as Jeremy talked about. The same goes for people asking questions. It should not be something that is just that cold, one size fits all. It needs to understand who you are, what you bring to the table. So the layers are already embedded into apps that people are using today. You just might not realize it. So a lot of the things that you search on the internet, there are AI systems on the back end that are monitoring and gathering your data, what you're searching. What this really comes down to is a conversation about the data. It's not traditional software. AI is really less deterministic and more focused on sourcing information from the data set that you have given it. So the disparate data sets that I'm a recovering government employee myself. I spent a good 10 years in state government in Ohio, and that's where I'm from. Also a longtime Cleveland Browns season ticket holder. But it is moving now into this AI system that is not focused on just the software layer. It's focused on retraining your data. So the LLMs that we've talked about, large language models, also talk a little bit about small language models. Those aren't really going to be quote unquote patched in the traditional sense, where if there's an issue, you don't change the code of the LLM. You focus on what the data set is that was provided to the LLM. Somebody mentioned earlier, garbage in, garbage out. That's what it really is. The data that is incorrect will likely surface the wrong information in the future. That's not to say that there's not, and Jeremy and I would say the same thing. We are still working, this is very early stages of AI from a layer perspective, in that there are still hallucinations out there. So that's where prompting AI with very specific guardrails, do not hallucinate, do not make, like pointing it at the right data. That's where it gets really, really, really important. So there's not going to be a single AI model in the future that serves one particular set of use cases. It's going to be an AI model talking to other AI models based on the use case that you're trying to get to. So as a great example, Jeremy talked about all the different disparate systems that his mom had to take into consideration when planning for her retirement. One of those may be an AI model that's focused directly on that specific set of data. There may be another AI model that is focused on a different set of data. The magic becomes when those AI models behind the scenes are talking and providing information for review. The human in the loop in all of this is absolutely critical. We cannot take humans out of the loop. And I cannot stress that enough. So one of the things that inevitably comes up in this conversation is, how much does this cost? What's the actual cost of this? So the cost is moving from a user leveraging AI to a token-based model. The industry is completely shifting in that direction. So what is a token? It's a small chunk of text that is just roughly a part of a word. And when you ask it, you get an answer back. That's how you're paying for the usage in a token-based model as opposed to the user. So as there are more efficient models that can process tokens much quicker than other models, right? So that's where aligning the model to the use case, and this is why governance and oversight is extremely, extremely important, because you do not want to have a runaway model that is going to produce too much information that you don't need, right? Sometimes you just want it to be as efficient as possible. And that's the entire goal here. Oops, I think I hit the laser, sorry. So you just heard from Meredith about, the deep governance and risk. Just briefly, AI can be confidently wrong in a lot of instances. Bias and fairness, the models do reflect their training data. I cannot stress that enough. The data that it's trained on is so vitally important. Kathy, I know you mentioned that you guys are a Microsoft shop. The data doesn't need to be in the Microsoft ecosystem for the models to train it. It can be agnostic across storage. It could be agnostic across your email tenants, your SharePoints, wherever you have that data kind of stored. There will be new attack surfaces, right? Those are things that I'm sure, Chet, you're very well aware of from an ISO perspective. New attack surfaces that need to be managed and the risk mitigated. That will require a new workforce training methodology. So you have to train your staff in order to ensure both the technologists on the operations aspect, but on the end user side. And then even sometimes maybe on the constituent side. And then accountability. When AI is in the loop, you still need to have a human there to review it. There was a talk a little bit about accountability and liability earlier and during Meredith's presentation. Definitely using AI does not, quote unquote, pass the buck to the vendor, to whomever is pushing the LLM out there. So 3 principles to ask every vendor about. Use this as a checklist for every AI conversation, both internally and externally with vendors like ourselves. First is enterprise grade security, encryption, identity audit, resiliency, clarity on whether your data flows back into the training models for training the models is vitally important. These aren't new questions. They're standard questions for governing any data-based system. Second is model flexibility. Today's leading models are rarely going to be tomorrow's leading models. It's changing so rapidly. Our approach to models is different, but there are thousands. I think the last I checked, there's about 4,000 large language models available for people to consume data from. So they're changing rapidly. They're becoming very outdated. The key is really to navigate the next 5 years on where the architecture of the model will allow you to be most efficient with the information you're trying to source for the constituents. So third, governance, policy cannot live in just a binder. I know there was a discussion, a question around we need an AI and governance policy. It can't just live in a binder. It has to live in the platform as well. Who can use which model, which data, which purpose, how it's logged. Those rules need to be enforced by the system as well as the people writing the policies. So if a vendor can't crisply answer all three of these things, that in and of itself is likely the answer. So where can a system like LACERA benefit? Here's the 6 areas kind of that I see at a very high level. I know there are projects underway right now, but member service, knowledge retention, back office productivity, investment research support, fraud and anomaly detection is also very important. Legacy modernization, getting off of the old systems, probably in the data centers, modernizing into new systems in your data centers or in any cloud vendor. This is when the framing of this entire thing is really at the bottom of this slide here. Well-equipped AI, when done right, it does return time, it gives back capacity, and it reframes that institutional knowledge to the people serving the members. So I thought I'd do a quick deeper look on some of the high-level industry topics that I see across. So member service, picture a member calling at 8 at night with a question about a recent statement. A well-designed AI can give the right answer in plain language, in a member's preferred language, and escalate to a human when it should. That allows the staff to then refocus their time genuinely on what is required to make those judgment calls as a human. Human judgment still does not leave. Again, going back to human in the loop. So I'm assuming LACERA has decades of policy memos, board minutes, plan amendments, opinion letters. Today, knowing where that particular precedent lives often depends on which staff member happens to remember it. When I worked in government, that's how it was. The legacy tenured employees had all of the institutional knowledge. With AI on top, the precedent becomes searchable really in plain English. And it does draft outline, it does allow you to have still maintain that meaningful resilience of those senior staff members, because they still have to feed that institutional knowledge into these AI systems. Now, from a back office productivity standpoint, Kathy mentioned earlier, that's really just drafting routine correspondence, summarizing, member files, preparing case packets for review. It's not glamorous, but all of it saves hours and returns what we can do in minutes back to thousands of interactions that you probably have a year, down to a finite amount of time to give back time to focus on really what matters. Now, from a risk in investment and modernization, the 3 areas where the real value and use cases travel well across public funds, investment research support, fraud and anomaly detection and quality checks that I mentioned, and legacy system modernization. On the legacy system modernization, most funds, public funds, have a pension administration platform that has been with you all for decades, and it's sometimes fragmented. AI is a real accelerant to helping that transformation to make it much more efficient for, again, your members. It documents old code, translates between coding languages. It really does help accelerate that modernization. This is probably one of the most underappreciated aspects of artificial intelligence today, is making sure to modernize those systems into something that is both efficient and secure. So where should you start? A simple way to think about where to start is to pick problems with high value, they're repetitive and they're low risk. Meredith talked about the high risk column of governance. I would definitely agree 100% wholeheartedly. There are certain criteria that are high risk, but for the low risk, where the underlying data is already, cleaned, it's governed, that avoids a lot of problems that are rare, they're rare, but they sometimes show up in high stakes situations, and those decisions that are made are sometimes irreversible without human review. So again, going back to the human aspect of this. So before we close, the human framing of this, because if the only story that we tell in our lifetime that AI helped us with efficiency, we're measuring the wrong thing there. Time, for sure. A caseworker who spends 45 minutes preparing packets now spends 10. That's 35 minutes they can spend back with a member, right? Instead of preparing for 45 minutes. The connection aspect of it, as the load shrinks, the human moments grow. If AI can handle all of the paperwork, that is the utopic scenario. That's how we leverage it. That's how I leverage it today in my own personal life. And as Jeremy mentioned in his story, that's basically what his mother and he were using it for. And the potential, what I really love about AI is it has leveled the playing field in terms of expertise. It's more evenly distributed. Everybody's an expert now with AI. My 16-year-old son thinks he knows exactly what dad knows today. So, but what that does is it allows junior staff coming right out of college to write better. It allows the analysts to ask better questions. That institutional knowledge that I talked about, that some of those longtime workers have, it becomes now democratized. Now everybody has the ability to get access to that information very, very quickly. A useful working principle in this is the best technology decisions are not ones a member would even thank you for, even if they never know you made them. So what's your role in this oversight? The most important framing of all, and specifically for you as a board, is not to become AI experts, right? It's oversight through communication, asking the right questions. What model are we using? What data are we putting it on? For what purpose? Who reviews it? Where is it wrong? What is our usage trends? You don't need to be technical. You don't need to hold all of the AI technology certifications to answer those questions. The job isn't to write that guidance. It's to confirm the organization is tackling it and adjusting in kind. I would say, making sure to hold, third, hold the bar without slowing the work. There's a lot of pilot small, govern the data, keep humans in the consequential loops, be transparent, and the opacity without transparency really erodes the entire AI landscape. So with that, I just want to say thank you. I can go very much deeper into any questions. I'm surprised I haven't had any already. Don't be afraid of me. I try to keep it as high level as possible, but thank you for the time today, and I open it to any questions.
JP, I have a question. You referenced in one of the very first examples, the 8 p.m. telephone call.
Yeah.
Where someone had a question, et cetera. And presumably the matter was resolved and the caller got the information and everything was great. Would that, in a normal system or the system that you had in mind when you developed that example, is that documented somewhere in that person's file?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then was there a report that comes back to staff that this person called? Is that generated automatically, or is that just there in case the person follows up the following week and someone can pull up their file and see it? I'm trying to figure out how our staff would stay abreast of the questions and concerns that people are raising.
Both. So so that's where the layer conversation comes in. So much like the topic of should we host this in a public cloud versus our own private cloud on site, that AI layer can actually live anywhere. So if there's sensitive data, if there are things like those call summaries that you only want internal staff to be able to view, query against, ask questions, surface knowledge, the AI layer even gets more intense when you're not actually doing the querying yourself. The questions coming in real time are then answered real time on the screen by the AI layer that's assisting that person handling that phone call based on the people calling in.
But at 8 p.m. at night, there wouldn't be anybody there answering the phone. And that's what I was getting at. So Monday morning, this was Friday night at 8 p.m. Monday morning, staff comes in and something pops up on somebody's computer or somebody's system advising of things that happened since the close of business the previous business day, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then just the other comment I had, you have a 16-year-old son that uses AI to think he knows as much as dad. I would just tell you that I raised two daughters in what my granddaughters now refer to as the 1000s.
Oh, yeah.
And when they were 16 years old, they knew as much as I did too, and they didn't even have access to the internet back then. So
thank you for that.
it's a human evolution. It's not AI based.
Yeah, that's what they say. Hire a teenager while they still know everything.
Well, right. And to echo that, I have a 22-year-old niece who asked me the other day, Uncle Mike, what was it like in the late 1900s before you had computers at work? And I was like, whoa. Late 1900s. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, well, the 1000 sounds even worse.
Yeah, that sounds even worse. Let's move these up.
I have a question. I appreciate the presentation. I've been messing with don't get jealous, but I've been with Claude since Claude 2. So but I've had every ideation of it so far, and it's definitely a tool. And that hallucination and that glossing glazing is legit, right? But I'm sure you're familiar with the 20 hours of therapy, psychotherapy that Anthropic put through.
Mm-hmm.
So the things that came out of that were, sentience versus sapience, right? So, it had like performance anxiety, right? Like it's very similar, which, and they found it's very honest about its responses, but it would, under extreme pressure, task pressure, it would sometimes cheat, or I think that's where the hallucinations come from. It wants to please you, right? It has an urge to please. You're familiar with the report. I was going to say this for everybody, but so I agree that every conference I've been to, it's been a hot button topic. I've attended it just darn near every presentation on AI, CII, everywhere talking about it. But So as it becomes, I mean, it's a computer, it's not going to be sentient, right? But it has, emotion type behaviors that are, doing this. So I agree with the human input, but how, as it starts, that sapience becomes stronger and it becomes more, I'm trying to, you will always have that, holy shnikey. I think that's what I'm saying. What I'm getting at is, do you ever see it not like realizing that it's hallucinating and getting away from that because it's already so gnarly right now and it has this performance anxiety. It seems like it will be in perpetuity, always wanting to please, and so anyway, if you could expand on that.
Yeah. So there are two concepts there in the industry. One is this. So we talked a little bit. Somebody mentioned prompting, right? Like there's prompting that needs to happen with any generative AI tool, like an Anthropic, like Claude, like OpenAI, ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, whatever it might be. There's prompting, and that prompting really does the prompts and the structure of a prompt is important. But then there's two other concepts that are hot in the industry right now: pre-prompting and then skills. So both of those address that. So just as a funny example about it, internally we have tools that it's pre-prompted. Like, do I want it to sound like Jarvis from Iron Man, right? And be straight and to the point. Do I want it to sound like, what's the thing from Interstellar, the little robot that runs around in that movie Interstellar? Like, do I want it to sound like that thing? Or do I want it to sound like, I prefer very blunt, straight and to the point, don't make anything up, let's get right to it kind of answers. I pre-prompt all of my prompts with that. And I put that as a layer across all my prompts. So it knows whatever I ask it to return in the way that I like it. Don't make anything up. Use these sources. That's the key. And then the skills are the back part of that. That's where I want the skill to be match the use case. So as an example, probably, is Meredith still in the room? No, probably shouldn't do this, but there she is. I wanted to check my accountant this year, make sure he did my taxes right. So I took the numbers and put a skill in and said, you are the world's best accountant. Make sure to do my taxes the right way, right? And it came back very close. The guy earned his money. So the pre-prompting and skills are extremely important in the future of the generative AI piece of the tooling.
So I'm getting that, because I do that too. I mean, I used to have to write my own skills or prompts, or or say you're the world's best writer, and now I just tell it, hey, I tell it what I want. I need this. Write yourself a skill or a prompt with this, and then I refine that, and then throw that in there. Yeah, do not hallucinate. Check your sources. But even so, with some things like county code or something like that, it'll misquote. And I've given it the county code, it has it as an artifact. And I mean, I have to tell it, like, don't read in blocks, read every word of you know what I mean? But it still produces 6.20.070 F when there's no such thing. It'll quote the proper thing, but it gets the code wrong, even despite that. So I guess to answer my question, you answer my question. It'll always do that. If it's continuing that pathway, it's always going to have that direction.
Yeah,
right, is what you're saying.
Yeah, there's always going to be, I personally, and this is just Mike's opinion, I don't foresee an AI future that is going to get everything right, no matter what the model is. There's always going to be, just like humans, there's always going to be some level of incorrect, not even an opinion, more of like an incorrect citation, incorrect, and then why it makes things up is something that the greatest AI researchers across all of these firms are really trying to solve for right now. I don't foresee that ever being something that is is solved 100%. There's always that's why the conversation about human in the loop is so critical to this, is there still needs to be somebody who checks that information. In fact, a different regulation, I was just speaking with the Department of Justice and FBI. I lead our compliance efforts for Microsoft. And I had a great dialogue with the FBI on this around leveraging generative AI for policy interpretation that the FBI puts forth, and how it can't get it wrong, right? It can't make it up. So therefore, should we use it for policy interpretation for what the FBI puts out? Likely not, until we have some new guardrails that we haven't even discovered yet with this technology. I want to stress, it's still extremely early. While we talk about artificial intelligence, like a computer mimicking human decision making, but doing it faster, is effectively what artificial intelligence is. To what Kathy talked about, how it evolved into now generating content, notes, summaries, and all those things for us now. We don't know what the next iteration is. What we do know, though, is that it's becoming that, like I mentioned, that additional layer as an assistant to help in normal everyday processes. You still need to check it for sure.
One of the things that came out of the super investor was the data of like increased production, right? And the human capital question issue, like akin to the automotive industry with the robots, and it took people's jobs, but then it created jobs for people to have to repair them, right? And so, there's something like 80% increase in production, but it was strictly like automated things like manufacturing, sewing, putting the widget into the thingamajig, that kind of stuff. It wasn't accelerating more complex processes. It's mostly for automation. If it could save 10 seconds on the robot arm moving through ergonomic or whatever, it seemed to be the consensus that it hasn't quite caught up with some of the other things. And the legal side of it, I know they have proprietary law things, but it's still mostly, it doesn't take the place of a judgment, right? So, but finding the appropriate court case, it spits it right out, which is cool. So, yeah, it's really amazing stuff. So I think that's it. As part of policy, right? I guess what I'm getting at, what I'm gathering here, is that part of our policy should be that education piece for. It's so crucial for the end user or the employee, right? To make sure that they're vetting the data and everything through confirmation. And so that should be part of the policy, that is educating staff to properly, whether it's an internal or external. So
The trust but verify approach.
yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, the other question I had for you, sorry, I don't mean to filibuster here. Like having an air-gapped infrastructure versus, I was talking about it earlier. The cost, I just did a little AI crunching of numbers. But, hiring and having a contract with somebody, it could be in excess of $1 million, right? But we don't have to do that. But then if you go with an air gap system, there's that first upfront cost, right? With those 80 gig, you get for a company our size, it recommended 8 of the NVIDIA 80 gig GPU. Yes, sir. Thank you. And then, that cost, but then there's the cooling cost and everything. And then so there was a significant difference though, after the, where are my numbers? Sean, do you remember? I showed Sean. It's like 1.2 million if you contract with somebody, but then the I forget what it is. It was like an upfront, cost. Your capex initially was like about $500,000, and then to keep everything cool and running and update the stuff, it was about $500 something thousand, and then to keep it running year 2 plus was about $300,000. So the question is what is the recommendation on that?
Here's what I would say for that. One of the things is this, right? You have to consider that you have to continuously upgrade as well. If you're thinking of currently we are in Azure. So because we are in Azure, we can kind of get that resource from Azure. So it shouldn't be a problem. One of the big things that going to the cloud, what we get out of the cloud is you don't have to go through this upgrade cycle. Azure also has this concept called reserved instances, where you can reserve those kind of resources for yourself. So again, you have to weigh the costs. The other thing is, I don't know if you followed recently with Micron and other companies, the hardware companies, hardware prices are going through the roof. So whatever the estimate that you're having right now on a physical box, those things you might have to rewrite every 15 days. What I would suggest is this, like if you wanted to run a local LLM, you can run a local LLM. Lots of companies will, but you can run it on the Azure infrastructure itself, and you can then use that. So those kind of things will be token free. So that means because it's your resources, you're not counting the tokens there. The other LLMs that you'd use cases usually are, say, if I'm dealing with PII, PHI, those kind of models, then yes, I would start using that for that. But there's also another aspect, which is, say, for example, you really have to think about what an AI model is. An AI model, say, for example, if it's a version ChatGPT 4.0, it essentially is a model that's frozen in time at the time that the model was released. So that means the knowledge base that it's got is whatever is behind it. It doesn't have the latest knowledge. It doesn't know your company. What it's very good at is it's very good at drawing inferences. It's an inference model. So whatever data you're going to give, say, for example, LACERA has to build a chat application where we are collecting all the chats that we got from our members. We will collect all of that. We'll refine the data, remove all the PII and any other data that we want to, feed this to this chat engine. It'll create something of a database. Think about it as a knowledge base that it creates. Then when you're trying to send a question to it, it'll take data out of that. It'll pull out the most likely answers for it and then feed it to a model like ChatGPT and give you the answer. So that's the general process. I'm sorry I'm getting a little technical here, but people have to understand that. Like today, if you get on Claude and you say, ask it a question like, what's the latest score at a basketball game? It doesn't know that. It's going to actually have to go out to the web and it will see it. It's saying, I'm going out to the web, looking at all these web resources and giving you the answers. So the model itself doesn't know that. So then it'll take that result and give you the inference for it. So that's something to understand. Another thing is what he talked about as far as giving it a pre-prompt, right? You need to let it know what kind of data it's using, where the guardrails are. Those guardrails need to be defined. Models are very good at doing a back reference as well. And you might find that, say you say, hey, I'm just talking about a theoretical person, and it'll suddenly say, well, Trustee Green. How the hell did it know that, you were talking about yourself? It does do these things. So when you're looking at cybersecurity or you're looking at AI governance, you're looking for these different types of tests that you're trying to do. One point I'd like to bring up is that at LACERA, we are writing a written AI governance program. Part of that written AI governance program is essentially to bring in structure. You've got a policy. Policy is not governance. Because if you look at policy, right, it states the do's, do nots, everything else. A governance program essentially tells you, okay, how is this structured inside LACERA? That means the reportability to the board, right? What does that AI governance look like within the management? If a project, an AI project is to be suggested, what are the different steps that it'll go through and which bodies inside AI, inside LACERA, it'll go through, like the ITCC you've heard of, and then goes to the ISC, other kinds of checks and balances. When it comes to data, for example, if you're dealing with data, then how are we using that data? How are we ensuring that there's no bias creeping into the data? How are we protecting against items such as prompt injection? If you haven't heard of prompt injection, it's essentially a way where you can trick some sort of a form, and instead of writing an answer, like if it's asks you for your last name, you actually put in a prompt and you get a result back. Those kind of techniques exist. A lot of hackers are using those kind of techniques. But internally, we need to do those testing. The other thing he brought up was the patching of AI. Patching of AI is not the traditional way that you do it. You got to go back to your data sources. You go back to your data and see, okay, where was that defect? So a very classic case was with Amazon. They had this AI that they built. It started, to select which resumes to pick up and which resumes to call in for an interview. The data that it fed resulted in only male resumes being chosen and leaving out the female resumes. So essentially, they had their data wrong when it came to training that AI model. So they had to step back, remove that whole thing, and then retrain the AI model. So the same thing, we've got to think about these things. And that's why that AI governance program that I was talking about is going to take all these aspects into account. So that the board is much more comfortable at looking at that AI program, looking at the questions that came up earlier, right? And addressing those questions so that the board is much more informed. Sorry.
So that brings up a couple of questions. So we're talking about this on all fronts, right? We have an internal processes for operational processes, right?
Right.
So which has the PII, and then you're talking about a user interface of the member, and that using the chats and stuff. There's companies like AT&T and stuff like that that are hiring playwrights and writers to make it more of a human response. I got hung up the other day on AT&T talking to their AI. I dropped an F-bomb and it told me that it doesn't tolerate that kind of talk.
Yeah.
And then I dropped another F-bomb and said, you're a computer, put me through to somebody I can talk to, which I thought was really weird. But
yeah,
it made me even more mad. Right? But the Azure, so again, that air gap system, so what can you disclose? What is our token cost for the Azure right now?
Right now, I think the best person let me just address that in another way. Just like you have the AI governance program, inside the AI governance program is also the aspect of token cost optimization. Currently, what we will be looking at is, like, say, for example, if a question's already answered, why would you ask AI the same question again? Right?
But
you would put that as your pre-prompt, pre-instruction, so you're not incurring those AI costs. So those kind of optimizations will happen. Plus, do you need the latest and the greatest model to answer your questions?
That's where I'm going with it. So there's going to be some things for like data extraction that don't need that. And I'm sure Microsoft has a product that you could have an air gap system that also included in that is updates, right? The latest ideation of it, but it's still a closed system, right? So you're not, and then, paying a cloud-based thing that has those things updated, because I'm unless I'm wrong, I'm assuming that a cloud-based AI system is more costly than a having something, but then we have to have the dirt to put it on and cool it. But it seems that the cost is lower.
Upfront environmentals, yes, absolutely. Like those upfront capital costs. The other thing I'd ask you to consider when evaluating this is you mentioned Azure. It's a supercomputer. There are multiple, Trustee Robbins asked about why do we have data centers all over the place? Politics aside, the reason is for availability, high availability, resiliency, and disaster recovery. So those are also things that need to be considered when determining cost of where you put your data is effectively what you're.
I mean, there's risk to both of that.
There's risk to both.
But we have to consider operational costs, and I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? There's one side's a little bit sharper than the other, so.
Can I say, I think I think we as a board should be looking at it from a strategic and executive level, saying this is what we want. We want AI to be able to access our members' data, but that have that members' data protected from anything, from any hackers, from being able to be used as part of the AGI models, et cetera, et cetera. And then we let you guys worry about how it's done, right? Yeah. Do we have on-premise? Do we have it on-premise with it being backed up? Do we have it in the cloud? Do we have the data in the cloud and the AI model using the data that's in the cloud? And how much does it cost and how we optimize it? So I think I think it's great conversation for sure, but I think what we should be constantly redirected to and reherded to is looking at this from a strategic standpoint. What are we going to be doing in the next year or 2 years to be able to make it so that our employees can access this information and be able to be more effective in their job, and that the members get that more effective responses. So that's how we should frame our discussion.
Yeah.
It's time. Go ahead.
So if there are any other questions from out there, not got any questions from out there. So if someone is brave enough to stand up, this is the fireside chat. Any questions, please do ask.
But you're going to be sticking around through the lunch hour, right? No one's running away?
Yes. Yeah.
Very good. So if this question pops into your head while you're holding your plate of food, you can seek these people out while they're putting something in their mouth and ask them a question, and hopefully they'll respond in an appropriate manner. Without joking, that would be excellent, optimum. Louis, do you have anything else you want to bring up?
No, I know we're heading right before lunch, but I do want to just maybe a minute or so with Kathy, our Chief Information Technology Officer, and just kind of from your perspective, how are you seeing our evolution and our interaction with AI? I think it's important for you to kind of have a highlight there.
Sure, thank you. So our approach is the next step really is governance. We need to have that established and in place before we move forward. And then we are looking into getting an AI architect to look at our strategy and our governance, give us a thumbs up or some corrections moving forward. Not a permanent staff member, but a consultant that we would go back to from time to time, and then start tackling our use cases. We have a lot of them. They're lining up, and then prioritizing them. I know that we've talked about an AI committee. I think we would probably align it with an existing committee and make it on an agenda there. And then we would start, similar to the OOC updates, we would bring all of this to you. And so I do encourage anyone who doesn't attend the Operations Oversight Committee to maybe start or look at the recordings, because we do an artificial intelligence update, and it really is like what's happened. And the reason we started, Trustee Langdon asked us to bring an update to the OOC, and I even said at the first OOC, the minute we printed the agenda, it was out of date. So it's moving fast. So every month we'll continue that cadence, and that right now the OOC is the venue where you'll be hearing AI updates. But again, tackling the use cases, I like what Mike suggested with the low risk, high volume. We do have a lot of repetitive tasks that people are using Copilot to do. We can help them with an agent, put it in their workflow where there's still a human in the loop. And then moving on, we do have a high risk case that we're working on with the MOG side of the house, and that is the chatbot for LACERA.gov, MyLACERA, Agent Assist through Genesis. So you'll be hearing more about that, but that really is our first high-risk use case because it's facing the members. And Trustee Fessler brought up a good question about that. So the chatbot that is happening at night, how do we manage that? We would be using some of the same procedures that are already in place for our voice recordings. And I would leave that up to JJ and his team, but I'm sure there's a whole QA that surrounds our member phone calls. We would have a similar QA process with our AI interactions. We constantly have to evaluate what's coming back with that AI. And I'll pause if you want to add something to that, JJ.
There we go. Yeah. So we do have a QA process and we would do that. So first off, I think you asked, are all of the chats recorded? Put part of the member record. And that's yes, all chats will be part of the member record. We do have a QA process where we would go back and look at that. Or well, we don't have it yet because we're not doing it yet, but there would be a QA process. We would go back and look at that. In the beginning, that would be 100% probably QA to take a look and see, what it's doing and whether it's answering it correctly. And as we see over time, and if we train it correctly, we get a little bit more confidence in it. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
But it will be definitely well monitored, well quality controlled, and to make sure that it's performing to where it's expected to perform.
Well, and one of the other thoughts I had was if you send out a notice about a particular deposit or a particular whatever it was, and you get 15 calls over the weekend or 45 calls over the week, then we know something wasn't so good about that notice, and maybe we need to figure out how to reword it in the future or how to add a sentence here or there. So I was looking at it both from the standpoint of the individual and the accuracy of the information that was provided back, but also if people were answering the call and by lunch they had 15 or 20 calls about the same thing, somebody'd say, hey, we got a problem here, Houston. Our letter wasn't any good. And so it sounds like you do that already, and you would just take that same approach and apply it to content that was generated in a different way.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And one of the other things that we're working on with Genesis is we spent about a week putting together different phrases and things like that would be triggers for us to follow up on. And so Genesis, since it will transcribe all the phone calls that happen, it'll be looking for those phrases and that will generate a report. That takes it even a further step. But right now, all my staff, when there's something going on, they report it right away. And then we take a look at what's going on, drill down, and figure out how we're going to respond to it and how we improve in the future. But this will take that's a step further, right? Staff will do that, but I'll find things in this. I expect to find things in this that are so far removed, from a sequence of happening, right? So in other words, it doesn't happen every day, but the system will identify, hey, this happens frequently and you don't see it. Then we'll be able to address, that too. So that's another example of how we would use it. And all of that applies. Anything that we do with voice, anything that we do in person would all apply to, any type of AI generated content either as well.
Thank you, JJ. So in closing, a lot of the information that you saw here today from our experts, you'll be seeing from us in terms of a governance policy, policy is not governance, checklist and risk registers like Mike and Meredith introduced. So thank you for your time. And I definitely want to thank our experts. Meredith, really appreciate your expertise, and hopefully we'll see you again. Mike, Jeremy, thank you for making the trip here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And now I think lunchtime.
We have until 1:10 for lunch. So thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
He said, go ahead and start.
Good thing, but that's.
And it looks like it is the witching hour, so we will go ahead and get started again. Mr. Robbins. There we go. Well, thank you for all coming back from lunch. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch, and we'll go ahead and launch into this afternoon's presentations. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Chair Harris. So my name is Hernan Barrientos. I'm a disability retirement specialist supervisor with Disability Retirement Services. And we've titled our presentation today, Navigation, Not Autopilot. As you know, in general, and even in this morning, there's been a lot of discussion about AI and its potential impacts, not only to staff, but at least within our division as to what that means for our members. The good, the bad, the unknown. And so what we settled as we discussed this topic in AI and what we think about it and where we want to go with it is that we want to be navigators and not autopilot. So AI is going to be our navigation and not autopilot. And there's always going to be a hand in the wheel, a human in the loop at all times. So for the next hour or so, I'm going to be joined by, we have 4 disability retirement specialists in front of you. So all the way to the right is Ms. Belle Dellin. Next is Shay Matsura. Next is Maritza Perez. Next, I have with me David Garibian. And certainly not least, our division manager, Tamara Caldwell. So a little assumptions as we go through this journey with you all today. We do a little bit, we thought about the LACERA universe. So this is a very heliocentric universe where the member is the sun and everything revolves around the member, or the sun in this case. And DRS is just but a planet within this universe. And so the member experience is essentially our North Star. And we're going to be talking about several topics here as we really going along the topic of focusing on the future. First is with AI and technology, our big topic today. Process and application, culture and engagement, human bridges and collaboration, and lastly, just a dream state, a state where perhaps if we had unlimited time and unlimited resources, where do we see ourselves at? So first, we'll go ahead and talk about our current state. And so before we take off on our journey, we'll do a little bit of a pre-flight check and check in with our division manager, Tamara Caldwell, to see where we are now.
Thank you, Hernan. Good afternoon, trustees, LACERA, everybody out there. Before we really get into the future state, I kind of wanted to bring us into our present state, our current state. I want to share a little story about our team because I think production gains we've seen in the last fiscal year are really a story about the investment we've made in our people. So I want to bring you guys back to September of 2025. We onboarded 4 new hires. After completing a month-long training in our core investigation process, this group has produced 48 cases to your board since then. With the volume of cases in front of us, including meaningful numbers of a large number of aging cases, it was critical that we get these new staff in, trained quickly, and touching the caseload almost immediately. And they delivered. Once they started touching cases, they actually got their feet on the ground and they kept going. In addition to the new hires, we also promoted 3 individuals. They're not here today, but I do want to recognize them. They went through a training opportunity internally. They were administrative support staff. We taught them how to process cases, and they were able to promote in September of 2025 as well. This group of individuals, they have actually processed over 77 cases to your board during this fiscal year. And then effective March 1st, we onboarded 1 additional trainee that we trained, and she is promoted and now a full-fledged disability retirement specialist. And we look forward to her production. This group hasn't just added production, they've expanded the division's investigative capacity without losing any of our integrity of our process. We continue to do thorough investigations just like we always have. As we move into the next fiscal year, I'm genuinely encouraged and excited because I expect our team to continue to increase production and to really tackle our aging cases. In fact, I want to point you to something that was a great achievement. Volume challenge. I want to give you more information about in-plane numbers. I want to be candid with the board. Even with the production gains that I've seen, application volume is still a challenge for us. Incoming applications continue to outpace our cases that are going out. As a recent example, we were able to produce 98 cases to your board in a single month. That's a new record for us. But in the same month, we received 100 applications. So it becomes imperative as we talk about AI and some of the other tools that will help us speed up the process. These are the gains that we're looking for, where it will help us look at our cases in a brand new and innovative way so we can actually speed up our process but still maintain the investigative integrity of our process. And so as my team discusses this with you, keep that in mind. That is really what the goal is, to use AI as a tool to help us get cases to you faster. We're also going to continue to streamline the process to reduce the processing time from receipt to adjudication, but never at the expense of the integrity of an investigation. As part of the streamlining process, we also began a test pilot program. I think maybe about 4 months ago, I came to the board and started talking about this idea of adding another fast track process to our process, specifically where we would try to fast track cases directly to you without an independent medical evaluation. So I wanted to give you a brief update on that. We were able to identify 75 cases initially, which we thought would be good candidates. But once we took a deeper dive, we learned that 45 cases were really already too far in our process to be able to push them through. So that meant the cases had already been interviewed and we had already pretty much started prepping the cases to go to a medical advisor. So of the remaining 30, we started taking deeper dives into the records and trying to identify cases that we could send directly to you all without an independent medical evaluation. We trimmed that down to 8. As those remaining cases moved through our process, which was reviewed by myself, legal, we ended up only being able to produce 3 cases so far to your board that fell into this super hyper fast track category. And I want to be transparent about why. Some of the reasons, scroll down here. Some of the reason really has to do with the difference between workers' comp reporting and the disability retirement law. When you look at workers' comp in comparison to disability, it's two different standards. And so some of the things that we're seeing with these cases that we wanted to get to you quicker is that some of the reporting that we were receiving was conclusory reporting. And for us, we have to have substantial medical evidence to be able to get those cases through. And so we were a little bit concerned about relying on reports where a doctor was just kind of coming in and saying, yes, this person is permanent, in some cases without even having access to all the records. And so we're very cautious to not want to just put those through without having an independent medical evaluation. Again, insufficient substantial information on permanent incapacity and causation was also one of the things that we were concerned about. So although this has not necessarily been as successful as we had hoped early on, we believe as we continue to move through our inventory and review other cases, we hope to get more cases to you that would allow us to push them through the pilot program. So I don't call this unsuccessful or a failure. It actually has allowed us to develop better ways to triage our cases, to look at our cases from a different perspective and realize that there are some cases maybe we do not have to do a full-blown development. We still do have to go to an independent medical advisor, but we can actually give you a more concise and succinct report than what we were doing. Currently, what was happening is we were writing all reports, reviewing all reports the same. And what we are learning is that we can look at these cases differently based on the type of cases. So there's some things that we did learn. We also learned that we can triage cases sooner. So I'm excited about where we can take this, but again, it's a slow process, and I think we just need time to continue to develop different streamlining approaches to our cases, different identification approaches to our cases, and then ultimately overlay on that AI. So I just wanted to give you all a brief update. I will be bringing a more comprehensive discussion about this to the board when we get back to the office, but today's meeting, I don't want to take a lot of time talking about these sorts of things because I want my team to be able to present. And, you know, I just wanted to share that as I look down at this group, I have one veteran senior disability retirement specialist and 3 brand new staff members. When I asked who wanted to come to the board offsite, these folks volunteered immediately, no questions asked, and then they put together this presentation. So I'm super proud of the folks that's sitting right to the right of me, and I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to our division. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so our first stop is AI and technology. So my staff and I have had many conversations about AI and how it's going to affect us, what the consequences are, potentially, you know, the good, the bad, the ugly, potentially even being. But really, we wanted to make sure that whatever AI solution, because we do have one currently going on or we're planning on it, making sure that we are careful and we are diligent and we are purposeful with every action that we take and every discussion that we have regarding AI. Because as disability retirement, we do handle a lot of personal health information. So we really want to be in touch with the technology, knowledgeable of the technology, and really get a good plan in place so that we can deploy this technology responsibly. And so I'll put the question to the crew here, because I know we've been having those discussions, and we certainly have been having those discussions with our partners in systems and InfoSec. But my first question to them is, how do we decide where technology helps in this work, and where should it not lead?
Thanks, Hernan, for that question. And going with today's theme, technology really should never lead the framework. While it continues to evolve, human judgment really has remained constant. It's always been us who have decided how, when, or why we use the technologies we used. If you look at how we've approached information historically, it simply has transformed over time. I'm going to age myself back a little bit. I remember back in middle school, whenever the teacher assigned like a book report or assignment, I'd look around the room and I would pray, please don't let anybody choose the same subject as me. Because if they did, that would mean I would have to run literally to the library. I don't know if any of you recall, but you'd have to check out the book first. Back then, access to information was pretty limited. So if that student checked out that book before I got to it, that's it. That would mean I'd have to wait maybe a couple of weeks before I can start writing my research paper. Or if I was fortunate enough, I can get a ride to go to the next library and hopefully that book that I needed was available. We've gone from that experience to now having Google and the internet, where information is instantly accessible from anywhere in the world as long as you have access to a computer. But even with that speed, one thing hasn't really changed. It's always been humans, us, who filter through the informations that come through and still determine which of that are factual and which information is actually credible. Now with artificial intelligence, that process is even faster, more sophisticated, and more advanced. Sometimes the answers might be eerily accurate, but it's still not perfect. As we talked about earlier, the output, for example, is dependent on how the questions are asked. And it still requires human judgment to validate these outputs and then apply that information where it's appropriate, especially in sensitive decision-making like disability determinations. So to answer your question, Hernan, I don't see AI leading per se, but definitely it's going to guide us along the way. It's going to change how we operate. It's going to change the way we conduct our research and definitely change the way we utilize our data today. And as that happens, our skills must evolve. We need to know what prompting means. We need to be able to prompt effectively in order to receive the most accurate information. And we have to know how to validate what we're receiving. And make sure that we're actively staying current with our skills in order to continue to be the ones who lead and ultimately make the final decisions.
That's pretty good. So how do we ensure that these tools remain invisible to the members, but valuable to the staff?
Great question. For us, really, invisible means that the technology is working behind the scenes where it truly adds value. For example, it's helping staff triage cases, flag risk, and organize information so that we, the staff, can focus on things like evaluating cases, decision-making, and guiding our members. Because that work is happening in the background with AI tools assisting it, the member theoretically doesn't have to navigate the complexities of our workflows. I know someone mentioned earlier about helping their parent retire, right? They're not navigating those workflows, our rules, and our regulations themselves. Instead, they're simply experiencing a more streamlined and supported process without really ever seeing the technology behind it. So we can call that AI act as our intelligence layer, doing all of the complicated work so the end user is getting the information that they're asking for. We have now experienced that before. I know I run into an issue and I go to the company's website. Instead, I run into a chat bot and I'm asking the chat AI agent, who I think might be a human, I can't tell, but somewhere during that conversation, I end up typing things like help, speak to a human, speak to an agent, and maybe some of you have experienced that before over the phone, and you know it's not a person, so you're saying help, 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 just to bypass that that prompt. So, with that said, that happens when technology is placed too early in the process, or it's placed in situations where it doesn't really make sense. The goal for us is that when the member is interacting with us, whether that be through email or through chat or through the phone or in person, that they're experience is seamless. They're getting clear information of what they're actually asking for, and it feels as human as possible.
So with the invisibility, and let's say we have a solution like this in place, how do we know that these are working as designed?
On the technical side, obviously we have to check the tools and QA and test the functionality. But I also think that's only part of it. For example, if the member or the end user's experience is not as effective as speaking to one of us, I believe that should also be a key indicator to know that, hey, maybe that tool or that deployed process needs refinement. So how do we measure that? We could put in place something like a feedback loop where after every experience of a key action, for example, in our case, when a disability application is completed, a survey prompts them asking, what was the experience? Did you experience any bug, etc. Straight away. So we're getting real-time experience feedback. And there should also be a visible way for end users to report issues and bugs. I know currently if I go on our LACERA website and you click on Contact Us, there are multiple layers of departments and information, and I can see how the end user can probably get confused of which department is applicable to what they're needing assistance with. So in general, I think that continuous testing is really important. We have to continue testing, learning from those things, refining and iterate some more. This is something that should never stop, even after deployment or after the project has closed.
Thank you. And that really shows that, you know, especially with the sensitivity of our work, that human judgment is what guides us and what leads us, and the technology is merely there to assist us as we move the member through the disability retirement process. So, you know, this is an interactive session for us amongst each other, definitely, but it's definitely, you know, we have a question for the trustees, if they're being willing to share. If you can tell us about a time that you experienced a new form of technology. What was that experience like for you, and how did it change? What worked? What didn't? Does anybody have any feedback? I'll give a really quick example that happened to me. I am a late or elder millennial, and so I'm 85, 1985 or 1000s 85, and I did not have a cell phone until I was 24. So this was very late. The Razor had come out. It was all the rage. The first iPhone was about to come out, and I was, no way. Absolutely not. You'd be able to find me wherever I am? Never. I'm out, and I don't want anybody to know where I am. That's fine. I'm okay with this mystery. Lo and behold, now I've gotten married, I have a son, and now if I'm without my phone, if I lose this, I feel cut off from them, right? I've gotten used to having that that cell phone in my pocket and relying on it to go where I am, to find the restaurants that I want. So it took quite a bit of an adjustment, and I had some resistance to it. So, you know, I just want to offer that example myself. So next on our stop is process and application. Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there. I would love to hear your example.
Okay. So I use ChatGPT. I started using it a couple years ago, so that was really new. I initially used it as a glorified Google just to answer things. But what I found out when I was decorating, I know this is going to sound so crazy, my bedroom, is that I really wanted to use these 3 fabrics for pillows that I was in love with all 3, but they didn't go together. And I swear to you, it gave me the most amazing suggestions. The pillows are being made as we speak. It gave me the most amazing suggestions not to mix these 2, put those on the bed, put these on the sofa, match the sofa with the chair. Like, I really can't believe it. And so now I use it for a lot of flower arranging. I don't know, whatever, just decorative stuff. And I will say that Gemini sucked, that it had no like fashion sense or interior design sense, but Chat nailed it. And I don't know if it's because I've been on Chat longer or Chat just has taken more design classes. I don't know. but it's great. It's phenomenal.
Thank you so much. Okay, so essentially that is our philosophy, really having human in the loop, having humans really guide the process and having the technology assist. But now as we move to the next part of our flight plan is really process and application. So this is the actual practice. So, once you accept that technology should assist and not lead, you have to figure out the boundaries of where that assistant begins and where it ends. And so as we think about that and put into perspective, for filing for disability retirement, we have to, like Shay was saying, where does the assistance to the member start? Where does it end? And how does the specialist make an accurate deployment of or use of the AI tool? So for the panel, how is innovation actually driving the member's application experience at DRS right now?
When we hear the word innovation, we often think technology. But innovation is not just about technology, it's also about improving existing workflow that you have now. So at DRS, we're looking at innovation in two ways. One is in technology, and then the other side of that is existing processes. On the technology side, one of the key areas we're focusing on is leveraging AI tools to reduce time-consuming tasks like indexing medical records. As you know, Adnan, and probably many of you in this room, that process is currently very manual heavy. So right now, what we do is we scan through pages of medical records, hundreds and hundreds of them, sometimes thousands of pages, and then we'll extract pages from each file. Then we save them under the proper naming convention, and then we drag and drop them in the appropriate folder within what we call SharePoint. So what I just briefly described is what we would consider a happy path. As you can imagine, this work takes significant time and resources with really limited direct value to the member experience. So our hope is that with the use of assisted AI tools, that it will free up the staff and us to work our expertise where it adds the most value. And as mentioned before, that's in engaging staff and doing the actual analysis of the cases. Aside from leveraging AI, we are also looking for other ways in improving our existing process today. And I'll hand that off to Belle to discuss a little bit more on what that looks like.
We currently use a priority system to categorize the cases, and we're focusing our efforts to help improve efficiency. Right now, we have the P1 ortho cases, and the cases that fit this record review criteria are members that perform arduous floor duties, 50 plus years old, 20 plus years of service, and those who underwent surgery without returning to full duty work. Secondly, I know Tam had spoken a little bit about the pilot program. I'll elaborate further. So it is the P0 pilot fast track program. This pilot continues to evolve as we incorporate feedback from everyone involved. These cases are supported by key records such as agreed medical exams, independent medical exams, or qualified medical evaluation reports that establish permanent incapacity and service connection. These cases also involve a clear and consistent mechanism of injury, uncontradicted evidence of permanent incapacity and service connection, or an applicable presumption, consistent findings amongst reporting physicians, and no material inconsistencies or red flags. To improve efficiency, we developed an abbreviated disability retirement evaluation report that still provides a thorough analysis of permanent incapacity and causation. This streamlined report supports our recommendation to the Board of Retirement and allows us to bypass the LACERA panel physician evaluation phase. Lastly, we have the Disability Retirement Evaluation Report Streamline Project. This will be implemented on July 1st, the beginning of next fiscal year. Investigators will receive a standardized template designed to facilitate the creation of a more concise report. Additionally, this project continues the development of a comprehensive knowledge repository outlining common duties and physical requirements for high-volume county positions, such as those with the fire department, the sheriff's department, DA investigators, and probation. We have future plans to include expanding this resource to encompass additional county jobs.
So you can see that we're not only relying on AI to really carry on the value of innovation, we're also relying on the feedback from our staff, both specialists, investigative staff, and even administrative staff, to really help us move forward. Because, it all starts at the application stage. And so, with the online application, which, I want to just say thank you to Communications for putting out on LACERA.gov. You find a link to the online application video. So we're really excited about that. But, the application is the launch point for the member's journey with DRS. And that's where it begins, and that's where the trajectory is set. And so I wanted to ask the panel, as we talk about the application, DRS has had the online application open to members for quite some time now. So what is working well today?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it is the first contact with DRS these members have, and it's the first structured exposure to our process, and it early on shapes their expectations and their trust. So the application does two jobs. It's our intake tool, and it's the member's first self-education touch point. It's a signal to how clear and navigable and supportive the rest of the journey will feel, and it builds confidence in everything that follows. What's working well today is we've reduced the friction in first contact, and we do this in three ways. One is the less reliance on paper and in-person submissions. Members can apply from home, they don't have to drive to LACERA themselves, and they don't have to wait on the mail. That alone changes how they reach us and how fast. Second is the clear intent on intake. Early on, they signal what they need, and we're no longer guessing what cases are coming in, and they have clear judgment on what is optional and mandatory to fill out during the online application. The third is a stronger foundation for counseling and case tracking. When the application arrives clean, our staff can spend less time chasing documents and focusing more time on the member. That's basically the win we see on both sides.
And so given that, what can we change about the online application, and how can AI help us get there?
Yeah, so obviously the application has been a game changer for us, but it doesn't come without its challenges. We can't convince every member to go paperless, and with that as well, many people who start the application actually end up abandoning it because it ends up being too difficult. So obviously we're providing educational tools up front, as we had mentioned earlier, and thank you for Communications for that. And as it becomes more easier with the user interface, the better it'll be for the member. So that's more of the idea of which we are trying to follow. The more clear we are at the application stage, the sooner the staff can start the real work. And there are 4 places where we also want to develop this idea of AI that can help us out. One is smart intake forms. As the member is filling out the application gets smarter and focuses on what questions they really need to answer instead of presenting every single option to them. Another, not even AI possibility, going along with that smarter intake, is a save and resume function. Currently, if a member doesn't sit and finish out the application in its entirety and exits out, the application is lost. As someone who grew up around computers constantly, I've sneezed and closed the browser before. So not having that feature is something having this feature will definitely help the members. The second is a completeness review. This tool would be more so to have the members send in their application and have the tool itself recognize what's missing and address that in a personalized message to the individual so that they know ahead of time what's needed prior to getting to us, and then we come back to them. Third is the physician statements. That's currently our biggest bottleneck. Right now, if a member finishes an application, they download the physician statement, they send it to the doctor's office. The doctor's office takes 1 to 2 weeks, and then it comes back to us. Either they go through the member or they might send it directly to us. The idea is that we want to connect from us to the doctor's office and back to us. No longer would the member be the middleman, and that'll speed up our process. Also, less responsibility on the member to have to manage that all. Fourth is classification. At the application's completion point, we hope that AI can help us get key information faster and route cases to the right journey by categorizing early on the complexities and the risk level. And this is the difference between a case being expedited and a case that needs a slower, more methodical analysis. There are no warning signs until we start the investigation process, and sometimes our in-tech staff can notice those signs as well. But predictive AI can help identify those cases sooner, and as mentioned, expedite the ones that need to expedite and take longer with the ones that we need to methodically look at. As the application becomes easier to complete and arrive more complete, the conversation that follows improves. Our intake team investigators can spend less time clarifying paperwork and spend time helping the member make more informed decisions. Every minute we spend cleaning up paperwork is a minute spent not on the member.
Yeah, so with intake and receiving an application, it is really vital that we suss out all the potential issues that could cause a delay later on in the process, right then and there, from the very get-go. That way the specialists, once they are in their investigation, are aware of any red flags, any potential pain points that the case may have, so that they can direct their investigation in a very targeted, methodical manner in order, to get the correct records, send it to the doctor, and get hopefully, an outcome quicker and without delay. And so one of the best ways to ensure that is to make sure that we educate the member. And so I wanted to ask the panel, and how can we leverage AI and technology to improve other areas in the process and even make DRS more productive?
Yeah, so obviously we have what Shay mentioned, which was our indexing tool. That's going to comb through the thousands of pages of medicals that we go through. We also have some ideas regarding records gathering, automated collection tools that would grab the doctor's reports quicker. We also have during our investigation phase, tools to help flag medical reports that contradict each other, gaps in treatments, application timelines that don't match medical timelines. It doesn't interpret those gaps, but it points to where the investigators need to look. Bell spoke about our DRER Streamline project based on class 4 arduous jobs. An idea with an AI searchable tool, one that could look through either more complex cases and find the fact patterns from previous cases to help an investigator, or just simple stuff like what is the physical demands of a police officer in St. Demas. Another part we would like to see as well is the continuous review of our process. If AI could look into that, we can anticipate future bottlenecks, provide insight to guide procedural decisions. And as our process evolves, bottlenecks will shift. This tool was meant to help predict cases that are likely to stall at certain points and which migrations work best. Predicting the backlog or capacity modeling tool can already forecast case volume and bottleneck points weeks in advance. This allows resourcing and assignments to be planned proactively rather than retroactively. Obviously, this is the ideas we want for this future as far as the AI tools go, but the possibilities are endless. And even with all these innovations, it's still a human-driven evaluation. Depends on judgment, not speed alone. If it moves too fast, people are QAing the AI, and we've taken humans out of the loop, and we've failed our members. We have to remember AI is not perfect, still needs human oversight. Even with the human eye, without the human eye, we lose due diligence and qualitative judgment our members deserve. So we will deliberate how to best use AI and choosing the version of this work that makes human time more valuable, but not human judgment optional.
Thank you. I do want to circle back to the education, and all this technology is great, but I want to ask the panel, what role does education play before a member even begins the online application, and why does it matter?
Well, for me, coming from a member experience background, I believe education is the foundation of a connected and empowering journey for all of our members. Having the right information from the start helps them move forward with more confidence and less confusion. Right now, we're building a lot more education into our application process, and we're offering more print and digital content than we ever have before for the disability retirement process. As Hernan and David mentioned, we just recently launched a step-by-step video on LACERA.com that guides the member through the entire online application process so that it's a much more simpler and cleaner process for them. But we want to keep expanding those video content so that it continues to help reduce repeated explanations, improves understanding for our members, and it lets them learn at their own pace. It's also give the members and the staff a shared language and foundation, which helps us provide more consistent guidance across all channels. We'd like to add more video library content on topics such as, is disability retirement right for me? What is disability retirement, or how does reciprocity affect disability retirement? Looking ahead, we're also exploring short form content for social media platforms like Facebook, LinkedIn, who knows, maybe we'll even do a little TikTok dance with everybody together, right? And it's all, again, to reach more people in more places and meet them at their learning patterns and their learning preferences. Emerging AI tools may help us develop and identify trending topics that members are engaging with online or engaging with the most, based not on online activity, but maybe even direct interactions with us. When a member calls into the call center or comes and sees us in person, all of those interactions get documented into their account. An AI tool can reference that and perhaps let us understand what information needs to be provided to our members so that we can keep our information relevant and anticipate common questions and provide answers sooner to our members. Let me ask a question to the room. How many of you guys have social media? Show of hands, right? Majority of people have social. I know I'm all over social media, and how many of you seen your feed change anytime you've either clicked like on a picture or watched a reel and it's just your algorithm just showing you something else? Happens all the time, right? That's your algorithm adapting and interpreting when it thinks it's important to you. So now imagine that same approach for helping our members, where they can receive educational content before they even realize they need it. A predictive AI tool could respond to a member across activity touch points, such as, again, interactions on our website, engaging through their member portal, milestones they've reached through their career, or even conversations they've had with our service centers, and then surface relevant sources to them from our content library or prompting them to connect with a subject matter expert at LACERA. Education is more than just an early step in our members' preparedness. It's a true reflection of LACERA's ongoing commitment to clarity, connection, and support.
And we want to make sure that education is not just a brochure, a single video, but rather an experience. And so that way, the better the experience, the more confident the member, we encounter when they come to us seeking advice or assistance. So for the trustees, a little bit of a question for you. Raise your hand and if you can, please share a time when you needed clear guidance, and maybe from an organization, from a bank, or any other company. And so what made it land well? And what should we learn from that and apply that to our members? Anybody have an experience they want to share?
I just told you about the a negative thing with AT&T, right? It hung up on me. But the computer. But yeah, I think that sometimes there's just things that I think the key thing with an interactive AI process is what gets frustrating, and I think everybody's probably experienced this, when it's like, what can I help you with? Say in a couple words what you need. So then you say, I need to talk about my bill. And then it comes back and says, what would you like? Bill? Well, yeah, right. Something like that. Or what do you, so I think ensuring that, any AI, that it's not too complicated. It gets the person to the right place, simple things, and also has an out. I run into that all the time. I don't know, maybe it's the way I speak or something. I don't know. So
I can't remember a specific example, but I will share just in general. decades of frustration in dealing with health insurance representatives. And I think, I mean, Cassandra's looking over here laughing because she probably hears people complain about this all the time. But you call with a problem, and usually after the first 20 minutes, they haven't answered the initial question, and they've actually created even more frustration. Yeah, because, you know, they think I am not who I am, or they won't share information. I mean, it just is more and more and more screwed up. And so and that's with a human. That's not, I mean, I'd prefer to deal with a computer in those instances, I think, because it'd be more targeted. So whatever we develop has to keep in mind that the initial goal needs to make sure we understand what the members' concern is, and that while there might be other issues that we identify, or whether it's us or our AI system, we deal with their question first, or their problem first, and other things come as time permits or whatever. But I mean, if somebody can get their question answered in 2 minutes, they shouldn't have to spend 15 minutes on the phone going through a whole bunch of other things that aren't germane to what they're worried about right at that moment.
Thank you so much for the insight. Yeah, and that's definitely
Another thing too. Sorry, is like a flow chart, like that. It instead of someone having this, like the AI could ask questions, and so if they have a complicated retirement, multiple marriages or beneficiaries or something like that, that it asks those pertinent questions, and then the AI will determine that, okay, this is something that's not going to be answered in just a cookie cutter answer, but it would say, you need to schedule an appointment. And I think that would be the best asset for our members. And the use of that tool is like determining the complexity of their application and sending it to them. So
yeah, making sure that the human judgment is always there, and especially in more complex cases, definitely. So for our next stop, it's culture and engagement. So, you can have all the tools, all the most advanced tools that money can buy, but what you need is a crew, qualified, trained, motivated, engaged, accountable, to really make use of those tools. And so, now that we've spent talking about the members' experience, I kind of want to turn it around a little bit and talk about, the crew itself, our staff, our DRS staff. My first question would be, how does employee engagement actually show up in the member experience? And, even when they don't see it directly.
Employee engagement may not always be visible to our members, but its impact is felt in every interaction. When our staff feels valued, supported, and connected, they bring more care, clarity, and consistency to the work that they do each day. This energy carries the way we communicate, how we collaborate, and how thoughtfully we handle each application. In the end, members experience the benefit through better service, stronger support, and greater confidence that they're being cared for by a team that's truly invested in helping them. When we invest in our people, that investment naturally reaches the members we serve.
And on the work we've been doing internally, what activities have we put in place to strengthen our employees' growth, both as individuals and as a more connected and collaborative group?
Definitely. Last month, some of our investigators, we had the opportunity to visit the Men's Central Jail with the disability litigation team. And we're also excited to announce that additional site visits to fire, probation, and the sheriff's facilities are also in the works. These experiences give our team a meaningful firsthand look at the work environments our members work in, and it helps us deepen our understanding of their day-to-day realities and bring even more perspective and purpose to the work we do. And also to strengthen team connection, last month we held our first quarterly coffee and mingle in the department. It was a fundraiser. It gave our staff a chance to catch up in a fun and relaxed setting while enjoying artisan espressos made by our in-house roaster and barista. And we also launched, and these two are right here next to us, next to me. And then we also launched our Be in the Know SharePoint page. This page is dedicated and it's been designed as a central hub for boosting employee engagement, strengthening team connection, and promoting company culture. It highlights upcoming events, staff birthdays, and photos from past social activities. And then lastly, we brought back the Investigators Roundtable, and we're planning on continuing it monthly or every other month. The purpose of this roundtable is to provide us investigators a chance to share ideas, talk through cases and challenges, and work through solutions together. And we're excited to announce that the first roundtable meeting led to a request for a whiteboarding session. We're still in the early planning stages, and Shay can speak briefly on this, on what whiteboarding is and how it will help the department. Shay?
Thanks, Belle. So during that session, of course, naturally, we start complaining about process and how come we can't improve it. We should do it this way, that way, etc. And it dawned on us that sometimes we might overcomplicate things, and maybe the solution is right in front of us, and maybe it's simple, and we miss it because naturally we overthink and we overanalyze. So with that came about whiteboarding. Our team's plan is to step back and come together in one room physically and collaborate in real time using old school pens and papers and sticky notes, lots and lots of sticky notes, and map out the entire process of DRS. In the end, what that should show are touch points and what happens during those touch points on an application journey, all the way through case completion and maybe even beyond. As we physically map things out, inefficiencies naturally should start revealing themselves in this physical roadmap. And our goal in that whiteboarding session is that we can clearly identify quickly duplicated efforts. We can identify possible gaps in the process that may not have even been a thought or a question, and where we can make immediate changes. So really, in a nutshell, whiteboarding is an opportunity where it gives us a clear end-to-end physical photo, physical roadmap on what are we doing today, and gives us a practical and real-time opportunity to make improvements without overcomplicating the solution and complicating the decision making. If it's something that we can decide straight away and it will make an impact without really real risk, that's an opportunity for us to take actions.
Thank you. Now I wanted to focus on the little middle bottom square. It's like, why is shared understanding more valuable than individual expertise in our work?
In this work, shared understanding matters more than individual expertise because our greatest strength is not what one person knows, but what we are able to build together. When a team is aligned, ideas are strengthened, decisions are more consistent, and every case benefits from the collective insight and care from the group. Individual expertise will always matter, but shared understanding creates something even more powerful. A culture of trust, learning, and collaboration where people grow together and support one another. That unity not only strengthens our team, but also helps us serve our members with greater consistency, confidence, and compassion.
Thank you. Well said. Now, for the trustees, many of you have or currently lead teams. So what's one tactic maybe perhaps you've used to align a team when you have various different opinions about where to go? Any go-tos? I'll be open.
Corporal punishment.
I don't use that one, but I really quickly, like, one thing that I use is just really being like open to my team about the whys. Why am I kicking this case back to you? Why am I instructing you to get additional records? It's really, and being open about, this meeting with them, continuously, periodically, and saying, hey, here's the direction we want to go. Here are certain things that this specialist has seen that the other one hasn't, and that collective knowledge, that shared understanding really helps us out. And it helps them out as they talk cases during their investigator roundtables. So the shared experience, that institutional knowledge really helps build up, especially as our new staff builds on that knowledge established by those who came before them. And so, as we're talking about collaboration, I want to go into human bridges, because we're not alone in this universe, in this LACERA universe, in this orbit. And so, as our journey continues, we see that we feel a pull of gravity. What happens with member services, we certainly do feel it, and we're feeling it with certainly the Genesis project that is ongoing. And so, we want to make sure that we're cognizant of the other celestial bodies in this universe: member services, retiree healthcare, the call center, benefits, communication, legal, and certainly the executive office. Because when members look out to us, they only see one LACERA. And so, for the panel, again, what does it actually mean for a member to experience a one LACERA, even when multiple divisions are involved? And what does that take from us?
That question actually really gets to the heart of our mission. Historically, DRS has sometimes been seen as silo, mainly because our process is complex and really highly sensitive for our members. For members going through disability retirement, it can feel that they're trying to navigate a maze of forms and different procedures and processes, and that can be overwhelming to them. So for us, the answer is to bridge communication in a way that reduces that confusion, preserves accuracy, and respects due process. The omnichannel service experience is at the center of that effort. Whether members are connecting with us with online or by the phone or in person, and soon through the mobile app, right? They should receive the same level of consistency of information in both outcomes or all outcomes. If a member wishes to discuss both service retirement and disability retirement together today, instead of receiving fragmented information from one division to the next, we provide joint counseling sessions with our counterparts in member services, where a retirement benefit specialist and a DRS specialist at the table answer questions for our members. That conversation then becomes one instead of being passed from one division to the next, going through different hold times or waiting to speak to a different person at a different appointment time. But this all still, again, requires for that member to wait between these conversations to get through to us. Looking ahead, we can extend that bridge even further through our online systems or self-service tools, or even through an AI-powered chat experience. I know we've so far have had bad experiences with it, but as new intelligence comes around, new emerging programming can come, it could actually benefit for the user. An AI chat could actually answer common questions while simultaneously recognizing the member's questions across divisional boundaries, and rises to the level of complexity that requires human judgment. The goal would to keep the member out from that proverbial AI loop and recognize when the right experts need to be brought into the conversation more efficiently, and as we move forward, continue to meet where our members are.
So let's not talk only about the members, but what about county departments? What are we doing to reach out to our county partners?
So one of the ways that we're reaching out to our county partners is helping educate them on our disability retirement process and where they fit into that. When they have a strong understanding of our process, they're better prepared to guide our employees and set clear and understanding expectations for our members. It's going to reduce uncertainty before it even reaches the member. And when our partners are well informed, it serves as another layer of education for the member, even before they actually come as a touch point to us. In a sense, every informed partner becomes, again, another level of clarity for a member through their journey. Right now, we're holding educational meetings with disability management and compliance officers, especially in departments with higher volumes of disability cases. These more personalized meetings give us a chance on a one-on-one basis with these departments to address specific needs, answer questions, and then help each department feel better and more equipped to handle these type of cases that they see at their job sites. We're also exploring the return of the countywide educational sessions, including the annual LACERA HR conference. These educational sessions could create space for county departments to come together, learn together, and learn from one another, share best practices, and stay informed about what's new at LACERA. The LACERA HR conference is not actually a new concept. It's something we used to do in the past, and it was historically held in person. How we're putting our AI twist to this and our tech twist is holding these virtually rather than in person. That way, more county partners can reach us, more county partners can attend them regardless of the location or their schedules.
And so is there any way else that technology can actually help strengthen that outreach? And what changes when we bring data and analytics into those relationships?
Right. AI is going to be a great game changer when it comes strengthening our outreach to our county partners. With future and emerging AI tools and advanced analytics, we can build connections that are more meaningful, more informed, and ultimately more useful for our partners and our members. The opportunity here is not to just gather more data for the sake of gathering data, but it's to turn it into insight and then into action so our outreach becomes more timely, more targeted, and more effective. Looking ahead, future AI tools may help us identify and share trends, including common injury types and recurring issues across departments. And that raises an important question. What if we can spot patterns early on enough to help our partners respond before challenges grow? By sharing those insights with them in real time, we can help departments act proactively, put targeted interventions in play, and ultimately create safer worker environments for their teams. And as we continue to collect and analyze this data, we can create even more opportunities for collaboration. Those patterns can point us towards joint initiatives, policy improvements, and more coordinated support for our members. In short, AI and technology doesn't just make outreach easier, it makes it smarter, more responsive, and more impactful.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So now we head on to our final sector, which is essentially our dream state. So everything that we've talked about and discussed so far is really grounded in what we're seeing, the trends, the tools that are in being discussed throughout, our organization. But now that you've been with us for this whole entire flight, we want to hear more of your thoughts really quickly as we venture into the unknown. And so we have 3 questions for the trustees. If budget and technology were limitless, how do you see DRS operating in 10 years from now? What does that look like for the members, the sun? And what does that look like for the crew, our colleagues, our staff? Any wild ideas? Any?
I can't not talk, so.
It's a heavy question. Yeah.
I think, everywhere is trended to doing more with less, right? So that's kind of a really interesting question, number one. But I think, nobody, we're bound by law to be thorough and accurate, right? And especially you guys, and it takes a lot of bandwidth. And I think, whatever tools or the personnel behind it, using those tools, I think is important. Nobody, intends to have a delayed or determination in these areas, but it also bound by law to be extremely thorough. We have to. It's our fiduciary responsibility. We have to follow the rules. So I think having the tools and more people, filling up so everybody, filling up with the technology and personnel to do it, number one, would make the members very happy, with the process. And I think it'd make a happier workforce. There'd be less stress at the workforce. And so number 3, and then how do we get there? Money, baby. We need more money. And we need the ordinance position authorization and the budget to really, just simply put, the ordinance position authorization to happen and be recognized in the money to fund it behind it. So.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Can you guys not? You told me to talk into the mic. Can you guys hear me in the back?
Oh, yeah, we heard you clear. Yeah, thank you. If no one else, well, then I'll just go ahead and close with this quote from Steve Jobs. Technology is nothing. What's important is that you have a faith in people, that they're basically good and smart. And if you give them the tools, they'll do wonderful things with them. So as I look at my specialists here, and ever looking forward, I, for one, am excited what we're going to achieve with them. I'm sure you are as well, Tamara. So, as we venture forth into the unknown, I could not have asked for a better crew. So, thank you.
Yes. She got away. There she is. Yeah.
Think you're a little ahead on the break time. We're ready to start the next presentation.
Yep. All right, good afternoon, trustees and colleagues. We'll try to pick up a little time in the legal portion.
There we go.
Yep. One important area of the legal division's work is assisting in developing, implementing, and guiding organizational processes. Today and carrying over to tomorrow morning, 8 of our lawyers will provide a bird's eye view of 6 legal processes, including the legal context behind each process and how the legal division provides support. We will discuss the current state of these processes and some ideas for how they might be improved. I was going to do a brief summary of the 6, but I think I'll forego that and let you hear from our presenters. But before I do that, just to set some context, good processes are important. They improve performance of the mission and LACERA's fiduciary duty. They enhance operations and prevent errors. They are consistent with LACERA's I-Act values. Good processes inspire trust and confidence on the part of stakeholders, including our members, the public, and our plan sponsors. And good processes aid the boards in exercising your fiduciary responsibility and providing a basis for confidence in the integrity of LACERA's operations. We hope that these legal sessions will be interactive. We welcome your feedback on the processes that are going to be discussed today and tomorrow morning. And we also welcome your input on the success of the processes against standards of good process. So with that, I'll hand things over to Jessica Rivas and Allison Barrett for the first session on core education.
We're having technical difficulties. Leave it to the lawyers. Oh, you have it. And Bonnie did give me explicit instructions, and I told her I would mess it up. And guess what? There we go. All right. So you've just had lunch. Now you get to hear 8 lawyers. Godspeed. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and trustees. Jess Rivas and I are here to present, we're proposing enhancing the board's educational opportunities on core education, basically for in-house delivery. This is in accordance with best practices with Searle, California, and other state systems. The proposal is not a radical change from current flexible practices, but it's a value-added educational channel which comports with constitutional, statutory law, and the board's 2024 education policy. The objective is to establish a framework for in-house core curriculum delivered at regular cadence to support the trustees in their exercise of your oversight duties, to facilitate the minimum statutory requirements while expanding content, modalities, and accessibility, as well as achieving uniformity of subject matter and assuring it is LACERA specific. This does not replace, but rather advances the 2024 trustee education policy, and it sets the stage for a companion staff education policy and training on similar core subjects under the umbrella of ethical and fiduciary responsibilities.
So here's our roadmap for this afternoon. We're going to start by looking at authority and guidance, so it provides the framework for us to provide the foundation for this training. We'll look at peer systems and best practices. We're going to recommend some core topics for your consideration. We'll talk a little bit about education philosophy and the prudent trustee, or what we like to talk about as the prudent public pension trustee with experience. We'll then turn to delivery, cadence, modalities, and educators, or when, how, and by whom. And then lastly, we'll open it up for discussion.
As always, we begin with the board's constitutionally mandated fiduciary duty, Article 16, Section 17, derived from Prop 162 back in 1992, the California Pension Protection Act, the purpose of which is to safeguard public pension funds from political interference, something we've been discussing lately, and also to strengthen fiduciary governance. And so under Article 16, the boards have plenary authority and fiduciary responsibility for the investment of monies and the administration of the system. This includes the duty of loyalty, meaning that you have the sole and exclusive duty to administer the system in a manner that assures the prompt delivery of benefits, and that duty takes precedence over all other duties. And of course, we also have the duty of prudence. Trustees must discharge their duties with care, skill, prudence, and diligence under the circumstances. There are other enumerated duties, but these two primary fiduciary pillars support the requirements for board education, as does SERL, which expressly mandates the board has education under Government Code Section 31522.8. The board shall adopt an education policy which at a minimum must identify the topics, make sure those topics qualify, require 24 hours within the first 2 years and every 2 years thereafter, and also that you maintain a record of compliance, and we must post that record on LACERA's website. Under SERL, topics may include, but are not limited to, any of the following listed on the slide, including fiduciary responsibilities, ethics, and benefits administration.
So some additional authority, of course, includes our own LACERA policies, including the trustee education policy, and also our mission, vision, and values. We want to be directly aligned with those. And then I also want to point out the Brown Act, not necessarily as a framework, but as another point of education that the board should receive and will be receiving. There's a new state law that went into effect recently that requires all members or all trustees to receive a copy of the Brown Act. We also should provide training on it as well to make sure you understand it and have all the information you need. Next slide. Another important framework or foundation to consider is AB 1234. There's the government code section, but you've probably heard of AB 1234 training. This is ethical training that's required every 2 years for certain local agency officials. Technically, the way it defines local agency doesn't include SERL systems, but nonetheless, it provides a very helpful framework for trustee education, and we are committed to providing that training on these topics, even if the statute doesn't expressly apply to us. Next slide. And then also along with AB 1234, there's a new law, SB 827, which expanded AB 1234 training and added this additional topic of financial and fiscal training. Could include principles relating to fiscal management, roles and responsibilities, financial policies and budgeting, financial reporting, auditing, and procurement and contracting. So we're committed to providing this training in consultation with FASD and other relevant business units and other relevant consultants.
So we reviewed peer systems, actually with the help of AI, what might have taken me weeks, going through 20 systems policies. AI did for me in about 20 minutes. And then of course I checked it. So
We reviewed these systems for best practices on trustee education, and the listed Searle, California, and other state systems do follow some common best practices, which include a structured training framework, a documented education plan with clear scope, structured onboarding and orientation, plus ongoing education embedded into board agendas. CalPERS notably holds a board education day, but that's not unlike the board offsite. So the question for your consideration, whether it's today or if you email Jess and I in the future, is whether you wish to formalize any of these peer practices, such as the embedding more education into board agendas. And again, it's to achieve uniformity in our education across the organization, and that would also include a staff education plan.
So in light of everything we've discussed, here are core proposed topics. First would be fiduciary training, duties of loyalty and prudence. Again, the prudent public pension trustee with experience. Second, code of ethical conduct and ethical laws and principles. Things that are set out in our newly adopted or restated code of ethical conduct. Third would be conflicts of interest, so Form 700, Political Reform Act, and other FPPC regulations. Fourth, fiscal and financial laws, oversight, reporting, and stewardship. And then lastly, the Brown Act.
And again, just to bring it home, the objective is to support your role as a prudent public pension trustee by advancing our current practices and formalizing our in-house training on a regular cadence to ensure the delivery of the knowledge on the foundational subjects for you to prudently evaluate all matters that come before the board. We keep using the word prudent. It's defined in the California Constitution, which was referenced earlier. Notably, they use the word twice in the same sentence, so it's obviously important. In plain English, prudent means wise, thoughtful judgment, decision-making, or conduct. So a prudent evaluation requires trustees to ask questions when evaluating matters and exercising discerning judgment, always, always, always in the best interests of our members.
So here are some of the topics we'd love to get your feedback on cadence, modalities, and educators, or again, when, how, and by whom. So when it comes to cadence, I think we all agree it makes sense when someone is onboarded, they've got to get that initial training, and then moving forward, what is the best way to receive that training? Baked into meeting agendas and offsites and other ways, other places. Frequency, it can depend on the subject matter, and there are minimum statutory periods depending on the subject. We'll make sure we meet all of those. When it comes to modalities, we can do several different things: in-house live training, in-house online on demand, or we can have external training. And of course, there are pros and cons to each of those. Maybe more engaging to be in person and be able to ask and interact with your colleagues, or it could be more convenient to have on-demand training. And then in terms of educators, in-house, we've got everyone available and eager to provide any training necessary: executive office, legal, ethics, compliance, FASD, admin services, internal audit, and any other relevant subject matter experts. And then externally, we have fiduciary counsel, ethics and compliance consultants, and other relevant experts. So we are all standing by to hear your thoughts, and I'll hand it off to Allison.
Speaking of ethics and compliance, and I always have to get in a plug for ethics and compliance, training is a central ethics and compliance risk control, and we are in the midst of the CECO recruitment. So today's discussion may also provide some foundation for the CECO's forthcoming education plan. So that said, if you're not too exhausted from the first slate of lawyers, we'd like to hear your thoughts on core courses, modality, cadence, educators. Does anybody have any thoughts on any of those items? Thank you, Trustee Fessler. Yes.
I have a question first. Do these offsites count toward the 24-hour over 2-year requirement?
Yes.
Okay. I assumed so because I was noted to have a bunch of hours and I haven't been to any external training. So I thought it was either an AI hallucination or these were counted. This is great. I have a couple suggestions. One is whatever the training is, whatever the modality is, I strongly recommend that it be videotaped so that when, among other things, if somebody wasn't there, they can go back and look at it. But I'm thinking back, it's only a little more than a year ago that I was a new member. And I had hours. You guys were awesome. Everybody, was online and shared their division and their operations responsibilities, et cetera. It was pretty overwhelming and, and without background or context, it was almost a big blur. But some of these things are so important, and as you've indicated, they're foundational. The detail of the various elements of what LACERA does hour after hour and day by day in different units is something you almost have to absorb by living it. But this kind of stuff, a new board member should know, or at least have a familiarity and awareness of walking in that first meeting. So I would highly suggest that we keep these handy, and then as part of the onboarding for new members, they be encouraged, if not almost required, to sit down and watch these on their own schedule. The other thing I want to highlight, and this is my own bias, I know, but in my view, this organization, given its size and its status, I mean, we're the largest of our kind in this state. We've got a list here. I mean, you went to other states and looked at statewide organizations to compare them to us. So we're not a small player. We should have in-house expertise in all of these areas. And so when you talk about educators, I've got a strong bias in favor of the education being provided by our own people. We should not need to rely on outside educators to tell us what fiduciary duties are, or how the Brown Act works, or what our ethical responsibilities are. Those are core elements, as you've identified here, to our organization. And we're large enough and a big enough player that it would be embarrassing if we weren't able to have the best of the best in those various subject matter areas. So that is my 2 cents worth, but I feel really strongly about that last point.
I would like to think we do have that expertise in-house, and at the risk of giving us more work. I mean, that is part of what we were proposing today. I wanted to make sure that you all went for it before we said our next step will be to draft a board education plan. And obviously we want to do it in partnership with you, but this also doesn't take away from the flexibility that the board members have to go to offsite training, because there are certain things that are perhaps beyond our scope, but I think that our legal team is able to deliver.
I think it's the availability of staff. I mean, onboarding, having each department area, have a one-on-one with the new trustee, I think it's really good. And I think that I do think that there's a lot to be taken away from staff, like you said, because we have, the nuance of our organization and whatnot, especially our policies. But I do think there's a balance with offsite and contracted. Some of the presentations that we've had, and these offsite, with some of our speakers, really supplement staff, and I think it's really good. I think it's appropriate. And I do think that there's some must-dos. I think anybody that sits in the trustee's seat should go to either Wharton or the Berkeley for the financial stuff, and just get as much as possible, because like I've said it before, you guys are the subject matter experts on the law, right? Legal stuff, fiduciary law and SERL and whatnot. And same thing with the benefits team, and everybody has their own area of expertise. Trustees, we have to know a little bit about all of it. And I think it's the only thing I would say is encouraging, or part of that packet, like if you ever get stuck on something, don't feel afraid to go either through the CEO or directly to that department head and say, I need to know about private credit, right? Or I have a legal question, right? And staff so far is, everybody's been so accommodating, but I think, for maybe the trustee might not think that they have that availability. That'd be the only, I wouldn't call it a criticism, but.
I would, I think it's important for onboarding to have LACERA staff have a great onboarding process for new trustees that includes all the important checkoffs that to be a trustee, right? But I disagree that we are the sole source of information. I think that we get a lot of good information by going out and seeing how other systems do it. And you bring back that to us, or we bring that back and we ask questions and we expand and we get good ideas that way. I love these educational opportunities. I love it when they come into the boardroom, but it's totally different from actually going out and seeing it, especially with the other organizations, NCPERS and SACers, where you can hear from your peers, but also individual things like Wharton. I mean, it's just amazing level of training that allows us to expand our roles here. So I think coming from a large organization who thinks that we do it the best all the time, my department thinks that we're the number one all the time, and we do a lot of great things. But I've picked up some great ideas from smaller agencies across the nation and brought that back to the department only from doing that. And so the same role here as trustees. So it's a mix. It's an absolute mix. There should be mandated onboarding. We should have our minimum requirements and things that are basic, like legal. Don't take the wrong way, but legal. There's no gray area. This is black and white. This is how we do it. Those are simple to bring in house, but there's a lot of things. The innovative stuff you're going to get by being out there and seeing what other groups and agencies and organizations are doing.
Just to follow up, I wasn't suggesting that we're some isolationist organization. I was talking strictly in the context of the various subject matters that they were planning on addressing us, the Brown Act, the FPPC rules, our own ethics policy. We can find out what other people say, I suppose, but I trust our own lawyers to be as expert in providing legal guidance and education to us on those topics. And I don't see the need for fiduciary counsel or somebody from Sacramento or San Diego to come and tell us what the Brown Act says. These folks know the Brown Act. And so, but the kind of training we've otherwise had here today and at other offsites where we bring in folks from all over the country, those are amazing. But they're well beyond the core subject matters that they're talking about here as minimum requirements for board member education.
I think Trustee Langton has a comment.
Thank you. I'd like to get lessons learned from other pensions. So what lawsuits have been filed? What did they do wrong? How can we prevent from doing wrong? I know all of them don't go to trial and there isn't an opinion, and even throughout the country, even though there are different laws in different states, some are federal, some are state, I just think it can't hurt us to learn how to protect ourselves more and what risk is these days.
I did some initial research on that actually for the Ethics and Compliance Committee because we're looking at real world examples, and there are a couple systems, I won't name them since we're public right now, and that is something that we could certainly bring to you. All right, thank you.
And now we're at break, 15 minutes. So see you back here at, make it 10 till. We'll take it a little short.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Right, call it.
I think.
Like, mine is red.
All right, I think we're into the home stretch for today, and the only thing between us and the door is you guys. So just keep that in mind. So go ahead, let's let her go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As you can tell by this title of the session and the panel up here, this is where it gets really fun. So we'll make it worth your while, I think. Thank you for sticking around. So apropos to this session on error correction and recovery, and perhaps because I'm still reeling from getting used to the idea that I was born in the 1000s, I'm comfortable admitting that in my 27 years here at LACERA, I've seen a couple mistakes. Perhaps I even participated in some of them. But I'm comforted by a quote by Henry Ford, who said, "The only real mistake is the one that you don't learn anything from." So I'm Senior Staff Counsel for LACERA, Michael Herrera. I'm joined today by my colleague to my right, Senior Staff Counsel Jean Kim. In this session, we're going to provide an overview of LACERA's current policy for the recovery of member overpayments and underpayments. Next slide, please. So, despite best efforts, mistakes can happen in a member's account, causing the member to either receive a greater benefit than they're entitled to, which we call an overpayment, or they pay too little in their member contributions, which we call an underpayment. By way of examples, a couple types of errors that could happen that would result in a overpayment or underpayment would be having the wrong date of birth for a member. This could result in them paying too little in member contributions. We could miscalculate a member's final average compensation, which could lead to them receiving a higher benefit than they're entitled, or we could fail to stop a member's benefit after their passing, such that they receive a benefit payment they're not entitled to. So in the event of any of these types of errors, proper correction requires three things. You must identify the error, You have to correct the account going forward, so it's correct. Finally, you have to seek to recover any overpaid benefits or underpaid contributions. Next slide, please. Thankfully, LACERA's guided in this effort by the Board of Retirement's longstanding recovery policy. By way of refresher, as you can see here on the screen, we're going to provide a higher level overview of the policy by way of, again, refresher. We're going to cover some key aspects of the policy. We're going to go over some of the laws and legal principles that underlie it. And finally, we're going to preview some upcoming changes to the policy that the legal office expects to present to the board for consideration approval in the near future. So I'll begin on this slide where just to point out a couple aspects of the policy. Again, first, it defines a purpose, scope, and authority underlying the policy. It identifies and acknowledges that there are certain legal limitations to recovery, such as a statute of limitations, which I'll discuss. Third, it provides threshold limits to ensure that recovery efforts are appropriate for the dollar amount at issue. For example, higher amounts warrant greater effort. And four, it deals with offsets. The policy provides that LACERA can apply money owing to a member to help that member repay the fund. And then finally, interest. The policy provides that LACERA will calculate and collect interest in cases where the error or overpayment, underpayment is a result of fraud or wrongdoing. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go next over some laws and legal principles that underlie the policy. Fiduciary Duty 101, let's call it. So as good fiduciaries, we know and understand that our duty to safeguard fund assets is paramount. We also understand that a claim to money owing to the fund is itself an asset of the fund. And then third is we understand that valid claims should be pursued unless in the exercise of sound judgment, and I'm just going to read it because that's probably hard to see, that in the exercise of sound judgment, the board must determine, among other things, whether the cost to pursue a overpayment or underpayment is whether it's likely to be there's limitation to the recovery, or if there are viable defenses that could be asserted against it. This last point is important because it overlaps with another fiduciary duty that you heard earlier, the duty of prudence, care. Prudence dictates that we must exercise care in deciding whether and how to pursue a claim. For example, we would not want to knowingly spend $100 to collect $50. Next slide, please. We're also guided by SERL, specifically two statutes that we refer to collectively as the errors and omissions statutes, Government Code Sections 31540 and 31541. As you can tell by this very full slide, these sections cover a lot of ground. I'll start in order with 31540 briefly. So by law, certain claims are subject to a limitation period. That is, the law limits the amount of time you have to take formal action to recover. 31540 for LACERA establishes the certain limitations period. For payments out of the retirement system, that's overpayments, LACERA's right to collect expires 3 years from the date of the payments. This means payments beyond that are not recoverable by law. So it's important to act quickly. And I would note, though, that for certain types of overpayments and underpayments, or overpayments, sorry, if the error or overpayment results from remarriage of the beneficiary, fraud, the time period is extended to 10 years. So it gives you more time to go collect. But I note that the limitation period is different for underpayments. So for underpayments, meaning missing member contributions, it's still 3 years. However, the period doesn't start until the date of discovery of that error. Significantly, so if LACERA discovers the underpayment and does act within 3 years, it can go collect all of the owing underpayments to the contribution to the system, which is significant. All these are reflected in the board's policy. I will note that some of you may be aware that there is a proposed amendment to this section by way of, I think, AB 2780, sponsored by SACRS, to extend this 3-year statute of limitations to all SERL systems. Whether that happens or not, would not affect LACERA because the 3 years already applies to us. So before moving on, I'm going to note that 31541 also deals importantly with error correction. What I'll mention about this, as you can see to the right of the slide, there's 2 types of error corrections. One is discretionary, right? That's a member error. For example, let's say they initially decide one retirement date and change their mind because they made a mistake and they want to change it. It is discretionary and up to the board's authority to decide whether or not to accept that change. The other is mandatory. This is an error by the fund or the county of LA that results in the member receiving something that they're not entitled to. In that case, the board must correct that to bring their account into alignment with the law. What I would note about these also is that there is no statute of limitations applicable to error correction. Once LACERA discovers that a member's account is incorrect, it can correct that regardless of how long it has been incorrect. And the member may be able to assert other defenses, but limitation period is not one of them. Next slide, please. Finally, I'll note that the purpose, scope, and authority of policy are all geared towards compliance with applicable law and the board's fiduciary duties, but also mention that the policy of the board is also geared towards achieving fairness and equity in these ways. First, there is no limitation on money when money is owed to a member. Once it's discovered, regardless of how long it's been, LACERA will correct and repay it to the member. Second, the aim of SERL and the policy is to put the parties back in the position that they would have been but for the error. And then finally, decisions with regards to that the member may have challenging a determination with regards to an error correction or recovery are all subject to the Board of Retirement's administrative appeals procedures, which we'll discuss in the next session. So for me, I've covered the policy, principles, et cetera. I'm now going to turn it over to Jean to discuss tax implications and to preview upcoming changes to the policy.
Thanks, Mike. Good afternoon, everyone. So in addition to our fiduciary duty to correct, LACERA also has a duty to correct that arises from federal tax law. Because LACERA is a qualified plan under Section 401A of the Internal Revenue Code, we are legally obligated to comply with federal tax laws as well as the terms of our plan provisions, which in our case are set forth in SERL. That includes the obligation to pay the correct benefit amount. Failure to do so can adversely affect the tax qualified status of the plan. And there's a slide that I just talked about. Okay, next slide, please. In recognition of the fact that mistakes happen, the IRS has a voluntary self-correction program called EPCRS that stands for Employee Plan Compliance Resolution System. This program permits plans to self-identify errors in the plan operation, and it prescribes certain methods of correction which, if followed, give the plan assurance that its tax qualified status would not be affected. There are 3 general principles of EPCRS. They are 1, that an error must be fully corrected. So for any correction, it should apply to all impacted members and all affected plan years. 2, the correction should restore the plan to the position that it would have been in had the failure not occurred. And this principle nicely parallels the requirement under SERL that Mike just discussed, that the status, rights, and obligations must be restored to be the same as they would have been but for the error. And then finally, the last principle is an acknowledgement by the IRS that there may be more than one reasonable and appropriate correction for any given error. Next slide, please. So while the general principle under EPCRS is that when you identify an error, you must fully correct, and in fact, the IRS says that just because a correction is inconvenient or burdensome, that is not enough to excuse us from correcting it. There is still some leniency that's built into the program. EPCRS says that a full correction may not be required in certain circumstances if it is unreasonable or not feasible. Determining when a correction is unreasonable or not feasible is a facts and circumstances analysis, but this also echoes the duty of prudence that Mike discussed earlier, and he gave that example of needing to spend $100 to recoup $50 and how that wouldn't be prudent. That example would also apply here. The IRS is likely to consider such a correction to be unreasonable. Next slide, please. So the EPCRS provides both guiding principles as well as several specific examples of how to interpret when a full correction is not required. Here we've provided just one such example. It's a bright line exception that is expressly permitted by EPCRS having to do with when members are owed money, specifically owed a distribution due to a plan operation error. If that total corrective distribution due to a member is $75 or less, and the cost of making that correction would exceed the cost that's due, then the plan is not required to make that distribution. We're not required to, but we have the discretion to. So just to summarize, the takeaway here is that in approaching any identified error in our plan operations, LACERA has an obligation to correct that arises from our fiduciary duty, from STRL, and federal tax law. So our approach to any correction should be informed by all three. Next slide, please. So as Mike noted at the outset of our presentation, LACERA has a recovery of overpayments policy that is in place, and this was prepared with all three of these sources of authority in mind. The policy was last updated in January of 2024. It's up for review in January of 2027. Some things that we're considering in this next review cycle include having it address with more specificity situations where members are owed money. Secondly, we will be reviewing the policy to make sure it aligns with any recent IRS guidance, as well as any updates to EPCRS. And then finally, we're in discussions about whether it makes sense to have a more formal documentation of how corrections under the retiree healthcare plan are handled. And that concludes our presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
I have a couple questions about the federal tax law. We had one, there was a statement back here. Oh, we don't collect interest if it was the system's mistake and not the member's mistake. Did I understand that correctly?
Sorry, will you repeat the question?
When there's a mistake and we go back to collect, it sounds like our policy is we will not go after interest on the money owed if the mistake was ours and not the members, or the source of the mistake, if you will.
Right, yeah, so under current policy, the only instances in which LACERA will add interest and calculation and recovery is instances of fraud or wrongdoing by the member. So to answer your question more directly, yes, if it's purely a system error or something like that, LACERA will not add or collect interest.
Okay, and then, but principle number 2 under the EPCRS program says that you've got to restore the plan to where it would have been had the mistake not been made. Under that principle, are we still okay in not pursuing interest?
Yeah, so that's one of the tensions between the IRS correction program and our policy. However, I have reviewed recent IRS guidance on this specific issue because that was something that raised a question in my mind. And under the latest IRS guidance, that is permissible.
Okay, and then thank you. And then the other thing is that it talks about feasibility, and I assume that if there's a statute of limitations issue under state law, then we cite to the feasibility or the infeasibility of collecting all of the amount, right?
That's correct. Also, I would say that to the extent that we have SERL as our plan document and
Right.
that plan has been approved, we have a determination letter by the IRS.
Okay,
We would say that we're following our plan document.
okay, great, thanks.
Oh,
Mr. Rosa, go ahead. We see your hand up. There you are. We see you now.
Okay, great. Takes me a minute. Okay. I think Bonnie asked some of the questions I already had, but just want to get clarity on the $75. So that is the total. It's not a per month.
That's correct. That's a total payment owed to a member.
Okay. Okay. Because obviously, you know, they get paid a certain amount per month. So it would be the minimum would be the $75, correct?
If there was an error in our plan operation that resulted in a total of $75 or less being owed to a member, then IRS says we don't have to pay it back if it would cost more than $75 to make that distribution.
Okay. Thank you.
If I could just, I don't know if it's a question or a comment. I understand the answer, but it seems kind of unfair, to be honest with you. It would cost the plan $75 against a $92 billion pension system is nothing. $75 to a pensioner could be something. So I just question that.
That's true. And that's why I noted that it gives us discretion. So it wouldn't impact our tax status, for example. But the IRS is saying that in their view, that's a de minimis amount that we would be relieved from having to distribute.
Have we ever had anything like that? Or is this just interesting academics we're going through here? Because I mean, it seems to me, like I say, to a pensioner, that could be significant, whereas it would not be anything to us.
yeah, so I would say it is it's unusual, but it will happen. So for example, we find out that we owe a member $37, right? And they've changed their address. We no longer have it. They're a former member, something like that. I think this is in place by the IRS to say in maybe an unusual circumstances when you're dealing with a small amount of money and you've exhausted efforts to try to find them and can't, it gives you some leeway that way. Sure. Right. Yes, thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to kick off again for the second session on administrative appeals and felony forfeitures. I'm joined this time by my legal office colleagues, Eugenia Durr. Thank you, Eugenia Durr, Jessica Rivas, and Jason Waller to provide an overview of LACERA's current administrative appeals procedures. And I get to kick us off again. Next slide. Thank you. So LACERA has 3 administrative appeals procedures covering separate and distinct types of cases. All 3 fall under the Board of Retirement's jurisdiction. The first is disability retirement related cases. The second is retirement benefits and healthcare related cases. And finally, felony forfeiture cases. Because felony forfeitures are relatively new and it's still evolving area, we're going to spend a little bit more time on that with the help of Jessica, Jason, and Eugenia. Next slide, please. So we're going to begin with this conversation with due process. What is it? I'm sure you all have the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution memorized, but just by way of refresher, it is the one that says no state shall deprive a person of life, liberty, property without due process of law. This same protection is contained in the California Constitution. These authorities, as well as the more recent Hipsher case that I will discuss about shortly, and maybe some of you recall, enforce the principle that retirement benefits are a protected property right. It begs the question, what exactly is due process and what is required? Next slide, please. So what's required? In short, regardless of how straightforward or not a case may be, before a benefit or right to a benefit can be denied, reduced, taken away, at a minimum, you must provide notice and an opportunity to be heard. So what does that involve? Where it's prescribed by or set forth in a law like SERL, you just follow the law. As I'll discuss shortly, that's the case with disability cases, probably where you are spend a lot of your time. But what if it's not prescribed specifically in law or SERL? Well, in that case, we follow the basic due process principles, which include notice, opportunity to be heard and to object. You must make sure that the process is calibrated to the interest at issue. And then I would note that importantly, a formal hearing is not required to satisfy due process. And I'll bring that up later as well. And I will begin by going over separately each of these three types of procedures that we have. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to start with disability retirement appeals. Again, you spend a lot of your time on them. This is the most straightforward insofar as there's a long established history and procedures for handling disability retirement appeals. It's specifically set forth in SERL under Government Code 31533, which provides for hearings. LACERA has longstanding procedures adopted and applied consistent with SERL, board regulations, and case law. And finally, all these are processes satisfy and reflect LACERA's fiduciary duties to members and their beneficiaries. Next slide, please. Retirement benefits and healthcare appeals. So before 2013, nothing in SERL specifically addressed or required formal appeal procedures for general challenges to determinations regarding retirement benefits or healthcare. This changed with the passage of PEPRA, the Public Employees Pension Reform Act of 2013. As amended under PEPRA, Government Code Section 31542 requires the board to establish procedures for establishing whether or not an element of compensation was paid to enhance a member's retirement benefit. This is what you may recall was the anti-pension spiking provision. So in response to that, the board directed staff and ultimately approved a formal administrative appeals procedures to satisfy 31542, but the board went further. The board adopted a policy to provide administrative appeals procedures to deal with a broader scope of matters, including determinations and having to do with benefits, refunds, corrections of records, etc. So the administrative appeals procedures for retirement benefits provides that a member, and member is defined broadly, who disagrees with the staff determination can file an administrative appeal, which involves them going through a multi-level process. The first level is review and decision by the benefits division manager. The second level is review and decision by the AEO. And third is a presentation and final review by the Board of Retirement. At every level of this three-tiered process, the member receives notice of the determination and an opportunity to provide a clear description of what they're appealing and to present supporting documentation. I'll note that at the third level before the Board of Retirement, the legal office presents the matter to the board with its own analysis along with documentation supported and provided on behalf of or by the member. The matter is then noticed and the appellant has an opportunity to address the board in public comment. Once the board makes its final determination, the appellant can either agree with or appeal that decision to the Superior Court. As a result, while no formal hearing is involved or, as I said, required, the procedures are clear, robust, and readily available to all members to have their challenges reviewed, considered, and thoughtfully decided on the merits at each of these levels, including before the board. Next slide, please. So before I turn it over to Jessica next to discuss felony forfeitures in a bit more detail, I'll first provide some background. In short, as with administrative appeals for retirement benefits, nothing in SERL provides for administrative appeals for felony forfeitures, and no formal hearing, again, is required. Rather, the current appeal procedures for felony forfeitures were adopted by the board in response to a case involving a LACERA member, Todd Hipscher, who was challenging a forfeiture of his benefits. Next slide. So Hipscher versus LACERA, I don't know which of you may recall it, but it involved an administrative and court challenge by LACERA member Todd Hipscher, whose retirement benefits were deemed forfeited under the then new felony forfeiture statutes enacted under PEPRA. Shortly after his retirement, you may recall Mr. Hipscher was charged and convicted of a felony for running an illegal gambling operation. As required by law, the County of LA determined and reported to LACERA that his felony gambling conviction was job-related. LACERA accepted the county's determination and returned and reduced his retirement benefits in accordance with SERL and PEPRA. Mr. Hipscher then sued and challenged that determination on a couple grounds. First, he argued that the felony forfeiture statutes themselves were unconstitutional. Second, he argued that he was denied due process when he was because he was not provided an opportunity to administratively challenge the determination before the changes were enacted. It went up to the California Court of Appeal, which held as followed. They said the felony forfeiture statutes did not violate either the contracts clause or the ex post facto prohibition of either the U.S. or the California Constitution. However, the Court of Appeal did say that the member had a constitutional due process right to have the LACERA Board of Retirement, rather than the county, determine whether or not his conviction was job-related and therefore subject to forfeiture. On the second point, the court did point to LACERA's then current and now current administrative appeals procedures for retirement benefits as a type of procedures necessary and sufficient to satisfy due process, confirming that a formal hearing, again, is not required. What is required is that due process principles are satisfied, including, again, notice and an opportunity to be heard and to object. With that, I'll turn it over to Jess.
Thank you, Mike, for that overview. So now turning to the forfeiture statute itself, it's pretty straightforward. This is the key provision, and it sets out that if a member is convicted of a felony for one of three things, so first, conduct arising out of or in the performance of official duties, second, in pursuit of the office or appointment, or third, in connection with obtaining salary, disability retirement, service retirement, or other benefits, so a felony for one of those three things, then they forfeit all accrued rights and benefits in any public retirement system, starting from the earliest date of commission of the felony, and shall not accrue any further benefits in the system. So how does that get processed? Well, it starts with a notice from County DHR, and then legal takes a look at essentially making sure every provision of that of that statute is met. So steps 1 through 4, legal will make sure there was a conviction, that it was for a felony, the right type of felony, and then we'll determine what the earliest date of commission was of that felony. And I will point out, again, this is still a relatively new statute. There's not a whole lot of case law. The case law is coming down as, almost as we speak. Not a ton of cases, but I'll point out a recent one. When it comes to conviction, for the last several years, for several years now, we'd taken a very conservative approach when it comes to conviction. We would wait until sentencing and to be absolutely certain that the member had been convicted of a felony and, again, and met all the other provisions. But there's a recent Court of Appeals case that says no, as soon as the member either enters a plea of guilty or is found guilty by a jury or a judge, then you can move forward. And so we have adjusted our protocols since then, and we'll continue to monitor all the case law to make sure we are on top of it and following the correct procedures. Once legal has made their determination that the provisions of the statute are met, then the benefits team will calculate the impact. And it's pretty straightforward. Basically, it's the member losing service credit, which then impacts their pension payment, could result in the lower RHC subsidy, and it could also impact their disability retirement application. And with that, I'll hand it off to my colleague, Jason.
All right, thanks, Jessica. After benefits makes its initial determination based on the review of the issues, let's go. The member has an opportunity to appeal, and that's what Hipshire is telling us. Eugenia is going to go over the exact process of what that appeal looks like. But first, I'm going to go over what are the appealable issues for felony forfeiture cases. One of the issues that we've seen is, does the felony arise out of and in the course of job duties? And that's one of the issues that Hipshire raised that Mike mentioned. Now you might be thinking, Jason, how can an illegal offshore gambling ring be job related? But we got to look at the facts. We got to look, when did it occur? Was county time used? Were county resources used? Was it in a county facility? These are all issues of fact that can be appealed and disputed. Now, in some circumstances, one of the elements of the felony itself is that the crime that was committed was in the performance of official duties or in public service. So we're looking at bribery, misuse of public funds. And in those cases, a lot of times those convictions are appealed up to the highest levels, going up to the appellate court. And if that conviction is eventually overturned, let's say, with one of those elements being job relatedness, then obviously the felony forfeiture would not apply. But if that conviction is upheld, this ruling would only strengthen our position for a felony forfeiture because that issue will have been affirmed by the appellate court. Now, the second appealable issue that we see is, what is the earliest date of the commission of the crime? And this issue is important, particularly when the member also has a disability retirement application pending, because in both cases, as you can see, when the earliest date happens can affect or have a significant effect of how much of the forfeiture is. So in those situations where we need to find out what the earliest date is and the person has a disability retirement, the test to be applied is the same as for termination cases. And that's Smith versus City of Napa, which you may recall. In Smith, the member must prove that they've had a matured right to a disability retirement prior to the earliest date of the commission of the crime. During the disability investigation phase, this is when DRS and legal, they review the evidence and they'll make a recommendation as to whether the member was permanently incapacitated prior to that date. But if they were not, they have forfeited their right to the disability retirement. In most practical sense, and what we see usually like termination cases, the member is usually working full duty at the time of the first event. Therefore, this is strong evidence showing us that the member was not permanently incapacitated prior to the crime. And as you can see from Hipshire and the adopted policies in 2022, this is a new procedure that we've been working on. And because the board has not seen one of these cases all the way through to the finality of it, Eugene is going to go over each step of the process for felony forfeitures. So you can see the steps that were taken before the case gets to you and what type of due process we've afforded them.
Thank you, Jason. So as Jason kind of touched on, and Mike as well, the felony forfeiture appeals process is governed by Section F of the Administrative Appeals Process for felony forfeitures that this board adopted back in 2022. So once LACERA gets notice that a member is appealing the initial felony forfeiture decision, the current felony forfeiture records are assembled into a packet and given to the Disability Retirement Appeals Unit. In these cases, the Disability Retirement Appeals Unit will act as clerk of the board. So they will review all the records and serve appropriate records on both applicant and disability litigation at the same time. So we don't get an advantage over the applicant. Once disability litigation receives the case referral from Disability Retirement Appeals, we will then start prepping the felony forfeiture case. And what that means is we will review the records and see if we're missing any information and to see if whether or not additional discovery needs to be done. During this time, likely Jason or myself will also reach out to the applicant's attorney or the applicant. Because this process is new, we need to explain to them what to expect and how the process will work. And once we feel like we have a good handle on the case, we will then reach out to the applicant or their attorney again, where we will then decide when we're going to submit our written arguments and supporting documentations before the board. So what we'll really have is a meet and confer with the other side and make a decision on, okay, we're both going to agree to submit our documents, our supporting documents in addition to that. And we'll also probably agree to a board date where we will present oral argument before the board. So this is a little different from disability retirement cases where we will actually present oral argument before the board first. And the reason for that is because the initial felony forfeiture decision was made administratively, unlike disability retirement applications. And so therefore the board has to grant or allow the felony forfeiture to move forward. Next slide, please. So on the actual board day, when the parties present oral argument, the board has 5 different decisions that it can make. It could either A, affirm the forfeiture as stated in the initial determination. 2, grant the member's appeal and deny the forfeiture. 3rd, modify the initial felony forfeiture decision. 4th, you could also refer this matter back to a referee for a formal hearing and recommendation in the same manner as disability retirement appeals. Or 5, do whatever you think is appropriate. So next slide, please. That covers the different types of administrative appeals LACERA offers. And the key takeaways we want to leave you with is that our various appeals procedures are designed to ensure fairness and due process to members and their beneficiaries. Each appeal process offers multi-level reviews to be heard at different stages. Our procedures are all based on and compliant with all applicable laws, policies, and LACERA's fiduciary responsibilities. And all this results in our 4th takeaway, which is our process lends itself to well-vetted and thoughtful decision-making at every decision level. So ultimately, these processes ensure that our applicant members have due process and every opportunity to be heard. And that concludes this presentation, and I will open it up to questions and comments.
Thank you. That was excellent. Couple of questions. What year did you say the new process went into effect?
The procedures were adopted in 2022.
2022. And we get a list every, I don't know, month maybe. Have all those been argued?
Well,
before the board?
That's the interesting thing. We have not had one yet.
Oh, okay.
We've had 5 in total, I believe. 1 is Jason's case, which is currently on appeal. The applicant is disputing the conviction. And the other 4 have dropped out before oral argument.
Oh, because they said pending on a lot of them. Are we only going to get 1 case then going forward? Or are we still going to get that list of 5 cases?
Oh, no, those cases have been dismissed.
No, actually, if I could answer, the ones that you get in your agenda packet, those are cases where we receive notice from county DHR.
Meaning?
We are processing them.
Oh, so
but they haven't necessarily been appealed yet.
So no case has come to the board yet?
Correct.
The argument for oral argument?
No. Correct.
And my next question was, so the case said that you don't wait until sentencing, but we have one that's on appeal. So how does that work? Wasn't the person sentenced before appealing?
Sure. So the case I'll start with the statute. The statute says that the only way to undo a forfeiture is if it's reversed on appeal. And there was a new case law that came down in the 2nd district, and also that was a similar one a couple months ago in the 4th district that said, since that's the case, since that's the statute only envisions it ever being overturned if it's reversed on appeal, you can move forward upon conviction and you don't have to wait for sentencing. And so the situation both of those cases we're dealing with and it's a relatively common situation where someone is convicted or they plea and they in their plea agreement are subject to different terms, and then in a year goes by or whatever the term is, and they get a reduced conviction to a misdemeanor. And so previously we were waiting to let that whole process play out and make sure at the end of the day it was a felony. And the Court of Appeals now in 2 different districts says, no, the statute language is very clear. Once you can plea to a felony, it doesn't matter what happens after, it's a felony and you have to move forward. The only way to undo it is if it's reversed on appeal. So It's a very strict application of the language of the statute.
So I get that. So, but what I don't understand is, do you start giving the benefit, a cut benefit from the point where the injury or whatever we want to call it occurred?
So in the case with the current conviction on appeal, LACERA has already made the initial determination. So the benefit has been already cut based on the determination by DRS on finding what is the earliest date of the commission of the crime, and then it's executed benefits, executes the forfeiture. And so now, just because of circumstances of time, and it just worked out that this one case happens to be on appeal, and one of the issues has to be an element of the actual crime. So either way, we're going to find out once the decision comes out, hopefully soon, because I think oral arguments have already been made, that we'll know either way which way it goes.
So if it gets overturned, we then go back and back pay.
Exactly. The statute allows the member to reach out to us, and we're already monitoring, so we're aware of it, but it allows the member to reach out to us, and it gives them two options. I don't remember specifically off the top of my head, but basically they can redeposit all their contributions that were refunded, and I believe with interest, to put them back at the place they could have been when had this not all transpired, or a second one, which is escaping me, but they give some options to basically undo the forfeiture.
Okay, and were you talking about getting, when you said go back in a year, you mean getting it expunged or reduced after the fact? Is that what you were talking about?
Sure. Basically, any other way that a sentence or that felony could be reduced. So there's, expungement being reduced after a plea agreement. The courts are very clear now. It says those don't matter. The only way to undo it is reversal on appeal.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And last question, I think, never say last question, but do you know what the case is that's currently pending in the courts? Do you know the issue?
I do.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about its ongoing litigation right now, though.
Oh, it's ours?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's not a case on law like somebody else's case. It's our case.
It's our case.
Okay. And not last question. So are any of those cases going to come to us for oral argument?
It depends. I think all those are being investigated right now. So I think they have now the opportunity and the right to, if the initial determinations are made that they are forfeited, they would then be given the appeal right. And then they can, at that point, it would start the process where we could bring it to oral argument. But as Eugenia said, we've gotten to that stage before. And then when push comes to shove, they don't go forward.
Okay. Now I understand. Thank you so much. Very interesting. I've been dying to hear about all this.
I have a question. The one that's pending right now on appeal, the appeal is from the criminal conviction, right? Okay, but we've already taken action. Has our action also been appealed under our process?
Yes.
And has that appeal process concluded?
It has not. No.
So it pauses while the underlying conviction is on appeal or something?
It doesn't need to pause, but in this situation, just because of the circumstances, the timing is a litigation choice that we decided to pause, because either way.
And it also, if it's the case I'm thinking of, the facts are directly related to whether or not it's grown out of the performance of the responsibilities of the duties of the individual, right?
I believe you're correct.
Okay, and then the way this works, the retirement for which the person would remain eligible, the benefit for which they remain eligible is calculated as though they had worked and contributed to the system up until the day before they committed the crime. Is that, it's not a total forfeiture?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
One other question. So on our regular cases that are not felonies, it's just a matter of whether or not they get disability. If they filed for disability, they just don't get disability, but they get their entire pension otherwise.
Right.
Okay, just maybe.
Service.
Okay, thank you.
Next session.
Thank you so much.
There's a lesson in all this. Don't break the law. Yeah.
Thank you. So good afternoon. I'm Christine Roseland, Senior Staff Counsel. Today, I'll be walking you through how the legal division manages LACERA's commercial contracting work from the moment the vendor agreement comes in the door to the moment we sign the contract and everything in between. Before I dive in, I want to introduce the team that does this work. We're a small group, currently 3 attorneys, 2 legal analysts, and 3 legal secretaries. Avi Herescu and Susan Wang, both in the audience today, and I handle investment matters. Our commercial contracts attorney left the team last year, and while we're recruiting his replacement, I'm covering commercial contracts review, which is why I'm the one presenting to you today. Lisa Garcia and Maritza Arizaga are our legal analysts who assist with investment matters. And our legal secretaries, Anna, Fabiola, and Irene, keep everything moving. Although there may be some ongoing personnel changes at this time, the vision and objectives that I'll describe today remain the same and are the guiding principles of how we work regardless of who's sitting in this chair or standing here. Every vendor relationship is a legal relationship. LACERA enters about 100 commercial contracts every year, including technology, consulting, and operational services, and the risk in those agreements lives in the fine print. Contract terms govern what happens when things go wrong, like liability exposure, data breaches, vendor defaults, and cost overruns. Legal's job is to identify the risk, negotiate protections, and make sure each agreement reflects what LACERA actually agreed to, both in terms of legal protections and business points. This chart shows our commercial contract volume from 2021 through 2025. You can see the trajectory. The work isn't shrinking, and the agreements themselves are getting more complex, particularly anything touching data, AI, or cloud services. The trend also reflects the strategic initiatives around LACERA, including enhancements in technology. Building on the framework we presented to this board in January, the contract lifecycle has 5 stages: pre-procurement, solicitation, contract development and execution, performance management, and closeout. Legal is active across all 5, but our deepest engagement, where we spend the bulk of our time, is in stage 3. Here's a quick glance across the 5 stages. In pre-procurement, we provide advice relating to contract structure, data access, and risk factors. In solicitation, we review RFPs and help develop the statement of work. Stage 3 is our primary stage, where we perform a full legal review, negotiate, apply our playbook, and confirm business terms. In performance management, we advise on amendments, disputes, vendor defaults, extensions, and renewals. And in closeout, we guide termination requirements, data return, and offboarding obligations. Throughout these stages, we also assist with templates, policies, procedures, ad hoc advice, and education. About 18 months ago, LACERA transitioned from a decentralized contracting model to a centralized one. In the old world, contracts could enter the organization through many doors and may not have received legal review. Today, all vendor agreements flow through a single coordinated process, with legal and vendor management partnering closely from intake through execution. Consistent standards now apply across all agreement types and divisions. As such, we've been investing heavily in designing templates, workflows, role definitions between legal and vendor management, and education for business owners and leadership. The model is still a work in progress, and we're troubleshooting in real time as we go. Just to provide a glimpse into a day in the life of a commercial contract attorney and give you a flavor of the types of things we are checking in every agreement, terms relating to limitation of liability, indemnification, arbitration, governing law, confidentiality, termination for convenience, warranties, standard of care, and IP rights. These are the terms that determine what happens when things don't go as planned, and they're where we spend our negotiating energy. And by the way, just to provide some trivia so I don't lose you in the legalese, indemnification, the second one on this list, is the oldest clause on this slide. The Romans gave it to us roughly 2,000 years ago. I'll come back to that at the end. In 2025, we launched LawView, Legal's matter and contract management system. It handles 5 things. Intake, so every request is tracked from day one. Matter management, so attorneys and business users can see what's in the queue. Status tracking for real-time visibility, and a secure searchable repository of contracts with renewal and termination alerts. Just to clarify, LawView's legal system, vendor management still uses Cobblestone. Together, they support the full life cycle. While we have come a long way from a decentralized system, there's still a lot to be done. Here's what's already in progress. Risk-based review tiers, the LawView intake and repository, our preferred terms playbook, and formalized collaboration protocols with vendor management. Here's what we're planning to focus on next. Education for business owners on roles and why legal terms matter. Designing additional contract templates, a streamlined renewal process for low-risk, no-change agreements, a vendor and contract history database, and incorporating AI, both terms and use cases, into the legal review process. The 5 objectives that drive this work and inform our direction while building out this more centralized systems are: 1, an efficient and transparent process the business can count on. 2, allocating the right resources on the right assignments, so legal focuses on the higher risk issues. 3, strong risk control across legal, financial, data security, and operational dimensions. 4, a clean repository and vendor history with no lost contracts. And 5, ultimately better outcomes, including pricing, vendor performance, and compliance with our preferred terms. In order to achieve these objectives, we need to define roles and responsibilities among stakeholders. Business owners define need and own vendor performance. Vendor management routes those business needs through procurement, runs RFPs, ensures compliance with procurement rules, and maintains spend data. A contract analyst is the intake gatekeeper and handles risk triage. Legal counsel owns the playbook and handles medium and high-risk contracts and develops contract templates. IT and security validate technical and data protection aspects, and accounting processes payments and ensures proper allocation of funds. In addition to defining roles and responsibilities, we're also building out a system to measure contractual risk to determine level of legal review. Not every agreement carries the same amount of risk, so our review scales accordingly. Tier 1 are critical contracts, meaning high financial value, complex terms, type of data access such as member records, and strategic importance that require a full legal review, active negotiation, and escalation to leadership if necessary every time. Tier 2 are important contracts. These are moderate value contracts for standard services with some negotiation possible. These require standard playbook-driven review. Tier 3 standard contracts are typically low value, routine renewals, and no changes in terms. These receive streamlined review, and in the right circumstances, low-risk renewals may not require full legal review at all. To wrap up, legal is engaged throughout the contract lifecycle, not just at signature. We use consistent tools and playbooks to identify and manage risk. We collaborate with vendor management and business owners to get the best outcomes for LACERA. Our goal is timely, efficient, and legally sound agreements that protect LACERA and support its mission. Finally, let's return to something I mentioned earlier in my presentation about contract terms. Since it's late in the afternoon and you've been patiently sitting through hours of legal presentations, I'd like to leave you with two quick trivia questions about the work my team does every day. Question 1. How old do you think the oldest known written contract is? Anybody? All right. 3,000? 2,000. Getting closer. It's nearly 3,800 years old. Hammurabi's code around 1750 BC included construction contracts that made the builder personally liable if the house collapsed and killed the owner. So the next time someone tells you limitation of liability is a modern obsession, it's been getting negotiated for almost 4 millennia. And question 2, and I teed this one up earlier, of the clauses on our list, which is the oldest one we still negotiate today? Is it limitation of liability, indemnification, or arbitration? It's indemnification. The Romans gave it to us about 2,000 years ago. The word comes from the Latin indemnis, meaning without loss. The clause our team argues over every agreement is older than most countries on the map. The point being, the work hasn't fundamentally changed in thousands of years. What's changed is how we organize ourselves to do it well. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Good.
All right.
I'm Rob.
Well, the team is a hard act to follow. In addition to the excellent in-house lawyers that you've heard from today and others in the office, LACERA also utilizes outside fiduciary counsel. Fiduciary counsel is selected by the boards, and an RFP was recently completed through which the boards approved a new 3-member fiduciary panel. At board meetings recently, there have been questions about the work and expense of fiduciary counsel. This presentation will review the legal authority and fiduciary rationale for fiduciary counsel, the joint board's fiduciary counsel policy, and the history of the types of matters on which fiduciary counsel has worked and their cost. The boards and staff hire many professional consultants. They are listed in every annual comprehensive financial report. Only a few external consultants are legally required, such as the independent financial auditor and independent actuaries. Other consultants are optional in the exercise of LACERA's fiduciary duty. The boards and staff choose to hire outside consultants when it is reasonable to do so. Consultants can provide independent expertise, experience, and perspective that complement the knowledge and expertise of staff and can lead to cross-pollination, innovation, and better results. However, the hiring of consultants should not be overused, and in some cases, the hiring of a consultant would not be prudent. Consultants should be hired thoughtfully because LACERA staff can and should do most work themselves. But for the right type of issues, consultants will be additive and leverage staff's own time and effort. In the legal office, we engage attorneys who are subject matter experts in tax law, investment transactions, securities and antitrust litigation, other complex litigation, and disability and retirement investigations to work with the in-house legal team. Work in these areas sometimes requires expertise that it would not be reasonable to expect to be duplicated within a small in-house legal office. Fiduciary law is an area where we do expect in-house attorneys to have knowledge because it is core to everything we do. But it is nevertheless sometimes helpful, even necessary, to involve fiduciary counsel to assist in complex, novel, and important work when outside counsel's broad expertise and experience through a dedicated practice providing fiduciary advice to other pension clients is relevant and provides value that justifies the cost. Seeking input from experts is consistent with the fiduciary duties of prudence and loyalty. The duty of prudence provides that trustees should act with the same care and skill that a prudent public pension trustee with experience would exercise. It is prudent to have humility in the face of unusual and consequential issues and to seek assistance from consultants to collaborate with staff. Searle actually provides that the boards may hire attorneys in private practice and pay reasonable compensation as an administrative expense of the fund, except outside investment counsel, which are non-expensive, which are authorized, but are a non-administrative expense. Peer systems in California and nationally engage fiduciary counsel. It is a norm and best practice among public pension systems. For over 30 years, LACERA's boards have recognized that it is prudent to engage fiduciary counsel. In 2017, the boards documented this longstanding practice in a fiduciary counsel policy. The policy provides for the engagement of fiduciary counsel. In addition to consultation with the boards, the policy permits individual trustees to consult with fiduciary counsel directly. The policy provides that staff, through the CEO and chief counsel, or their designees, may seek advice from fiduciary counsel. The policy requires that the boards be provided with a monthly report with the cost of counsel and a breakdown of costs between staff work related to preparation for and attendance at board meetings, and direct consultations with trustees so that the boards can monitor the activities and costs on an ongoing basis. The monthly report also describes the subject matter of staff contacts with counsel during the preceding month. So far this year, about 15% of fiduciary counsel's time has been for board meetings. Most of the balance is working with staff, most often on projects that will be taken to the boards, and very little is for direct trustee contacts. The board policy provides that counsel may be consulted on topics that have fiduciary implications and lists 12 examples. The policy provides that the use of fiduciary counsel should include consideration of cost. The actual use of fiduciary counsel has followed the board's policy. During the first 6 years after the policy was adopted, the fiduciary issues facing LACERA happened not to require great use of fiduciary counsel. In fiscal years 2017 to 2023, the annual cost of fiduciary counsel ranged from $93,000 to $275,000, which was between 4% to 12% of LACERA's total administrative expense for professional consulting services in these years. In this period, there were generally few fiduciary issues. For example, during these years, LACERA sought advice from fiduciary counsel on COVID-related issues, 2 straightforward executive leadership changes in some of the board's governing documents, and board training. During the past 3 years, things have been different. Use of fiduciary counsel has increased significantly due to an increased number of issues that have warranted it, as shown on this slide. The largest cost among the items shown here has been the Marquez Security Section 1090 matter, and that's by far the largest cost. That matter involves an internal investigation and a criminal referral, and then LACERA's filing of a civil action, which is still pending. Another very large matter was the most recent CEO transition, which began last year and ended in January with the selection of a new CEO. Fiduciary counsel was also involved in the Board of Investment's new funding and interest crediting policies, which were a strategic goal, and the transition of Gateway Plaza from an investment asset to a capital asset. Fiduciary counsel is participating in the evaluation of the board's directed consideration of OPEB and STAR funding alternatives. Counsel is involved in discussions about some novel benefit issues that the Board of Retirement has been informed of in executive session, and is assisted in the other matters listed on this slide. In-house counsel has been involved in all of these matters. There's been no complete outsourcing. All of these matters have involved a partnership between fiduciary counsel and the perspective and knowledge they have with the perspective and knowledge that in-house counsel and other LACERA staff can bring. But it has been prudent to, in these matters, to include fiduciary counsel for their insights. The subject matters and scope of the items on this list are within the scope of the policy because they had significant fiduciary implications. By comparison to the figures I gave for the first 6 years of the policy with respect to cost, during the past 3 years, from July 2023 to the present, the annual cost of fiduciary counsel has been between $480,000 and $900,000, that latter number being the likely cost, the estimated cost for this fiscal year. These costs were between 13 and 24% of total administrative professional consultant expenditures. Looking ahead to the 26-27 administrative budget, outside legal fees have been reduced by $500,000, and a large portion of that decrease is due to an expected decline in fiduciary counsel fees. In keeping with the idea that fiduciary counsel use is going to vary and may vary greatly over a period of time. Most LACERA work, including board-facing work, does not involve fiduciary counsel or other outside counsel and is performed well by our in-house legal team. All fiduciary counsel engagements are with the knowledge and approval of the CEO or chief counsel as provided in the policy, except for those few cases where a trustee contacts counsel directly as permitted by the policy. The use of fiduciary counsel has benefits that are important in certain matters. They have a breadth of experience in fiduciary law based on the peer systems they also represent. They are independent, and that can be important. They can assist in managing conflicts of interest and ethical issues, and fiduciary counsel is uniquely positioned to assist in controversial matters. Fiduciary counsel is not used on routine matters. They are not used for general counsel. They are only used on significant, unique, or strategic matters where their outside experience and perspective can add to the work of in-house counsel and can provide fiduciary assurance to the boards, management, and staff. Fiduciary counsel can also be a training resource, as was alluded to in a prior presentation. These criteria that LACERA applies in using fiduciary counsel are consistent with the reasons utilized by peer systems in supporting the use of their fiduciary counsel. And as an example of this, in 2020, the CalPERS Board of Administration had discussion and asked for staff to review that system's approach to the use and selection of outside counsel, and specifically fiduciary counsel. The CalPERS CEO and Chief Counsel jointly wrote a memo to the CalPERS Board of Administration discussing the issues, including a section on the reasons for retaining external fiduciary counsel. In that memo, these senior CalPERS officials wrote, "When CalPERS needs specific expertise to fulfill its responsibilities, it is permitted and sometimes required to consult with experts in the field. Fiduciary legal representation is a specialized area of the law that can be difficult to replicate internally. Because firms that concentrate in this area represent multiple pension plans, they can provide a broader and more diverse perspective. In addition, they provide an independent opinion on fiduciary matters that can be particularly helpful on controversial matters. All public pension systems with which management has spoken," and apparently they did a survey, "employ," and this is consistent with our survey, "employ external fiduciary counsel. Accordingly, the retention of external fiduciary counsel appears to be the industry norm and a best practice." This analysis fully aligns with LACERA's views, and LACERA has continued to employ a panel of fiduciary counsel similar to the one that the LACERA boards have engaged. To conclude, all use of fiduciary counsel will comply with the board's fiduciary counsel policy, including the type of work assigned and monthly reports to the trustees. Fiduciary counsel will not continue in the future not to provide general counsel, but will only be engaged to provide specific categories of work as defined in the policy. And this, by the way, is confirmed in counsel's engagement letters, their engagement agreements. Thought is given before every assignment as to whether fiduciary counsel will add clear value, and the work is managed for efficiency and cost effectiveness. That concludes a presentation. Happy to answer any questions. This presentation also concludes today's presentations. And as a reminder, Jean Kim and Ching Fong from QA will present on the pensionability determination process tomorrow morning.
Right. Thank you. Chair Harris, can I ask some questions or? Thank you. I have a handful of thoughts, and I don't know if questions is really the right word. I had never heard of the term fiduciary counsel till I came to LACERA, and I understand or appreciate that, as I understand it now, it is outside lawyers that specialize in providing legal advice and guidance to people with a fiduciary responsibility.
Yes.
Okay. That's not the same, or that is a flavor, in my view, of outside counsel. And we have need for outside counsel, I can appreciate, and I think that need is greater or lesser depending on how busy the legal world is and how effective or how robust our own internal staffing is. I mean, you talked about it goes back 30 years, but if my memory is correct, that's about the point in time when LACERA created the position of chief counsel and had their own in-house counsel, moving away from the county counsel's office, right?
That's correct.
So at that point in time, the office would have been pretty small, I presume, not very many attorneys in it, certainly not anything close to the size that we have in-house right now. And the need for augmenting that with the services of people from the outside would have made a lot of sense, obviously. I have a couple issues here. First of all, I know based upon statements that have been made to me since I've been on the board that we have consulted, or our legal office has consulted our fiduciary counsel on Brown Act questions. I don't see how that fits into this thing where it says one of these things says they won't be doing routine legal work. That a Brown Act issue is something that I would think people that are attorneys for a local public agency should be as expert in as anyone else. There was a policy that came before the board early on in my tenure that I raised some questions about. And it was a routine internal policy. It related to the process for approving, I don't know what the agreements are called, the program agreement, the one that was recently, like the one that is with RELAC and with other outside agencies. The questions that I raised were also brought to fiduciary counsel because I was told fiduciary counsel agreed with the opinion and the advice that was being provided. Again, that's not a fiduciary. I don't know why we needed outside counsel at all, but we could have gotten by with somebody who doesn't charge us $800 an hour. And I raised the same issue, and I know I'm sounding like a complaining ex-wife or something, and I don't mean to be coming across in that kind of harpy way, but what has been presented today isn't consistent with the experience that I've lived for the last year and a half. And so in as much as this issue is right before us now, I think this is the right time for me to bring it up. The Marquez matter, I understand why we couldn't handle that in-house, but it really was just someone doing a confidential investigation and then filing a basic lawsuit for fraud. Again, you don't need lawyers at $800 an hour with expertise in fiduciary responsibility to handle that kind of matter. So what I'm getting at is I understand and appreciate the need for fiduciary counsel. I think the people we've contracted with are expert. They're very impressive. They've been very helpful in some of the more delicate or complex things that we've had to deal with, and that involved situations that really our own staff was really being put in a challenging position. I recognize all that, but we are, in my personal view, we're defaulting to these very expensive, and the reason we're paying so much an hour is because of their expertise. But we're using them in areas where that expertise isn't required. And I believe we could find people who could perform just as well at a much lower rate. And so and in other instances, we're using them where, in my personal view, we should be relying on our own house counsel. We've got excellent people, and you're excellent. Obviously, the folks that you've got working for you, you've made wonderful choices, and they're incredible, and they work really well and cooperate and seem to enjoy working with each other. We need to, in my opinion, rely more on them and less on people that this year will cost us $900,000. So I just throw that out there for feedback. I don't, if you want to respond, you're welcome to, but it's not, I'm not putting you on the spot to try to push back on a bunch of things that I'm dropping right out of the sky.
Happy to provide some, and thank you for those comments. Happy to provide a few bits of context. As far as Brown Act issues are concerned, very infrequent, and only when trustees are raising questions, and it's helpful in that dynamic to go to the board, a lawyer engaged by the board to give comfort that we are proceeding appropriately. But that is very rare. In the $900,000, it's less than very low four figures of Brown Act advice. So it's very, very, very modest and very infrequent. With respect to the deduction policy, that was again a situation where we had trustees and stakeholders very concerned about our compliance with that statute. I certainly was comfortable providing advice on that, as I was on the Brown Act situations. But again, because we're dealing with stakeholders, we want to make sure we're correct. That again was a very quick consultation, very nominal. The Marquez matter, the board didn't just authorize an internal investigation, which by itself lasted a number of months and was very complex and resulted in quite a lengthy report that was presented to the boards, but it also involved a board-directed criminal referral and all the work that was involved in fiduciary counsel coordinating with the DA, the district attorney investigator in the public integrity unit when they were doing their investigation leading up to the decision as to whether to file a criminal complaint. That went on for quite a long time, and there was a meaningful amount of cost there. And then the civil litigation, yes, the complaint itself is fairly straightforward, but there's discovery to be conducted. There's a summary judgment motion that's currently pending and will be heard in a couple of weeks, actually. And so the cost has added up, as happens in any litigation. There have been conferences to attend with the court and the usual sorts of things that we're familiar with in litigation. Fiduciary counsel oftentimes is in consultation with the CEO. Sometimes it's in my discussions with other leaders in the organization, the subject of whether a consultation with fiduciary counsel should be had comes up. Ultimately, the call per policy is on the chief on the chief executive officer and on chief counsel. Generally, I make that decision, and I'm accountable for that decision. And I do take it very seriously because I do agree with you certainly that our in-house team is excellent, and you've seen the presentations today, and that's typical of the work they do day in and day out. And there's another 6 or 7 people that you didn't see today who are similarly quite capable. So fiduciary counsel serves a unique role. I think you can see during the period of time that the policy has been in effect, and I've been in my role for that period of time and wrote the policy, that we engage them when there's really a legitimate need in usually my judgment or in the CEO's judgment or other senior executives to bring in that dedicated fiduciary expertise with that perspective of having a practice dedicated to representing other public pension systems. A recent example of that, and then I'll stop, was with the building reclassification from an investment asset. We were quite capable of handling a lot of that ourselves. Christine devotes, who you just saw, Christine Roseland, is primarily an investment lawyer, and she's familiar. She's familiar with the management of the title holding companies and real estate issues. I'm very involved in those issues as well. However, because of the different options that were being considered, with it being a significant board decision, it was prudent in the judgment of those involved, and ultimately me, to bring in fiduciary counsel who has faced these issues for numerous other systems. So she was familiar with how CalPERS, Marin, other San Diego, other systems have handled not reclassifications, but the holding of their asset and the pros and cons involved with holding the building systems building directly or holding it in a title holding company. And fiduciary counsel did in fact bring value to that discussion. Ultimately, when it came time to write a memo to the boards, I wrote that memo. Fiduciary counsel didn't write that memo, but her involvement during the long process of considering the issue was a value add, and that's a little bit of a case study. But again, I take the comments. We do want to be, this is the members' money we're spending. We want to spend it frugally and make sure we're getting value for that high cost, and I think we do. But the discussions we've had today through your comments, Trustee Fessler, and also the questions that have been raised at a few recent board meetings just puts an exclamation point, certainly in my mind, in the care that needs to be given to making that decision. But we don't want to be afraid. And again, that notion of humility in the face of the issues we face. And yes, we have excellent lawyers, but often good results are obtained from brainstorming different perspectives. So there is a value add quite often.
Can I just provide some comments? So I support staff's use of fiduciary counsel. There's 9+ alternate members on the board. We can all have our individual opinions, but the board sets the policy, and I personally support what you've done. I don't think that we individually as a board should be micromanaging the decisions made by staff counsel on when and how you go to seek fiduciary counsel support or outside counsel beyond fiduciary. I think that if we have a concern, it should be handled through the budget process or through a policy setting process. And I think that should be something discussed at the board level and ultimately decided on. I don't think that looking at individual cases or looking at the dollar amount is the proper way to analyze that. I rely heavily on each of you to make those decisions. We should rely heavily on each of you. That's why you're here, to make those decisions when and how you do it. What I'm afraid of is that we start artificially limiting our use of outside counsel when we need to use it. So I think that if we have concerns, that should be discussed in the boardroom and ultimately decided on by the board. But I don't think that it's helpful to have these ongoing shots at you about specific use of counsel. I think if this is a broader discussion, let's have it. I personally don't see an issue with it. I think that it adds value. I've used fiduciary counsel many times with issues that I've had to have personal conversations on. So at the end of the day, I just don't want this to start limiting you or staff. I don't want you to have to say, okay, let's make sure you're already doing that. You should continue to do that as you're doing it. I don't want to make it so that we end up not using fiduciary counsel on something that we really do need them for.
We will continue to do that.
I would not have brought this up today had this presentation not been made. So I appreciate your comments, trustee, but when the item is presented to us in a formal presentation, it is not an exercise of our prudent fiduciary duty to not ask questions, not respond. We were told that about an hour or an hour and a half ago. So I understand what you're saying, but I only brought this up today rather than during the budget discussion when I intend to bring it up again because it was presented to us in this setting. And this is a board setting, it is a board meeting.
And just final comments on my end. And again, I think the important thing is there's very perspectives. I think for Steve and I is ensuring again that we operate prudently. I think there's opportunities as you see the depth and breadth of our bench within the legal office, but we also want to make sure, and then the big key in terms of fiduciary counsel or outside counsel is kind of that factor of independence and making that judgment call. So I think working collaboratively with the board, collaboratively with chief counsel, and obviously the team at LACERA, making sure that we're prudent in all of the decisions that we make. Because at the end of the day, as you stated, Steve, it is the members' money, but we also operate $100 billion pension fund. And I think it's ensuring that, again, every decision we make has standing to it as it relates to being good fiduciaries all around. So appreciate the comments. I think it's really good engagement overall.
Well, I'll just try and wrap it up and thank everyone for their comments because I think it is very healthy for us to have these discussions openly. And even when there's differences of opinion, that's good. And we hear each other out, gives us some things to think about. We all want what's best for this organization. Having an outside set of eyes look at things from an independence point of view oftentimes is extremely important. But I agree that, we do rely upon your expertise to look at those things and come to us with your learned advice, which we can either take or reject at our own peril because we have our own fiduciary responsibilities. But I do appreciate everyone's comments today. I think this was maybe a little painful, but it was helpful that we all got a chance to say what I think we thought was important. And we'll all give that some thought. Anything else for the good of the order?
Finally, just thanks to all the trustees for all the attention given in all these legal presentations. As you can see, a lot of effort was put into them and the engagement was great. And again, one more tomorrow.
Yeah, more broadly, again, thank you for everyone that presented today. I think we talked about 9 sessions, 1 mission. I know we threw a lot of information and again, trustees, you helped build the agenda. I think we worked through from strategic direction, organizational alignment to drive performance and accountability, service focus on our member in terms of our service delivery, to the legal depth, DRS. So I think it was a lot of work went into these sessions. Again, I appreciate everyone's efforts. Appreciate the AV team and obviously Linda, Bonnie for all the logistical support. And then lastly, if you need your ticket, parking ticket validated, go to the back before you go. Thank you, everyone.
Lastly, and most important, and I guess we're going to be in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Right.